Dungeons are mysterious depths underground, with a tangled web of corridors that diverge like real labyrinths. Many desperate souls descend into these dark depths in search of quick money. All those who dare to try their luck in such dangerous journeys are called adventurers. Among the dead were those who, even after death, did not submit to evil. Their names were surrounded by the glory of heroes, whom the people admired. 15 years of devoted service to adventure. Such an impressive path this man conquered. Having joined the detachment of heroes, he tirelessly resisted the darkness together with his comrades. A moment ago, his fellow hero had treacherously stabbed him in the back. On the ground, exhausted, the boy lay among balls of dust and dirt. A few hours before, his friends had tried to wake the boy up. The dark-skinned one was called Luke. At first, no amount of shouting helped, and they had to resort to harsher methods. The irritated friend had uncomfortably dubbed Luke a worthless, third-rate adventurer. The pain suddenly brought the boy back to his senses. Frowning, he glanced at his comrade. His gaze was full of discontent and confusion. Meanwhile, the latter, irritated by the disappearance of the disgusting amulet, could barely restrain himself. Luke had to leave this thing right in the middle of the camp. Luke's memories surfaced by themselves. Tom learned from him that the amulet had been left exactly where it should be. But this did not dispel the hero's discontent. As it turned out, due to the absence of the amulet in its proper place, all their supplies were destroyed. Irritation burned in the hero's chest. He blamed all his failures on Luke. He broke down in indignation and rushed at the boy again. Luke only blinked in confusion, not understanding what was happening, and the amulet mysteriously appeared beyond his reach. After that, the hero asked Julia how much food was left. The girl shrugged her shoulders and admitted, even with the strictest economy, there wouldn't be enough provisions. It wouldn't be possible to make it all in time and safely return to the surface from the dungeon. Hearing this, the hero again lashed out with reproaches, blaming Luke for everything. But Luke resolutely denied all the accusations. After all, he had left the pendant where it belonged. For the hero, this sounded like another portion of excuses. The black-haired boy's gaze fell on the stones he had neatly arranged for the amulet. No doubt someone had secretly moved the amulet after he had left it there. What he saw made Luke understand. The hero must have sneaked to the supplies at night and moved the amulet himself. But even after realizing his guilt, he was in no hurry to confess to what he had done. Luca's discontent was growing. Without any evidence, he had already been blamed for the incident. The boy had not even had time to recover from the accusations when a paralysis spell fell upon him. The sharp pain made the offender scream, and a powerful cry rang out all around, cutting through the silence. Two girls approached the group. One with blonde hair paused for a moment and cast a spell on Luke. Her thoughts were resolutely forward. Their future together mattered above all else. The dark-haired girl, the sister of the blonde and the singer, obediently supported her view. Later, the sorceress voiced the idea of reducing their team, as there were few provisions left. Luca watched their audacity with admiration, while the pain from paralysis still shot through every cell of his body. Without any pretense, the witch pointed specifically at Luke, suggesting that they reduce the team at his expense. This choice literally stunned Luke. In turn, the hero and Julia did not hide their pleasure. The girl's proposal seemed successful to them, because a smaller number of participants guaranteed everyone more necessary supplies. Losing a person with the ability to repair is unlikely to be a serious problem for them. As a sign of mercy, the hero's team gave the boy a sword and moved on, leaving him behind. This is how the boy found himself in a difficult, even bitter situation. This condition put a painful pressure on his soul. But fortunately, the effect of the paralyzing spell was finally lifted. Considered mediocre in the world of adventurers, Luke had been unable to break free from his boring E rank for 15 years. His only skill was simple repairs. If he disappeared right now, it's unlikely anyone would even think about his fate. The incredible actions of his former team left the black-haired boy confused. Accusations were pouring in from all sides. The treachery of his comrades struck him to the core. Despite everything, he did not think of giving up. Luke firmly decided to fight to the end. He would get out of here no matter what lay ahead. His gaze fell on the sword that the team had left for him. The old, worn blade barely held on to the pile. However, a closer look suggested that this sword could still be brought back to life. Fortunately, he had thoughtfully brought a bag of magic powder with him in his bag. Luke took a bag from his bag and carefully sprinkled the blade with a special powder. At the same time, Activating the repair skill, the master watched, as in an instant the old saber in his hands was miraculously renewed, shining as if it had just come out of the forge. This plan had to work. Luke soberly assessed his capabilities. He lacked the strength to fight the underground horrors. Therefore, there was only one thing left to do: not to stand out and remain unnoticed. No matter how long it took, he decided to proceed carefully and quietly, step by step. Escape from this dark dungeon became his sole goal. 2 weeks had passed since the boy had continued his journey through the depths of the dungeon. Exhaustion was setting in after such a long journey. The tired Lucas felt hunger tightening in his stomach. Since the team left Luke alone, not a single crumb has entered his mouth. The only support was the amazing local water, which saved him from hunger. But everyone knows, a person cannot survive more than a month without food. The young man had long ago crossed the line of no return. More than half of the adventurers had ruined themselves in the dungeons, exhausted by merciless hunger. In despair, they gave up, and without hesitation, began to chew the poisonous moss that grew right on the stone walls. That's why the black-haired young man quickened his pace. It's enough to walk a little further, and adventurers will definitely come across him on the way. At that moment, a skeleton-like creature suddenly emerged, armed to the teeth. The hideous monster lunged forward, intending to attack the boy, but Luke managed to plunge his sword into the enemy with lightning speed and stop the attack before the skeleton could swing. The awareness of danger almost gripped the boy in a vice. Death was nearby, just a stone's throw away. The bones of the elderly opponent suddenly lost their life, turning into a skeleton. Fortunately, silence and solitude reigned around. Stunned Luke when his gaze fell on the broken blade. The sword could not withstand the attack and crumbled into pieces. Recent repairs without proper materials had made the weapon fragile, which now had disastrous consequences. The adventurer focused his skills on restoring the sword. However, to his surprise, the blade did not shine with rebirth. It crunched and crumbled into fragments. The attempt to repair the sword failed. Instantly activated, the repair skill came to life again in Luke's hands, touching the blade of his sword. At first, there was no reaction. The blade remained damaged. Fortunately, in a moment all the flaws unexpectedly disappeared, and the sword regained its original appearance. However, a strange confusion remained in the boy's mind after the previous unsuccessful attempt to repair the weapon. One day, someone began to take everything apart step by step. First, the thing they decided to repair fell apart into its components and turned into the original raw material. When the restoration was complete, the material again took on the shape of a familiar object. At that moment, an idea flashed in the boy's head. In the depths of the dungeon, the hero's sword tirelessly echoed against the stone walls. A desperate attempt to break through the barrier. However, the desire to break through seemed pointless. Such blows only brought damage to the blade itself. No excitement clouded the hero's face. After all, in the event of a broken sword, it would be enough to turn to Luke, so that he would quickly repair it. On the other hand, Luke's companion could not even imagine that he was not a simple porter. The memory of this wrinkled his forehead with a frown. Sighing heavily, he touched the wall with his palms. The next moment, directing all his efforts to activate the restoration skill, concentrating to the limit, he began to cast a spell over the wall, and suddenly one of the sections of the stone barrier slowly moved inward. Soon, at a certain point, the wall crumbled with a crash into stone fragments that tumbled downward. An open path opened up before Luke. Seeing this, the black-haired boy laughed out loud. Mage was filled with joy. He was just beaming with happiness. Finally, he managed to break the stone wall of the dungeon. Even the heroes would not have been able to cope with this. But he managed to. Luke shifted his gaze to the fragments of the wall. To the boy's surprise, they weren't stones. The fragments resembled ore, strong as metal. Such a substance could crush anyone. A sudden thought occurred to him. His skills seemed to have improved significantly. Although it was impossible to explain why, the loop gave no indication of why. And if that was the case, perhaps it was time to try something new. The boy's hands raised the tattered sword, and in an instant a spark of the skill of regeneration arose. Power flowed along the blade. Normally, such a skill is not capable of generating matter from the void. To compensate for the loss, you need to find a similar material. If you don't have the right one, this skill allows you to use another part of the same item. For example, chips on a sword can be repaired using the remaining parts. However, This method of repair can significantly reduce the strength of the weapon, making it fragile. Not every substance is suitable for this. You need a material that is close in properties to the original. That's why it occurred to Luke that a real success would be to be able to use anything using this skill. By using stone from the dungeon walls, which are impervious even to the blows of heroes, a sword can gain unparalleled strength and become the most powerful weapon in the world. Luke's delight knew no bounds when it turned out that his repair skills had restored the sword. The next moment, the owner of the weapon was already in a hurry to test the restored weapon. The monstrous weapon stood like a rooted tree, after which the sharpened blade cut through the air with lightning. The master was testing its power. The next moment, the monster's sword snapped in half with one powerful blow. Not a single scratch remained on Luca's blade, and this sight brought him sincere joy. With such a weapon, all paths opened before him, even to the very exit from the dungeon. Having collected the fragments of the wall, the boy carefully folded them into a bag. He intended to take them with him. Overcoming the breach in the dungeon was many times faster than the usual way. If he continued to use his skill so skillfully, he would be able to escape from here in the near future. Reflecting on his skill, Luke realized how much it had improved. A new facet opened up to him. Destructive and restorative properties appeared in the ability. It was then that an unexpected idea dawned: to use these powers on lichen. The lichen ended up in the boy's open palm. In an instant, he tried to cast a spell on it that would both rot and heal. However, surprisingly, nothing happened to the plant. The lichen remained unmoved. Suddenly, the realization struck. Living creatures are endowed with resistance to witchcraft. Every creature is able to resist other people's spells because its own magical power pulses in its veins. So Luke decided to keep his skill active for a little longer. Although the decomposition was not as perfect as he would have liked, the efficiency increased noticeably. The guess came naturally. Breaking down living things into their component parts turned out to be much more difficult. Restoration, as before, did not apply to living creatures. The thought of using this skill in any other way did not even occur to Luke. But he had no time to think about it now. The main task was to get out of here as quickly as possible. Some time passed, and the dark-haired young man found himself at the stairs. His heart rejoiced with each successive step. Finally, the goal was achieved. Soon the boy with black hair gained the freedom he had dreamed of. He managed to find a way out of the creepy dungeon and, finally, take a step towards freedom. The bright sun flooded everything around with its light, and the blue sky beckoned with distance and infinity. Luca was filled with joy. He managed to survive, to get out of the dungeon alive. However, in a moment, exhaustion and severe hunger knocked the boy off his feet. The strength finally left his body, and he could no longer bear the unbearable hunger. His gaze desperately snatched at the bright berries that sparkled juicily among the branches above his head. The young man's hand quickly plucked the berry from the stem. The desire to satisfy his raging hunger drove him forward. However, at the last moment before he raised the fruit to his lips, an unsettling, unpleasant premonition quietly crept into his soul. Without wasting a moment, the young man spat out the berry. The taste of the spoiled fruit immediately gave itself away. The boy could not believe how the stranger knew that something was wrong with the berry. And suddenly a piercing scream pierced the air. Hearing the scream, Luca looked around in that direction. Without wasting a moment, he rushed after it and rushed forward with all his might. It was only a short time before, barely catching his breath, the boy reached the scene of the incident. It was there that two girls caught my eye. The dark-haired one, holding a sword in her hand, stood warily in front of her friend. In a stern voice, she ordered Sylvia to run away, but Sylvia, sobbing through her tears, did not want to leave Sakura to her fate. From behind the tree, watching the girls from afar, the boy carefully studied who they were going to defend next moment. However, suddenly a massive, formidable paw destroyed the tree trunk forever, with one powerful blow. It turned out that a dragon had spread its wings in front of the girls. A huge, formidable beast blocked their path, and a hot ball of steam was escaping from its mouth. The young heroines tried desperately to defend themselves from the fierce monster. Luke's heart sank with horror as he realized a real dragon had grown up in front of him. The impression was deafening. These creatures never left their caves. But what a blow awaited them next. Frightened, the young man noticed how the girl could barely stand on her feet. Severe wounds had disfigured her body, and her sword was shattered into pieces. He understood. In such a state she would not last even a moment in a duel with this monster. Looking back at his bewildered friends, The boy rushed to help without hesitation. He quickly took out the materials he had obtained from his backpack. At the same moment, Luke aimed and fired it directly at the dragon. The stone hit the monster squarely in the eye, but it had no effect. The dragon just stared at the boy calmly, not even coming closer. Lupu could only throw the repaired weapon to the girl. Sakura deftly picked up the gun and briefly thanked the stranger. Now she had a debt to him. The dark-haired girl turned her gaze to the dragon, which had already swung its sharp-clawed paw at her. But while the monster was preparing to attack, Sakura reacted with lightning speed. Her blow sounded like thunder, completely destroying the opponent in an instant. Faced with the dragon, Sakura acted with unusual confidence and composure. Her determination allowed her to deal with the insidious enemy. The victory brought real relief to the girl and her friend. The monster was defeated. Both rushed to Sakura, filled with anxiety. Luke asked her excitedly how she was feeling. The girl barely managed to squeeze out words of gratitude for her rescue. It was thanks to him that they managed to defeat the dragon. But weakness turned out to be stronger. Sakura's face remained pale. The sentence was never completed. She fainted. Tension immediately entered every look. Everyone bent over her anxiously. Sakura lay unconscious, breathing heavily, her strength gone after the exhausting battle with the dragon. A serious injury had worsened her condition even more. Luke anxiously turned to Sylvia, asking if she had any healing abilities. But unfortunately, the girl had no knowledge of healing. This guy had no healing abilities. The only skill left in his arsenal was repair, but applying it to a person seemed like something fantastic. And then it dawned on Luke. After all, he had already used his ability on a living being once. Although the ability to repair does not heal living beings, everyone knew that without exception, the boy may have had some influence, however weak. The miracle of decomposition, however, proved effective on both Lycan and the dungeon itself. A skill that allows you to separate an object into its original materials and restore its original form from other components. The idea of applying such a talent to a person appeared in Luca's head. Perhaps the boy's plan would actually work. The awareness of the incredible risks kept him tense. At the same time, the girl was so badly injured that she could barely stand on her feet. It was unlikely that she would reach the doctor's aid. Neither he nor Sylvia had any chance of recovering on their own. The effort to concentrate overcame the confusion, and his mind finally cleared. Fragments of the events that had led him here, into the dark labyrinth of the dungeon, flashed through his memory. Now a spark of hope appeared. Perhaps the plan for which it all began could still be realized. It was impossible to leave her in such a terrible situation. Sometimes, with such people, they simply don't stand on ceremony. A girl could be destroyed in an instant. There was no time for reflection. Luca decided to act. After all, it's better to dare and regret it later than to spend your whole life reproaching yourself for inaction. All or nothing. For a moment, Sakura regained consciousness. Her pale face was distorted by heavy breathing. Every movement was echoed by throbbing pain. The girl was not going to blame the boy for the unsuccessful treatment. Still, a tiny hope for her own salvation warmed in her heart. Gathering all his determination, Luke activated the recovery skill. The flow of energy from the skill streamed straight towards the girl. It seemed that a similar scene had happened to him before. The young man fought for concentration with all his might, trying to release as much of the power of his skill as possible. 15 years ago, just embarking on the path of adventure, the boy watched in horror as his comrades suffered terrible injuries. These cruel wounds struck him to the depths of his soul. Silently watching as many of his brothers died a horrible death one after another, Luke stood aside, not daring to help. In his heart he felt the limit had been reached. He would remain a third-rate worthless. Those memories were truly crazy to Luke. Heartbreaking and excruciatingly painful. He never wanted to experience them again. The dark-haired boy readily admitted his helplessness. But even so, he wouldn't stoop to abandon someone in distress. At this moment, the boy had exhausted all his options to save the girl. Instantly straining his strength, he greatly increased the power of his ability. Waking up in bed, the boy stared at the ceiling in confusion for a while. His thoughts were confused. His anxiety was growing. Until Luke quickly stood up, overcome by a wave of anxiety. Only the last moment flashed in his memory. The use of his ability on Sakura. Realization came suddenly. He had given all his strength and simply fainted. Looking anxiously around the room, the boy couldn't shake off his anxious thoughts. Just then, Sylvia entered the room. Her attentive gaze immediately caught the awakened boy. From Sylvia, Luke learns that it is here, in her house, or rather, in the hotel Folie de Verre, that he is staying. It turns out that almost half a day has passed since that incident, and all this time the guy has been sleeping soundly. Sylvia was tormented by anxiety for him. Although the desire to immediately leave the hospitable home did not leave Luke, he had no money at all. The woman did not want to hear about any salary. After all, thanks to him, her family was saved. Shocked to the core, the dark-haired young man suddenly realized. The girl felt guilty towards him. Luke felt that he had done nothing to deserve such words, but sincere gratitude still warmed his heart. After that, he asked how Sakura was feeling. Learning that the girl was doing well, and that all traces of the illness had disappeared thanks to his efforts, Luke sighed with relief. Only the realization of his own victory over the illness would allow him to sleep peacefully at night. Meanwhile, Sylvia, with genuine curiosity and admiration, addressed him as uncle and asked if he was a powerful healer. Luca was quite embarrassed by this address, but he did not shy away from the answer. With a slight smile, he noted that in reality, he was just an ordinary E-rank adventurer. The girl was genuinely surprised by his abilities because the young man showed himself from a glorious side. However, the surprise did not have time to grow into words. The silence was suddenly cut through by a loud rumbling in the boy's stomach. From all the adventures he had experienced, he could barely stand on his feet. He had not tasted anything except water for 2 weeks. Soon a plate of fragrant rice porridge was placed in front of him. As soon as Luca tasted the dish, his heart was filled with boundless joy. He had finally managed to satisfy his hunger. While the boy was eating with pleasure, Sylvia picked up their conversation again. The unexpected rescue had left her confused. Someone had come and pulled her and Sakura from the very bottom of the dungeon. The news shocked Luke. He had thought the girls had stayed at the entrance, but in fact they were already 5 levels deeper than they had started. The news stunned Luke. He stared at Sylvia with a confused look, only to be met with a wary question in her eyes in response. The realization that there had been confusion between them made him ask again about the name of the place where they were supposed to meet. Sylvia said that this place was an E-rank dungeon. In the cozy forest thicket, the girl's words caught Luke by surprise. Curious, he asked what type of dungeon this was. It turned out that it was an open arena, resembling a giant open-air amphitheater. Luke's memory flashed back to the A-rank dungeon known as the 1,000-Year Path to Hell. The realization that the levels of these 2 dungeons were intertwined flashed like lightning. That was where the girls had gone, intending to collect a rare healing potion. Luke was surprised. It was dangerous for newcomers to go down into the dungeons alone, but no one even thought to stop them. Sylvia said that only last year did the Sunny Forest receive the status of a dungeon. Local residents and visitors have long visited there for healing herbs and fresh vegetables. Bewilderment pierced Lukov's mind. If this place was known as a dungeon, why had no warnings about the appearance of monsters appeared for the others? The girls also looked confused, as no information or warnings had come from the guild at all. Shocked, Luke couldn't believe that the guild didn't know about such a large-scale threat. The girl assured him that even her acquaintance at the guild had heard nothing about it. If it had been a weaker monster, it would have been understandable why there had been no warning. But the mention of the dragon still came as an undeniable shock to him. Would the guild really keep quiet about the appearance of such a dangerous creature? The uncertainty about the existence of the dragon constrained their actions. Any attempts were futile. Luca sincerely apologized to the girl for suspecting the guild. She only smiled, assuring that she held no grudge. A moment later, the boy asked her what her name was. The girl said her name quietly but confidently. Sylvia. Everyone knew Sylvia, the pride of the Spring Leaves Hotel. As a sign of courtesy, the young man also introduced himself. His name was Hatch, and he came from White Wolf Grove. People like them weren't supposed to have their own surnames. Instead, they mostly used the name of their hometown or their chosen profession. The question that had brought this boy to the dungeon was almost on Sylvia's lips, but the words suddenly caught in her throat. Having had his fill of rice porridge, Luke fell sound asleep. The girl quietly approached him and carefully covered him with a blanket. She barely whispered words of gratitude for everything he had done. The next morning, Luke immediately went to the sauna. Sylvia had told him that this place was called Zeleny Yar and was famous for its hot springs. The only thing that surprised him was that the bathing here started so early, but it all made sense. Access to hot water was inexhaustible. A pleasant sense of relaxation enveloped the boy after his swim. It seemed as if a whole resort had opened up in Green Hollow. Dozens of restaurants and bright taverns were beckoning on the main street. It was hard for Luke to imagine a better place to relax. An unexpectedly loud voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Someone called out to him. Sakura stood on the doorstep, her face beaming with joy as she saw that the boy was doing well. Sylvia shared the news. Luke had gone for a walk around the city. A familiar figure appeared before Luke's eyes, a girl he recognized at first sight. When he asked Sakura how the stranger was feeling, he heard in response that everything was fine. Thanks to his help, Sakura finally recovered. Sakura had once been terrified at the thought of encountering a dragon while gathering medicinal herbs. She was bitterly ashamed that, despite her own military training, she had to rely on someone else's male support. If only her beloved katana had remained intact. Perhaps their situation would not have seemed so hopeless. Hearing these words, the boy immediately became curious about where her weapon was. Soon they reached the workshop. Both parts of the katana were already waiting on the table. The master's gaze fell on the damaged blade. He confidently assured that he would easily return the sword to its original strength. With the news of this, Sakura blossomed with joy. She was already filled with gratitude for the future help. There was no weapon shop in this town. Because of this, she was left without a sword. However, there was no reason to worry. Luke could easily repair the katana. It was at this moment that the boy noticed Sylvia, who was standing on the threshold. Looking down awkwardly, Sylvia admitted that she was interested. She wanted to watch the blade repair process with all her might. And although it seemed like a fairly routine task to Luca, the boy with peaceful indifference allowed her to stay, especially since the girl had just started her break. Approaching the broken blade, the black-haired young man began to repair it. It was only necessary to touch the sword, when an unexpected discovery stunned him. Complete information about the object appeared before his eyes. He was revealed the details of the composition, features, even the very method of making this sword. The realization came instantly. The situation with the berry in the grove had already arisen before. As soon as I touched the fruit, it became clear that it was rotten. It seems that this skill has also improved. I decided to give it a new name, analysis. It was now possible to carefully examine the condition of an object, determine which part needed to be restored, select the necessary material, and combine all this into one whole for an effective repair. Thus, each step in the mastery of restoration took on the form of a separate, clearly defined skill. Within a few minutes, the man began tinkering with the blade, although the sword was intact. It had been restored long ago. The second part of the katana was firmly connected to the main one, causing genuine surprise in the girls. The restored blade gleamed in their hands, arousing admiration. Sakura sincerely wanted to thank Lucas for his masterful work, but he modestly declined any gratitude. The realization that Sakura was undergoing training left no doubt. She was probably short on money. Besides, it was she who had saved his life, and that was incomparable. So there was no question of any reward or payment. Without hesitation, he explained. This gesture was a sincere expression of gratitude for saving her. Sakura, upon hearing these words, smiled warmly and thanked him sincerely. Meanwhile, Luke asked the girl if she had any other way to make a living, but she had no alternatives. By inviting the girl to try herself as an adventurer, the guy opened up new opportunities for Sakura. She could take on any tasks and choose which services to perform. The news of such conditions extremely interested the girl. It seemed that this occupation was created just for her. The guild house was located right in the city, in the very heart of it. It was there, near the bulletin board, that Sylvia's friend worked. At the same time, Luke had his own business at the guild, so the three of them immediately went there together. Their first goal was to register Sakura. They were met by an employee at the entrance to the guild. The girl immediately turned her attention to Sylvia, wondering what her purpose was here. Sylvia explained that she had brought a person who wanted to find a job at the guild. After that, Sylvia introduced them to her friend named Marita, who held the position of administrator in the guild. Marita's gaze fell on Luke. A playful intrigue awoke in him. The guy was quite confused because Marita's behavior was more reminiscent of the ease of a bartender than the restraint of a guild employee. With a smile, she asked why Luke had visited their organization. According to Luke, he already had the status of an adventurer, which surprised Marita quite a bit. It was also necessary to register Sakura, a new acquaintance who was eager to join the guild. Bowing her head in respectful greeting, Sakura politely addressed Marita. Almost everyone in the guild was a novice. The low level of danger attracted many people looking to earn some extra money. Then, Marita handed Sakura a questionnaire, the girl's first step towards a life of adventure. The sight caused a wave of nostalgia in the boy. Exactly 15 years ago, he was in the same situation as Sakura was now, when the girl finished filling out the questionnaire. Marita began her story about the formation of adventurers. All newcomers, regardless of talent and strength, are assigned to the lowest rank, F. There are 6 levels in total, from F to the most prestigious A. Beginners are deprived of the right to join real raids. Only after completing a series of simple tasks does a chance arise to rise one step higher, to rank E. E-class status was considered the lowest among travelers, and this was the rank Luke held, despite his vast experience and numerous adventures. Immediately upon registration, the guild evaluated each adventurer, independently determining their level and assigning them the appropriate rank. Curious about the benefits of increasing rank, Sakura listened carefully to Marita. She explained that a higher rank opens the way to new dungeons and allows you to take on more tasks. Dungeons are classified by rank from A to E. Travelers are only allowed to enter labyrinths whose level does not exceed their own. For squads, the leader's rank becomes the guideline. It depends on what class of dungeon the team will have access to. Sakura needs to make an effort to increase her rank. This will open up a wider range of tasks for her. Marina, immersed in her documents, suddenly froze in an unexpected shock. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the document. She was overcome with shock, and not a single word came to mind to continue the conversation. Sakura glanced at her from the opposite side, confused. Marita's surprise knew no bounds. The girl wondered if it was really Sakura who had destroyed the dragon guarding the 5th level of the dungeon. The girl agreed with this statement. Sakura was sure that she had already brought up this topic, but Marita remembered well that there had never been any such conversation between them. As soon as Marita relayed this news to the main office, Sakura would be immediately awarded a cash reward. Shocked, Marita wondered how a novice like Sakura had managed to destroy a dragon with a single blow. It was truly quite an achievement. Sakura didn't take all the credit for defeating the dragon. The girl immediately confessed to Marita that she was only able to defeat the monster thanks to the sword forged by Luke. The crowd was stunned by this news. After all, the loot would have to be shared equally with the girl, but she would never have been able to defeat the monster on her own. The news spread too widely. It was clear to the boy that they had drawn too much attention to themselves. With no reason to refuse a share of the reward, Luke addressed everyone present. He announced that he wanted to take a break from adventuring and find a suitable location in this city to open his own weapons workshop. Everyone in the guild turned their gazes to him. The newcomers wouldn't miss the chance to discuss this news. Rumors would surely spread through the city. After all, the very boy who forged the sword capable of defeating a dragon with one swing was going to open a shop right here. Green Hollow didn't yet have its own gun shop. A local man had promised to pay for the building from the prize money, but it wasn't a matter of finances. The most tolerably preserved structure that would have been suitable for a shop looked old and battered. This didn't cause any worries for Luca. His confidence in his abilities didn't let him down. He was able to fix everything quickly, because his skill in repairs had always been his trump card. Sylvia finally realized that Marita was referring to that particular building on the outskirts of town. She was convinced that saving the place was already useless. Meanwhile, Luca, although alarmed by her opinion, did not lose confidence. For him, there was nothing he could not fix. Sakura offered the boy her share of the reward, hoping to help. Luca firmly refused to accept the money. However, the girl insisted. Let him use her share, because she could easily earn more in the guild. Realizing the girl's stubbornness made the guy think, how else could he refuse her money? He didn't feel like accepting the money at all, and he hesitated so as not to offend Sakura with his refusal. While Luca was thinking, Sylvia suddenly intervened in the conversation. An idea suddenly flashed through her mind. To use Sakura's money as a down payment for urgent repairs to the weapon. The idea seemed reasonable. and Sakura readily agreed to pay the subscription fee for the service. In addition, she told Luke that she had one more request for him. The girl passionately dreamed that he would forge for her an equally incredible katana, a sword capable of defeating even a dragon. Luke, having heard her request, did not hesitate and accepted the deal. Especially after Sakura offered to simply give him the money. This proposal made the guy confused and seriously embarrassed. The young man nodded in agreement. Everything was exactly as she had hoped. Sakura would be his first client. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. She believed she could rely on him. After the deal was made, the boy and girl solemnly shook hands. It was at this moment that Luke's break from adventuring began. From that day on, he confidently took a step towards a new life. The life of a gun shop owner. The friends quickly reached the building, which appeared before them in an extremely miserable state. The entire house looked completely neglected and old, like a ruin doomed to oblivion. It was not only the windows that were leaky. Cracks and holes appeared through every corner of this dwelling. It turned out that this building had been empty for a long time. Once a storm brought down a giant tree on the roof, crushing everything inside. The condition was striking in its neglect. Horror reigned not only outside, but also in every corner of the house. Despite this, Luke decided to take a risk and give the house a new chance, hoping that he would be able to cope with all this devastation. He was eager to test his repair skills on this particular building. However, Luca had doubts. He had never taken on such a large-scale task before. The entire building was designated as a space for renovation. Pictures were already forming in my mind of how the rotten areas would be replaced with wood from broken trees. But suddenly, for everyone, Luca used his repair skills and directed them to the construction. Meanwhile, dramatic changes began to take place in the apartment. The girls watched with amazement and admiration. Before their eyes, the house was repairing its walls on its own and restoring everything that had been destroyed. A little time passed, and the house changed beyond recognition. Not a trace of its former neglect remained. Sylvia did not hide her delight. Looking at the renovated walls, Luke's efforts had transformed the house to an ideal. Full of the desire to thank the master, she suddenly shuddered when she saw how exhausted and pale the boy had become. Rebuilding the entire house took a lot of his strength, but despite his fatigue, he made sure that the weapons shop had goods for sale. This guy was not going to give up at the first difficulty he encountered. The girls glanced at the guy with anxiety. He worked so hard, not allowing himself a single moment of rest. However, refusing to slow down did not even occur to Luca. The ad had already been placed. All that remained was to open his own store as soon as possible. Observing the exhausted boy, Sylvia and Sakura quickly volunteered to join in the cleanup. Convinced that if they left everything on his shoulders, he would surely faint again. Luca had no choice but to agree to their support. Taking up the business of his shop, the owner began to repair the weapons and armor that lay haphazardly in a wooden chest. Cracked swords and twisted metal plates quietly awaited their new fate under his skilled hands. Lucas had bought these things from the guild for next to nothing, almost for nothing. At first glance, they looked like a pile of junk. However, only he saw the real treasure in them. Without wasting time, the boy activated his repair skill and directed it at one of the broken swords in the box. Instantly, the rusty broken sword transformed into a shiny whole blade. Sakura's eyes lit up with delight, as if she had seen a completely new, perfect weapon before her. Sylvia quickly got the gist of Luke's plan. Restoring damaged weapons was much more profitable than spending money on a new one every time. So a gun shop could really be the perfect place for him to work. Successful sales start with an attractive product. For example, Luke once advertised his store by displaying the sword he used to defeat a dragon, an item that instantly caught attention. But if there's nothing similarly exciting in the assortment, customers will be disappointed. The boy will no longer be able to create any new swords of such perfection and incredible power. Only ordinary copies of that exceptional weapon will appear in the store. Luke crushed the original source obtained in the dungeon into fine powder. From now on, it will not be possible to make another similar sword from such powder. Seeing the bag of materials, Sakura immediately guessed. These were the substances the boy had used to restore the sword. They gave the blade extra strength. Taking the necessary materials from the bag, the boy activated his skill and took up the sword. In an instant, before the eyes of even the most ardent skeptic, the old, worn blade was transformed into a flawless weapon, as if it had just come out of the forge. Sylvia was amazed to see how strikingly different this blade was from the swords he was used to. After all, a special material had been used during the repair. The brilliance of this weapon was beyond comparison. Having approved this idea, Begi set about repairing the remaining cannons. Having completed the necessary preparations for the opening, he was already considering where to obtain the necessary materials. Luke's astonishment knew no bounds. Could this be a guild assignment? He pondered this for a long time, going through his thoughts one after another. There was no weapon shop in the entire city, although weapons and armor would be the most necessary things for novice adventurers. A quick glance at Sylvia unmistakably revealed that she was a descendant of a merchant family. Her grandmother had emphasized since childhood that there would always be clever loopholes in business. You just had to be able to recognize them. Sakura was puzzled when she learned that the boy had abandoned the path of an adventurer for the craft of a gunsmith. The reasons for this choice remained a mystery to her. What surprised her most was his incredible skills as a craftsman. How quickly he had mastered the art of restoring things with the help of a special skill. At some point, Luke realized that he hadn't told these girls what had happened to him before meeting them. The dark-haired guy cautiously admitted that the true essence of his abilities had only recently been revealed to him. After these words, he began to share his life story. Hearing the story of Luke's betrayal, the girls were speechless with astonishment. Such a treacherous act on Falcon's part left them speechless. The actions of one of the boys had caused everyone to be indignant. For them, he was a real scoundrel. It became clear to Luca, if they admitted that that friend was also a hero, the wave of discontent would only intensify. It would be better to simply change the subject and not mention it anymore. Suddenly, Luca took the conversation in a different direction, sharing with his interlocutors his secret dream: the desire to become a traveler. This call of a young heart has accompanied him since his early years. As a child, Luke listened with delight to the stories of travelers who once visited the village. Their exciting adventures ignited in the boy a burning desire to set out towards the unknown. Although it seemed to him that part of this story had clearly been embellished, the burning desire to become an adventurer did not leave his soul. Despite the condemnation of his parents, who considered the idea absurd, Luke decided to go against their will. In the end, he left his native village. So, even though he remained at level E forever, he spent his entire life wandering, choosing the path of an adventurer. A shadow of sadness flickered in Sakura's eyes as she turned to Luke and asked if he ever regretted the choice he had made. Luke had no regrets about his choice to become an adventurer. The craft of adventure had always fascinated him. The last dangerous task was a real shock for the boy, but it was this event that opened up new horizons for him and gave him a wonderful chance to start all over again. At the same time, he felt genuine gratitude for this mission. His skill had grown to new heights. Now, Luca had the opportunity to live a calm, prudent life as an arms dealer. The girls were captivated by what they heard. They couldn't hide their delight at the guy's words. His friends encouraged him in every way in his aspirations, giving him faith in success. After the conversation, the team with new enthusiasm set about preparing for the opening of the weapons store. A tangible uplift in morale swept through the entire company. While reviewing his to-do list for the second time, the boy saw that the sign for the armory had already been ordered. Returning to the workshop, he did not forget to take care of restoring the things that were left there. Suddenly, someone's exclamation caught his attention. The man with glasses asked Luke if he had really saved the girl from the Spring Leaves Hotel. Guy confirmed it without a doubt. It turns out that this man is well acquainted with the family that owns the hotel. As a token of gratitude, the man treated the young man to dishes from his establishment. Luke was surprised by this gesture, as no payment or service was demanded from him in return. After a short conversation, the restaurant owner shared the news with the young man. Many regulars are eagerly waiting for Luke's shop to finally open. In conclusion, he wished him luck in all the preparations. What he heard was a pleasant surprise for Luke, because such support was quite inspiring. Once upon a time, during distant adventurous journeys, no gratitude or expectations were expressed towards Luke. For him, this feeling was something new and pleasant. Warmed by kind words, the boy tried the dish presented by his husband. The taste turned out to be incredible. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself among the children who were constantly begging the dark-haired girl to demonstrate her sword skills. The girl explained cautiously that practicing with a katana was not for bragging. But in the end, a little embarrassed by such insistence, she still carefully took out the blade. A wooden plate was thrown into the air, and Sakura, with just 2 lightning-fast swings of her sword, sliced it into perfectly even pieces. The children watched in joyous amazement as the smooth fragments of the wooden plank fell to the ground one by one. Luke also watched the scene in astonishment. In his opinion, Sakura was making 2 strikes per second. Her swordsmanship was undoubtedly impressive. Boundless pride in her own sword skills filled the girl, and every opportunity to demonstrate her skillful movements to the children brought her sincere joy. A clumsiness flashed in Luke's eyes as he watched the proceedings. She had recently claimed that sword-wielding was no reason to brag. The girl immediately turned to him, and a childish delight echoed around her. The exclamations of approval only fueled her pride. The boy's gaze, focused on Sakura, made the girl freeze in surprise. Without saying a word, he stared intently at her frozen silhouette. Sakura was surprised to realize from whence the boy had been watching everything. It turned out that Luke had been standing nearby, even when she had loudly declared that the art of swordsmanship was not meant for bragging. There was an awkward silence for a moment. Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shame. She had hardly heard praise since childhood, because their family was not used to showing admiration for abilities. But the boy didn't scold her for it. He simply handed her the dish that had been prepared for her. With a joyful smile, the girl thanked the boy, willingly took the meat on a skewer, and hurried to taste the dish that had just been handed to her. Satisfied, Sakura praised the taste of the dish with delight. Luka, in turn, noticed her sincere love for food. His unexpected remark caused a blush of embarrassment to appear on the girl's cheeks. The young man thought it was nice. It was always useful to maintain restraint, but at the same time, one should not forget about rest. Sakura sincerely thanked him. Strict rules reigned in her hometown, so only in a cozy green hollow did the girl truly allow herself to relax. The young warrior, still honing her skills, often visited her hometown, albeit briefly. Most often, she chose Green Valley for a rest. It was there that Sakura was planning to go the next day. However, the girl was not going to stay here. A plan to settle down in this city was already maturing in her thoughts. In addition, in order to start a new life, she would have to visit her native land again and pick up something important. There she left a special material from which she wants to make a katana, and she would definitely entrust this matter to Luke. So, the boy decided to create the weapon after she returned. Sakura was saddened by the thought that she had not had the chance to help with the preparations. However, there was no need to worry about that. Luke planned to give her an unexpected surprise upon her arrival. After a short conversation, they said goodbye. A little time passed, and the worker began to install the sign at the entrance to the store. The boy and girl watched his every move closely to make sure that the inscription appeared exactly where it should. The master named the shop after his native land, White Wolf Grove, because no other idea ever crossed his mind. Then he sincerely thanked Sylvia for her support and invaluable help, full of gratitude to her. The girl accepted the thanks with a warm smile. The life the boy had saved had made her simply rejoice in the moment. After all, so many people were now waiting for his store to open. Such frank sincerity made Luke smile too. Sylvia proved wise. Happiness was right around the corner. This is where a new chapter in his story begins. Soon, a newly installed sign lit up on the facade of his gun shop. Having completed the final preparations for the store's opening, Luke and Sylvia finally invited the first visitors who had been eagerly waiting. The White Wolf Arsenal solemnly opened its doors to all comers. Not much time has passed since the opening of Luke Q's weapons workshop, but visitors are actively ordering goods from him. Clients do not catch the guy by surprise. He is already well acquainted with the experience of communicating with customers. Behind the counter stood Luke with a friendly smile. One of the customers asked about a sword that cost only a florin. This amount in his shop was enough to buy an ordinary iron sword. When the man sincerely thanked the buyer for his purchase, Sylvia appeared next to him. Holding out a bottle of drink, she explained that it was a gift from Merida. Joy enveloped them all, noticeably strengthened after the materials extracted from the dragon's body. Each of them felt a new sense of strength within themselves. It turned out that Merida kept the bar only as a side business. The drink she gave her was both a token of gratitude and a slightly belated gift in honor of the store's opening. The legendary sword has still not found its owner, and this is not surprising, considering its sky-high price. It hangs like an eternal decoration on the shop wall, a silent witness to dreams and temptations. Only a few adventurers are able to pay a whole guilder for such a weapon. But all these were just fakes. A real sword could bring in much more profit. Luke would probably have made more than 1 gold coin for the legendary weapon. Hearing this, the girl could not hide her delight. After all, it was a year's salary for ordinary people, a truly tangible amount. For Luke, creating a new sword was no easy task. He would have to travel to the Millennium Pass again to obtain that rare material. However, getting there without an A-rank guide was almost impossible. Luke had no way to go out and get the material himself, and he wasn't even thinking about selling the sword at the moment. Such a valuable weapon, the girl was convinced, simply shouldn't be wasted. However, ordinary people could only dream of such expensive weapons. Some time passed before 2 strangers appeared in the gunsmith's shop. One of them immediately caught the eye with his refined, aristocratic appearance. In a rain-soaked cloak, the stranger searched for the owner of the weapons shop. Meanwhile, the aristocrat was surprised to recognize the establishment, the very legendary shop that, according to rumors, was destroyed by the dragon's sword. Reluctantly agreeing, Luke noted that the aristocrat was seeking possession of that legendary sword. The young man added that he had several other similar blades stored in his vault. The aristocrat had guessed from the very beginning that he was dealing with only low-quality fakes. The realization of this caused the boy genuine surprise. The blonde who wanted to buy the original did express his desire, but Luke never dared to offer him the real work. It was not without reason that the aristocrat chose this katana. In order to own it, he without hesitation ordered his servant to bring money. The servant immediately rushed to carry out the master's order. Then the aristocrat's servant solemnly laid out a whole stack of coins on the table. All the visitors, like Luke, froze in amazement. Before them lay not ordinary coins, but real gold sovereigns. No less than 5 shiny coins appeared on the table, causing Luke to be genuinely surprised. He immediately wondered who this unexpected visitor was. The aristocrat's attention was focused on the boy's reticence, which he mistook for disagreement over the value of the sword. So, without further hesitation, the customer ordered 5 gold sovereigns to be placed. The radiant blonde was eagerly awaiting Luke's favorable reaction to the amount offered for the legendary sword. The boy, however, froze in genuine amazement at what was happening. Some time passed, and all the visitors were finally let go. For Luke, this task turned out to be exhausting. Meanwhile, Sylvia was counting the coins she had received with delight. They were given 10 whole gold coins for the sword, an unheard-of sum that Sylvia had never seen before in her life. It immediately became clear to Luca. They were either knights or noble envoys, not adventurers in any way. Undoubtedly, the fair-haired aristocrat had no equal in this matter. He could distinguish the level of skill of each sword at a glance. However, it remained a mystery why such a respected person had come to Green Yar. Suddenly, the shop door opened, and a guest entered the room. Sakura appeared on the doorstep. The boy and the girl greeted her happily. Sylvia, tired from the long wait, already missed her friend. Sakura sincerely apologized. The journey home took too long. Sakura's return caught Luke by surprise. Her arrival came earlier than he expected. The girl took the long-awaited materials with her, and, unable to contain her joy, immediately visited the guy's shop. She chose the right moment. The lunch break was just beginning. 3 servings of rice and a mouth-watering omelet lined the table. In addition to the omuris, the plate was decorated with various side dishes. Juicy meat and fresh vegetables harmoniously complemented the dish. With great pleasure, Sakura could not contain her admiration for Sylvia's culinary skills. The girl had never tasted such exquisite food before. In addition, she praised the owner for how he had changed the appearance of this place for the better. Meanwhile, the guy barely had time to fulfill all the orders that came in one after another. Several city buildings were entrusted to Luke for renovation. That's how skillfully he revived that neglected spot. His shop became the best showcase of the guy's talents. Sakura had no doubts about this guy. In her opinion, it would only take him a few weeks to recoup the money he had invested in the store. However, Luke's admission that all the expenses had long since paid off really confused the girl. Unexpectedly, the sword with which Sakura defeated the dragon was valued at 10 gold coins. The sky-high sum stunned the girl. That much money would be enough to live carefree for the rest of her days. The mystery of the sword's new owner remained unsolved. In his thoughts, Luke imagined that among the potential buyers would be one of the wealthy aristocrats who were attracted not by power, but by the prestige of owning a rare weapon. However, all this was just speculation. Later, the conversation imperceptibly turned towards the Sakura blade. After dinner, the girl unfolded before the guests the precious material brought from her hometown. It was from this amazing resource, called scarlet, that Sakura asked Luke to forge a katana for her. The amazing ore was a complete novelty for the boy. At first glance it resembled a gem, although in reality it turned out to be metal. Sakura completely agreed with this. One of the goals of her journey was to find a master who could forge a katana from this mysterious material. In her town, such a thing was impossible. No one possessed such skill. Even in the tradition-rich East, this knowledge had long since disappeared. Scarletin had lost its value, since it could not be used to create either protection or a successful weapon. Luke's anxious thoughts did not leave him. He was very worried that the girl had entrusted him with the precious metal. However, the girl's face was calm. Her faith in the guy allowed her to remain at ease. The guy warned, "Creating a katana from this material will be a difficult task. The process can be delayed. Only restoration is within Luke's power, and then only as a unique skill. He is not able to immediately turn this material into a full-fledged sword. His abilities are limited to returning the thing to its original form. It's actually simple. Remembering the object's true form helps Luke restore its integrity. Creating a blade from simple metal, or even borrowing something, was completely beyond his capabilities. By adding some of the ore to the weapon, gradually giving it the desired shape, Luke will be able to decompose the katana along with this material and then restore it by combining all the elements. Using this clever workaround, it becomes possible to forge a blade for Sakura that is entirely made of scarletine." Hearing this news, the dark-haired girl almost jumped for joy. Finally, there was a chance to create a blade from a red stone. Theoretically, nothing stood in the way of this idea. Everything looked perfect on paper. However, the guy had never taken on such a task before, and Sakura could hardly wait to have her own sword. She willingly gave up her katana. The young woman did not hide her confidence in the boy. First, Luke should forge a blade with a 50% content of crimson metal, and only then, create a sword completely filled with this metal. All the boy could do at this stage, except the material. Luke set about forging a blade from a rare metal ore. He first set himself the goal of splitting the original katana and the scarlet ruby steel in half. The black-haired young man activated his own ability, directing it at both objects. This news caused real delight among the girls. During the work, the katana took on a truly magical appearance. The herring-pink shimmer of the sakura blossom looked striking next to the cold shine of the metal, filling the weapon with light and elegance. The joyful gleam in Sakura's eyes betrayed her excitement. She couldn't wait to try out her handmade katana right on the street. The guy willingly agreed to give her this opportunity, but warned her, "The main thing is not to catch the eye of his other clients." Luca noted in his mind that Sakura still had a sincere, childish spontaneity. Meanwhile, Sakura used a skill to ignite a tiny flame on her fingertip, but her abilities were only enough for a weak reception. This flame was not enough for a direct attack. It was rumored that things from Scarlatina were capable of conducting fire and enhancing its power. The girl took advantage of this. She touched the blade of her katana with her burning finger, and at that moment, the weapon burst into bright flames. The flame on the scarlet katana did not go out. On the contrary, it was supported by this medallion. The guy did not hide his delight, because now he wanted to see what this katana was capable of in a real fight. Instead of hesitating for long, Sakura pushed the log forward to test the weapon in action. The girl deftly threw the piece of wood into the air. Luki was about to remind her of the safety rules, but Sakura, without wasting time, already swung the katana. With a single swing of her flaming katana, the girl lifted an entire horde of the tribe into the air. Sylvia could not take her eyes off this spectacular scene. The powerful swing left a long, burning trail in the air. The shop visitors froze, stunned by the incredible spectacle. A bright smile lit up the face of the girl with black hair. She sincerely thanked the guy for the katana he had made, a true work of art that captivated the eye. Random adventurers passing by as witnesses to this moment exchanged impressions with amazement. What he saw stunned Luke. The incredible sight made him speechless and not say a word to Sakura. Sylvia instantly noticed. Controlling fire was only Sakura's initial talent. The realization that he had probably just invented the most dangerous and incredibly powerful weapon in history shook the boy to his core. This discovery captivated Luke, making him marvel at its power. "I couldn't help but imagine how incredible this weapon could become if I added mastery of the fire element to it. Until recently, I had only dreamed of something like this, not daring to assume that I would ever be able to create something so fantastic. Once doomed to remain an eternal adventurer of the E-class, he finally waited for his moment. He was taken into the hero's squad. However, the position offered was modest, only a loader. Later, without hesitation for a moment, they threw the guy for liquidation, like an unnecessary burden. It seemed incredible to the young man that he had actually managed to create such a weapon. Meanwhile, Sylvia could not hold back her enthusiastic words, and Sakura simply beamed with joy upon seeing his creation. With a radiant smile, the black-haired girl told the boy that next time she wanted to order a short sword, she planned to use it with her katana. For Luke, the realization that there were people nearby who appreciated his skill came as a real surprise. With a slight smile, the young man willingly agreed to Sakura's request and promised to forge a short sword for her. The confidence in his gaze left no doubt. It was his skill that would give her the perfect weapon. After a while, having said goodbye to the customers, Luke led the last of them out of the shop. Each of them picked up the necessary weapons and armor. Squinting slightly, the boy turned his attention to the list of remaining tasks. Without hesitation, he completed everything he had planned for the day, step by step. Energy overflowed Luca, and the spirit of creativity did not give him rest. The unbearable desire to return to the workshop and improve a few more swords flared up with new force. It was at this moment that he remembered. Sakura had asked to make a short sword for her. The boy planned to make a short sword for Sakura. He dreamed of surprising her with an unexpected gift. While working on the product, it would be possible to slightly change the ratio of ores to achieve the perfect balance. Thoughts about the future creation completely captured Luke. However, an unexpected voice brought him out of his thoughts. Two knights in heavy armor approached the boy and asked if he was from White Wolf Grove. It turned out they had something to discuss with him. Luke froze in confusion, not taking his eyes off them in surprise. In armor that shimmered in the sun, the knight introduced himself as a warrior of the Order of the Silver Wings. With reserved caution, Luke nevertheless greeted the strangers, hiding his wariness. His thoughts were swarming with questions. What did they need from him and why had they appeared now? One of the knights was irritated by his ignorance. He declared that there was irrefutable evidence against the boy. In terms of his importance, this knight was lower than the suspect himself, but Luke never understood what was being said. The knight called the boy a worthless criminal and grabbed him by the collar. This unexpected scene greatly embarrassed Luke. However, the harsh mood of Garnet's knight was quickly extinguished by the intervention of another knight, because no one wanted a distorted truth. Felix reminded Garnet who was in command, and had every right to report Lord Carmine for his disobedience. With these words, the evening finally settled down, and peace returned. Felix did not hesitate to apologize to the boy for Garnet's rude behavior. Taking off his helmet, the knight revealed his face to Luke and gave his name, Felix, the Order's deputy commander. In a serious tone, he announced that he had a matter of utmost importance with him. Luca wondered what would happen if he refused to talk. Another night visitor had ominously warned him that he would treat any resistance accordingly. The realization of the precarious situation pierced Luca. Still, it would be better to continue this conversation in the shop. There was less chance of attracting unnecessary glances. With anxiety in her eyes, Sylvia approached the hatch. She was worried about what had happened, because Luca himself was confused and could not give any explanation. He wanted to turn to the knights to ask them, but they were silent, not answering his question. So Luca focused on calming the worried girl. Sensing that the atmosphere remained tense, the girl dared to approach and speak to them. After that, Sylvia quickly rushed to her mother to warn her. The knights were not at all concerned that the girl was listening to their conversation. All that was left for Sylvia was to simply agree to become his official witness. At the same time, Felix immediately noted how much the girl was worried about Luca. Time passed, and finally fate brought them to the room. One of the knights stubbornly stood with his chest blocking the entrance. Felix meanwhile reported that they had learned about the incident that had occurred in the dungeon. So Luke was now expected to give a detailed description of each member of the Falcon Heroes squad. The story begins with Luke. The Falcon has always been incredibly self-confident. Whenever his pride got him into trouble, he would call upon his entire arsenal of skills to correct every mistake. Julia is a knight of the Falcons, a faithful friend since childhood, and at the same time a lover. The wishes of her lover were law for her, and no request went unnoticed. Only when it came to other women did stubborn disagreement arise. The snow-white sorceress was named Blanca. It was her witty, and, as always, a little provocative idea, to pick up Luke in her arms and lure him, that caused the whole company to erupt in cheerful chaos. This blonde girl knew how to masterfully drive people crazy, driving them crazy with just one word or look. Embarrassed, Luke admitted that he could not find the words to speak about the last member of the squad. There were no arguments with the black sorceress, and the white sorceress was so quiet and inconspicuous that it was difficult for him to even find the words to describe her nature. The knight's questions about the members of the hero squad really interested the boy. Why do they need it? Without wasting time, Felix voiced the truth. Falcon and his comrades had disappeared without a trace. The Order of the Silver Wings began its own investigation, trying to find out where the heroes had gone. Guy had no idea what had happened. When he arrived at the guild, he reported that his team was probably still in the dungeon. However, for the Night's Watch, it was Guy's exit from the dungeon without his group that became the reason for accusing him of betrayal. The minister, who supported Falcon as a hero, was convinced that Falcon's death was the result of Luke's betrayal of the White Wolf. That was why the knights were interrogating him now. Hearing this, the boy was simply speechless with shock. The girl was struck by the absurdity of the scene. It was hard to imagine that Luke would behave in such a way. Felix, meanwhile, tried to calm Sylvia. The ministers concluded that this boy had appropriated the hero's weapon, so they ordered him to find the legendary sword of Dragon Slayer. At that moment, Luke recognized a familiar face among the visitors. Now it became clear where they had gotten such huge sums. The matter concerned a political commission. In the end, the ministerial arguments turned out to be lies. However, the knights quickly encountered a new threat. Mithril was used in the sword bow. Mithril is a precious metal with properties that are surprisingly reminiscent of magic. To mine it, special permission from the royal palace is required. Without permission, the perpetrator could, in the worst case, be killed. Sylvia was speechless with surprise, but she immediately noticed. The boy had restored the sword using ore hewn directly from the walls of the dungeon. It seemed that the caves were indeed partly made of the same rock. The creation of the mithril weapon was an accident, and Luke would not be held responsible for it. After all, if someone had actually forged the sword from ore mined from the walls of the dungeon, no living soul would have guessed that mithril was hidden in this cave. To prove his innocence, Luke must destroy the dungeon walls right in front of the knights. The boy agreed without hesitation. It was important for him to get rid of any suspicions. The unexpected accusation of betrayal of the hero frankly embarrassed Luke. But in fact, only ministers held such suspicions. The difference between him and Falcon was too obvious. The abilities of both left no room for doubt. After all, Falcon was an A rank and possessed numerous skills, while Luke barely reached an E rank and could boast only one ability. The boy noticed that Garnet's gaze left no doubt about his guilt, but it later turned out that those who did not accept the illegal use of mithril were present that night. This was what made Garnet treat Luca so coldly and harshly. Then the knights announced that they would take him to the dungeon, where he would have to extract ore from the walls. Garnet was already greeting Luke with a friendly smile. Icy surprise held the young man for a moment. After all, this night was not like the usual one, and that was what made the boy's kindness even more suspicious to him. Garnet squeezed his hand tightly after a warm handshake, making his opponent scream in pain. A hot wave of pain from the tight grip swept through the young man's hand. The actions of that night were already beginning to irritate Luke. Garnet's gaze still suspected the boy of guilt. At that moment, Sakura unexpectedly joined the conversation. The girl reminded him in a quiet voice that Felix had allowed her to join the company. Luca assured Sakura that everything was fine and sincerely apologized for the fact that the girl had to be his guard and guide at the same time. Meanwhile, Sakura was only happy to be able to help. Garnet, with a sly smile, noticed that the reason for everything was the boy's low rank. Calm and composed, Felix tried to calm Garnet's irritation. Their conversation on this subject had already taken place, and now, if the knight continued to bring such tension, Felix promised to inform Lord Carmine of everything. Garnet could not help but consider the seriousness of his intentions. All she could do was sigh heavily and accept the warning. Garnet was surprised when Luke managed to guess that Carmine was his older brother. However, An even greater surprise awaited Luke when he noticed how Garnet inadvertently said the name of Carmine's brother. After all, in their detachment, it is the vice commander who reports to the commander. The knight himself was surprised by his own attention to seemingly insignificant details. Luke, accustomed to surveying the situation with his eyes, was not confused. After all, the experience of rank E taught him to instantly notice important details. He didn't have to wait long. The familiar man announced in a decisive tone that the deputy commander was about to move inside the cave. As they traveled, their gaze fell on the remains of a dragon towering nearby. It was hard to imagine how anyone could have missed such a huge creature in these parts. There was no limit to their amazement. With a sly smile, Luca noticed that Garnet had donned heavy armor this time. The thought flashed through his mind. He must be terrified of dragons. However, as soon as this thought occurred, the captain angrily objected. There was no place for fear here. A nauseated Luca, filled with rage, threw Garnet. There is no need to worry. There is no rumor about the appearance of another dragon. The boy's words only fueled Garnet's anger. Luca's indifference did not affect her at all. No tension of the moment hung in the air, forcing the rest of the group to look at each other in confusion. A whole group of knights and their followers soon gathered at the entrance to the dungeon known as the Thousand-Year Path to Hell. The researchers quickly realized that this dungeon was closely intertwined with other hiding places. There was no choice but to go even deeper to solve all the mysteries of the lower levels. At that moment, near the stairs, Luca noticed one of the walls and pointed to it with his hand. It was the ore from this wall that was taken to restore weapons. At first glance, it was difficult to distinguish it from ordinary stone. Felix noted that if these walls belonged to a dungeon, they would be almost impossible to destroy. That was why he invited Garnet to deal with it. With a smile on her lips, Garnet informed Luke, "If you are capable of destroying this wall, then you are only talking nonsense." However, this did not move the young man in the least. He only remained coolly calm. Garnet, clad in shining armor, swiftly charged towards the required wall, simultaneously activating his special skill. He swung his foot and tried to smash the dungeon wall with a kick. However, despite the force with which he struck, the wall remained unbreakable, not giving in to a single crack. From the outside, the ore of this wall only resembled ordinary stone, but behind the inconspicuous shell was a dense metal core. Even a true hero would not be able to break through such a barrier. In this matter, Luke's help was indispensable. Memories of the most terrible month of his life came flooding back to the black-eyed boy with renewed force. An irresistible desire arose to break through the wall and find himself home as soon as possible. At that moment, Luke activated his skill. The next moment, strange changes began to occur in one of the sections of the wall. A deep mark appeared in the massive wall of the dungeon, a trace of the tireless strength of the boy who did not stop, continuing to develop his skill. Delight and amazement filled the hearts of those present. The young man effortlessly shattered part of the wall. In a moment, in one place, the stonework simply crumbled to dust. Then Luke began to combine the ore with his sword. The blade soon absorbed the properties of the ore extracted from the wall. Luca continued the story, explaining that this was how he created the sword that was able to defeat the dragon. He had no idea about the nature of this mysterious material. Felix instructed Bradford to collect the ore fragments from this wall. Then his friend asked Luke to break the wall a second time in several places. Such a task caused the boy dissatisfaction. Lucas noted that he didn't want to go into detail, but it was not known what the individual walls were made of. So, to avoid taking any risks, it was necessary to take samples from several different areas. Staring intently at Luke, Garnet decided that he was overcome with fear, and immediately switched to mockery. But the weight of the bitter memories associated with this place literally shackled the boy hand and foot. Everyone perfectly understood Luke's hesitation, but despite this, they were impatiently waiting for decisive action from him. It took some time before they managed to gather a few bags of precious materials. Luke breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to get out of that gloomy, suffocating darkness. Stunned, Garnet wondered how this boy had managed to survive in such a place for 2 weeks. But Luke had no choice but to find a way out of this trap. The knights had to take the materials they had received and study them carefully. Felix warned Luke that it might take some time, but promised to let him know as soon as the results were available. Luke thanked him sincerely for his attention. Suddenly, a voice called out to Felix. With a smile, Sakura offered to take home the remains of the dragon, a wonderful souvenir for brave knights. But Garnet was indifferent to such trifles. The only desire that filled the warrior's heart was to return home as soon as possible. Luke's question about whether he could remember the way back only irritated Garnet. The boy's patience was fading. He wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. But the next moment, the night was split by the mighty appearance of the giant Claude Poe. With indescribable amazement, Lucas watched the lightning-fast unfolding of events. The young man froze in place, unable to move a step. The fragments of the knight armor fell heavily to the ground, forming a bizarre pattern of broken metal around him. Suddenly, a giant dragon emerged from the shadows, its presence filling the space around it. High above them in the night sky, several more winged giants circled. The dragon's loud roar echoed through the area, echoing off the rocks. Luke's gaze fell on the fallen body of the knight, and horror was shattered by the cry with which he called to Garnet. The space was filled with piercing screams, merging with a deafening roar. The unexpected emerged on the surface of reality. Wyverns appeared in the dungeon. A wave of panic instantly swept over people. One by one they rushed to flee, realizing that they were powerless to resist these creatures. Felix had barely shouted to his subordinate Bradford when he instantly responded, and without delay began to use his ability. A moment later, long chains shot out of the darkness, instantly entangling the three wyverns, binding them and preventing them from moving. The chains, which had escaped Bradford's control, rushed forward and instantly threw the wyvern to the ground. Luke was mesmerized by the sight. With one powerful skill, this man dealt with several monsters at once. And while everyone was still recovering, Sakura suddenly flew into the air. The dark-haired girl quickly landed directly on the wyvern's back. Sensing an unwanted rider, the monster immediately jumped up and tried to throw the stranger off. However, before she could even blink, the sharp katana, snatched from the girl's sheath, had already cut through the air like lightning, aimed straight at the enemy. Having eliminated one wave of enemies, Sakura quickly flew towards the next monster. With two powerful blows, she crushed the second enemy. As she flew to the ground, the girl barely had time to notice another danger. A powerful shadow loomed behind her. A giant wyvern was waiting menacingly, like the next predator on the hunt. Alarmed, Luke called out, trying to warn of the threat. The wyvern's mouth was already wide open, ready to unleash a stream of fire at the girl. However, in a moment, Felix appeared next to Sakura. Placing his hand on the ground, the boy instantly managed to raise a protective barrier around them. With gratitude in her voice, Sakura expressed her gratitude to Felix. She felt that she owed him a debt. Felix had already noticed. This Igriverna was strikingly different from the rest, because she could breathe out flames. So now Felix and Bradford would take on the support, and Sakura would deliver the decisive blow that would stop the monster. Having decided on this strategy to fight the dragon, Felix ordered Luke to move away, to a safe place. The boy unquestioningly carried out this order. Helplessness and despair tightly squeezed Luke's heart. Even despite the progress in skill, it did not bring the desired benefit in battle. He tried to use every chance and do everything possible here and now. He resolutely approached Garnet. Night had lost a lot of blood, but she was still alive. Luke carefully lifted the wounded Garnet from the ground, turning her bloodless body over. Horror gripped the boy when he saw. The brutal wounds had disfigured not only Garnet's body, but also her face. Thoughts raced. Wouldn't it be too late to help the knight? If they distracted themselves from the mutilated armor and focused on healing their bodies. Suddenly, flames flared up all around them. A furious stream of fire rushed straight toward them. Horror gripped Luke as he realized that it was the dragon's breath that was rapidly covering them. If they stayed where they were, they would be caught in the crossfire. It was clear to him at once that even if he managed to dodge, Garnet would be hurt. The desperate situation dragged on like a quagmire. And then, suddenly, a decision flashed in his eyes. An idea came to mind, and he immediately rushed into action. Having directed his ability to the ore from the dungeon, some of which he has already combined with the sword, the young man chooses earth as a substitute and begins to use the skill. The next moment, a protective shield is formed from all available materials, reliably protecting against the dragon's burning breath. Left alone because of his own helplessness, the boy could not shake off the heavy feeling of guilt. Involuntarily the thought crept in. What would it be like to turn away from someone who was on the verge of death? The protection of the materials began to gradually disappear. Despite the fact that this was the first time he had encountered such a task, the guy was satisfied with his results. It was time to test the acquired skill in practice. Using his repair skill, Big Eye quickly brought Garnet back to consciousness. He was hopeful that the girl would apologize for her behavior later. Gradually, all traces of the knight's adventures began to disappear from her body. The knight had finally healed from all its wounds, plunging into peace and silence. Joy filled the boy with relief and delight. But at that moment, when his thoughts were least cautious, an unexpected discovery struck him. It turned out that Garnet was actually a girl. The sight stunned Luke. All signs pointed to Garnet as a girl. Meanwhile, the stranger began to regain consciousness. Opening her eyes, she immediately exclaimed about the dragon. Garnet was filled with the desire to crush the monster, but his legs were trembling treacherously after the recent incident. Luke excitedly reminded him that the girl was strictly forbidden to move at the moment. Her wounds had only recently healed, and he had not yet managed to regain his strength. The darkness realized she had recently been injured. Garnet raised her hand to the place where the wound had been felt until recently. However, she came across something that it would be better for outsiders not to notice. Luke awkwardly looked away, visibly confused. The forest was filled with Garnet's confused exclamation. The girl's face flushed with blush. Both shame and embarrassment covered her in a wave. The realization that the boy had witnessed everything made her heart beat out of rhythm. However, for Luke, the situation remained incomprehensible. Even not suspecting that he was actually a girl, he was powerless to change anything. With a smile, Luke suggested that the girl put the upper part of the armor back in place. The confusion had not yet left her after the recent events, but, hesitating a little, she turned away from the boy. Activating the repair skill, the boy set about mending the armor. The name Garnet had long seemed to Luke to be quite universal, for both men and women. However, he could not even imagine that a female figure was hidden under the massive plates of protection. Soon, Garnet's armor shone again, as if freshly forged, and all that remained was to wait for the battle with the dragon to end. Meanwhile, Sakura and her companions completely defeated the mighty monster. Although Garnet's excitement had subsided, a slight uneasiness from what had happened still smoldered in her soul. The girl couldn't understand why Luke hadn't asked her about the reasons for her disguised gender. At the same time, the guy understood perfectly well that she was unlikely to dare to share it, so he wasn't going to insist or extract answers from her. The boy's words stunned the girl. A loud exclamation escaped her lips, addressing the boy. Luca cast a bewildered look at her, but despite his lack of understanding, he still responded to her call. Bowing her head, Garnet silently asked for forgiveness from the boy. The realization of her own harshness, which she had recently admitted, weighed on her soul. Luke decided that such behavior was caused by suspicion on Garnet's part, that he was involved in the smuggling of mithril. Not hiding his surprise, the girl accepted this idea with astonishment. In an instant, it was clear. Felix had told the whole story. Garnet added that she wasn't going to make excuses. If her mother found out she was still clinging to her pride, she would no doubt give her a beating. Bowing her head low again, Garnet sincerely thanked the young man for the healing. If it weren't for him, she would have been dead a long time ago. The girl's frankness stunned Luke. Such sincerity is rare. The young man decided that he had done everything necessary. Moreover, something had already been revealed to him that he should never have seen. The girl, catching the last echo of his words, froze for a moment, slightly changing her posture. Suddenly, with a sudden outburst of anger, the young blonde grabbed at his clothes, as if trying to erase from the young man's memory everything he had seen. Luke was speechless from the unexpected captivity of her strong hands. Although it seemed that he was talking about some kind of convention, in reality, he only meant her beauty. Suddenly, a deafening, startling echo swept through the depths of the dungeon, making Luke freeze for a moment. It dawned on him that their comrades had already dealt with the terrifying dragon, and Garnet's ruby eyes flared with anger. She had never managed to avenge the monster for her own wounds. Meanwhile, both of them hurried to reunite with their group. The outstretched hand of the black-haired boy caught Garnet by surprise. Confusion shrouded her in indecision, and for a moment time seemed to stand still. However, Lucas gave the girl an encouraging push, silently urging her to make her choice. The girl did not wait for help, but deftly got up on her own, refusing the outstretched hand. She made it clear that she was doing just fine without outside support. Suddenly, Luke realized he was facing an insult that she had decided not to hide. Luke was worried that the girl might encounter others in this state. Her helmet had disappeared somewhere, but fortunately the situation remained under control. Felix and Bradford had already seen the girl's face, but neither had ever guessed her true identity. The foolish, ancient legacy of the Order allowed only men to enter, so her secret was bound to remain undiscovered. Luke remembered the moment when Felix had addressed Garnet as a man. That was the reason she was still certain that Garnet was the commander's younger brother. The secret was a tight grip on Luke's tongue, because he couldn't tell anyone about it. An unexpected insight struck the boy. The girl must have a really good reason to join the Order. For this reason, she even resorted to deception, hiding her true gender. The restless curiosity was not giving rest, although it did not concern him at all. Suddenly Luke noticed that Garnet had stopped abruptly. Coming closer, the man saw how the girl silently pointed to the side. There was genuine surprise in her gaze. A deep chasm suddenly opened up before him on a high elevation. The boy had not noticed any suspicious signs on the way to this place. Everything was explained by the numerous shoots of ivy, a durable carpet that had overgrown the dangerous hole in their path. There is a tense silence, a silent moment when it is scary to even breathe. Everyone realizes how serious everything is. There is a feeling that while they were going deeper into the cave, something huge and dangerous could have burst out. The girl was seized by a disturbing premonition. Something truly terrible could emerge from this abyss. It was probably from this opening in the sunny forest that the dragon had climbed out. The guild seemed to have completely overlooked this dangerous place. Suddenly, it dawned on them that they needed to warn the guild about this danger. But at that very moment, the boy and girl noticed how the hole suddenly began to shrink. The typical dungeon trap worked flawlessly. Coming across a similar mechanism here, it was not difficult to guess that the dragon itself was a component of this trap. In the young man's imagination, a mysterious puppeteer emerged, controlling the terrifying creature from behind the scenes. If the assumption is correct, there must be a lever hidden somewhere that triggers the trap. Suddenly, a loud call rang out around them. Garnet called out to Luca. The girl told Luca about the man lying at the bottom near the rise. Realizing that it was too far for her, the guy rushed there himself without hesitation. Having reached the foot of the rise, Luca eagerly examined the girl's condition. He was worried about her well-being, and suddenly it became obvious that she was still conscious. But as soon as the boy looked closely at the girl, genuine astonishment seized him. As it turned out, standing before him was a familiar magician named Noir, a member of the famous heroic squadron, Falcon. Luke could not help but ask what had happened to that girl. In response, tears glistened in Noir's eyes. The dark-haired girl rushed towards the boy, unable to hold back her loud sobs. Luca apologized with tears, sincerely reproaching herself for what she had done. The girl was forgiven, but the boy was eager to know what had happened to her. Without delay, she reported, the rest of the team remained in the dungeon. Suddenly, some alien force petrified her lips. At this time, Noir let out a terrible scream. Pain seized him unexpectedly. Noir's memory flashed back to that ominous moment when the dark curse had been placed upon her. She remembered how she had been sternly warned to remain silent if she did not wish to be hurt. From unbearable pain and her own powerlessness, the girl lost consciousness. Slowly approaching, Luke turned his gaze to her unconscious body. It was at this moment that the curse mark on the girl's back alarmingly flared up with new life. No soul could free her from this cruel magical seal. After some time, the black-haired girl gradually came to her senses, and 3 strangers appeared before her gaze. Among them were Felix, Luca, and Sakura. Only Luca was recognized immediately. Their small company had already noticed that Noir had regained consciousness after fainting. Curiosity flared in the dark-haired girl's eyes. She was eager to find out who the stranger was. Felix did not hesitate to answer. A knight of the Order of the Silver Wings. Then he said that he was acting on the orders of the Royal Order, and was investigating the mysterious disappearance of the hero Falcon. That was why he wanted to hear her version of events. Noir fell silent for a moment. A minute passes, and in a weak, barely audible voice the girl confesses that she wants to show them something. Slowly, embarrassedly, she turns away, begins to take off her outerwear. After a while, a mysterious dark mark appears before everyone's eyes, clearly visible on her back. Shock and surprise are reflected on Luke's face. Felix finally realized. Before him was the mark of a demonic curse, about which he had heard in terrible rumors, because there are spells that subjugate the will of people. But this sign apparently forbids the disclosure of certain information. That's what he noticed in the picture. That's why the girl could not share with them what had happened. An unexpected idea flashed through Felix's mind, to suggest that Luke use his abilities to free himself from the curse. Although her betrayal was inexcusable, now was not the time to hold grudges. It was not Luke's time. First, a mysterious abyss appeared in the sunlit forest, and then Miss Noir was found under a curse. So the threat could loom over the city at any moment. Luke had to accept that. Before acting, the boy warned the girl. Luke informed Noir that during the time he had been searching for a way out of the dungeon, his abilities had noticeably increased. Now he was able not only to heal her, but also to destroy her without effort. Hearing this, Numera suddenly turned pale. Determined, Sakura tried to stop the danger emanating from Luke, but suddenly Felix reached out, blocking her path to the boy. All she could do was helplessly watch the events unfold. Horror gripped Noir, her body trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, Luke used his skill, carefully placing his palm on the girl's back. The stigma that adorned her skin slowly began to change, taking on new shapes. But suddenly the mark flashed and reached out with force towards the boy, burning his hand. Luca froze in amazement. What was happening was not governed by an ordinary curse at all. In this horror lived its own will, alive and irrepressible. Felix and Sakura's focused gazes followed every movement. It turned out that the mimic had firmly grasped the boy's hand. Most often such creatures patiently track down their prey, disguising themselves under treasure chests or even entire rooms in dungeons. It was the first time Felix had seen a mimic imitate a curse sign. The realization of the creature's identity didn't even cross Luke's mind. A chilling horror gripped the young man as he saw the mimic greedily trying to suck all the magic out of him. Allowing Tom to do such a thing was an unacceptable thought. Determination flashed in the boy's eyes, and he instantly activated his skill again. Luke's stream of power focused on the hand determined to crush the mimic. The monstrous creature stirred, sensing the inevitable doom that was already looming over it. Gathering all his magical power into a single point, the boy sharply clenched his palm into a fist, and in that instant the monster was finally destroyed. Finally, the cursed mark was destroyed. The exhausted, black-haired girl stretched out helplessly on the bed. True adventurers can only survive when their priorities remain clear and unchanging. Just a moment of inattention or forgetting the main thing, and danger is already raging nearby. Felix and Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, both of them called Noira. An unknown threat is looming over the city, and finding out about it has become their top priority. A priority that outweighs even their thirst for revenge or dark intrigue. Exhausted with impatience, Luke longs for the girl to understand. She must tell them everything, down to the last detail. Noah began her story. The day after the team left Luke, the travelers reached the darkest depths of the dungeon. To advance further, Falcon uttered a cherished word. The next moment, the passage slowly dissolved into the wall. The hero immediately asked Noir to use her magic to make sure the further journey was safe. The girl instantly fulfilled his request. Their gaze opened to an incredibly vast cave. On its outskirts stretched endless mines, where dark elves held dwarves in captivity. The untouched and deserted lands continued to serve as a haven for formidable dragons. Somewhere in the middle of the road they would come across a small town street. It was here that the gray-haired old man they had been searching for so persistently was already waiting for them. 2 months ago, the dwarven leader appealed to the king for help, so the monarch sent Falcon and his squad to investigate. Choosing a path through the wastelands, they hoped to avoid being trapped by the dark elves. Seeing a small door nearby, Yulia immediately realized people had no place here. Sokol tried to open it by entering the password, but in vain. The door did not even move. They had to move on, leaving this mystery behind. The very next day, the group finally reached the dream town. It seemed that only dwarves lived there. With the help of an invisibility spell that Noir uttered, the entire team dissolved into thin air and moved forward silently. A group of people visited the mayor of a small town, and at the entrance they were met by a slender dwarf with snow-white hair. He respectfully greeted the hero named Falcon. All the dwarves had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. But Su, the falcon, full of confidence, informed the dwarven leader that he would deal with the thief without any difficulty. Noir did not hide his surprise at such a bold statement, since they had only been instructed to scout the area, not engage in battle. In the anxious gaze of her sister, Blanca immediately sensed something bad. However, Noir remained silent, not saying a word about her worries. A bad premonition gripped the girl, forcing her to clench her fists in anxiety. Meanwhile, the leader of the dwarves announced that he would lead them through a hidden path to the dark fortress. Night enveloped everything around, swallowing the world in silence. Everyone plunged into the embrace of sleep, when suddenly an unfamiliar roar disturbed the silence. Noir jerked from his sleep. As it turned out, Julia had again arranged fun with Falcon. It is said that their friendship began before the formation of the detachment, but Noir felt great irritation due to their daring antics near the enemy camp, not to mention that they were supposed to storm the Lord's fortress in the morning. The girl clearly felt that their hero was too self-confident. The image of Luke remained in the black-haired girl's memory. He was also concerned about the hero's excessive self-confidence. A terrible shade of guilt and shame enveloped Noir as soon as she remembered her own betrayal of her boyfriend. However, her anxious thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Sister Blanca. It seemed to her that the girl was secretly eavesdropping on everything that was happening between Julia and Falcon. Noir, however, categorically denied it. A clear flash of surprise flashed through her mind. What did Blanca find in Falcon? To Noir, he was nothing more than a self-confident, brazen bitch. No girl, in her opinion, would want to date him. But at least he had talent, unlike that loser Luke. The very name of this guy made Noir shudder with remorse, and Blanca noticed it. The golden-haired witch got up from the bed and went to her sister. With gentle words, she calmed Noir's anxiety, trying to dispel her fears about the boy. And Noir herself understood. She was allowing herself these unreasonable worries in vain. The next day, the majestic fortress of the Dark Elves loomed on the horizon. Falcon and Blanca approached the castle, filled with unwavering confidence in their inevitable victory. Their smiles never left their faces, their steps becoming more and more determined. Having reached the desired entrance, which the old leader of the dwarves had told about, the team gathered their courage. The unceasing desire to find and destroy the evil lord united them even more strongly. They opened the heavy door and took the first step towards danger. A huge rocky rider appeared before them, completely enveloped in darkness. Dark energy guided all his movements. Noir's gaze flashed with horror. His heart told him. Before him was the real Gallop. Meanwhile, the hero Falcon wasted no time. He leaped up with a swift leap, and the sword in his hands flashed like a flash of lightning. With a single powerful blow, he crushed the clay golem. Meanwhile, hordes of golems and dark elves were closing in on them. Falcon's team of heroes were lost in conjecture, not understanding the reasons for this attack. In fact, the old man had not warned them about such a carefully guarded entrance. It turned out that he had deliberately lied. This battle was doomed to failure from the very beginning. Each time after the victory, the number of opposing elves increased. The battle gained momentum, and the fierceness of the clashes only increased. Focusedly picking through the fragments of the sword, Falcon tried to reassemble the weapon, which was falling apart into smaller and smaller pieces over and over again. A picture flashed through Noah's mind. When repairing a destroyed weapon, Luke would always add new raw materials. She was firmly convinced that repairing without fresh materials would only kill the blade's power, gradually destroying it. The girl quickly realized that it was useless for Soko to readjust his weapon every time. The disturbing foreboding only grew stronger, pressing down on her heart with a terrible shadow. Finally, the team entered the throne room. The moment had come when the Dark Elf Flower's decisive hour awaited him. However, the king did not share such confidence. The Dark King Gandalf suddenly appeared before the heroic team. The Lord noted with barely noticeable surprise that such a small detachment had managed to penetrate so deep into his fortress. The king's talkativeness irritated Falcon. In reality, he had only one goal in mind: to defeat the Dark Elf Lord. The displeasure that flared up on King Gandalf's face after the falcon's rudeness left no doubt about his intentions. Rising from his throne, the Lord raised his hand imperiously, signaling the beginning of magical actions. The next moment, the ominous spell rushed towards the hero's team, but Noir cleverly raised a magical protective barrier. The king's attack did not reach its target. The king was hardly upset. A slight smile appeared on his face as his gaze slid to the group of heroes. It was felt that their courage amused the monarch. The falcon hero radiated confidence in the inevitable victory over the Dark Elf Lord. Suddenly, the king's path was blocked by a Dark Elf knight. Turning to the monarch, the swordsman politely asked permission to duel with the hero. The king only nodded slightly in response. Such indifference greatly irritated Falcon. Participating in a battle with a secondary knight did not correspond to his ambitions at all. With a heavy sigh, he raised his sword and resolutely rushed at the Dark Elf. But as soon as his weapon touched the Dark Elf's sword, the irreparable happened. The hero Falcon's blade effortlessly broke in half. Shock gripped the boy. A shadow of horror flashed before his eyes. His face suddenly turned white, like a sheet. Falcon was horrified when he noticed the broken sword in his hands. The mocking smiles of the king's guards pierced the silence. They were amused by his failure, for undoubtedly, fortune had turned away from him today. Dazed and stunned, Falcon froze for a moment, but a final effort burst forth from within. Gathering all his tension and unyielding will, he drew his sharp sword. With a desperate movement, he aimed to deliver a powerful, precise blow towards the hero. At the crucial moment, Julia resolutely rushes forward, shielding Falcon from the blow, finally realizing what has happened. Terror grips Falcon. With a frightened cry, he calls out Julia's name. Frightened to the point of trembling, Falcon presses the girl to the ground, trying to reach her consciousness. Blood gushes from the wound on Julia's body. Each breath becomes more and more difficult for her. Barely holding back her weak voice, she asks the hero to use her sword, gathering the remnants of strength in her gaze. The guardian, with a smug smile, notes the girl's noble deed and kindly announces, the hero is given time to raise his sword. In response to these words, Falcon's gaze flares with rage. The insult to a close friend is not forgotten. There will be no forgiveness. The next moment, a fierce battle breaks out between them. Falcon's attention melted, his muscles instantly weakened, and the sword slipped imperceptibly from his hands, clinking on the floor. At that moment, Gandalf did not let go of his opponent, holding him high above the ground, while all his brothers already lay helpless around him. Gandalf pushes Falcon away with desperate force, confessing his astonishment. To get to them, he had to literally chop the golems to pieces, and also get into a fight with the Northly. The gray-haired wizard turns to the king with a request to allow him to check the newcomers right here, in the hall. Meanwhile, the king picks up the remains of the hilt of the hero's broken sword from the floor, studying this strange find with interest. Looking at the broken sword, Gandalf notices. In the fight against powerful opponents, the blade suffered serious damage, and endless minor repairs only postponed the inevitable. Another battle would finally finish the weapon. During this conversation, Falcon regains consciousness and, overcoming the pain, rises from the ground. In a semi-conscious state, he turns to the king and denies what was said, claiming that it is all a lie. He asks a pointed question. Does he really think that the reason for the defeat is only in the low level? Clenching his fists in rage, the hero challenges Gandalf. Would their victory really depend on that man if he were around? The king dismisses his words with disdain, calling them delusions, and orders Northly to bring the ardent hero immediately. The Falcon tries in vain to resist. A clear realization. If Luke had been here, everything would have been different. Barely opening her eyes, Noir noticed the king reaching out his hand to her, promising to stop only as a warning to the rest. An unexpected sharp pain suddenly tore through her. A wild cry of pain escaped Noir's lips, her body trembling convulsively. She was still conscious. The king sternly ordered her to be silent, warning that if she did not obey, the suffering would become even more unbearable. After all the events, Gandalf left a curse mark on her back, and then locked her up with Julian Blanca. The Falcon did not appear nearby. The jailers threw the prisoners a modest portion of food and left them in a spacious cell, where the walls still echoed with their footsteps for a long time. But despite this, anxiety and powerlessness did not leave the hearts of the girls, and despair only tightened its grip on the souls of each of them. The first of the girls to be taken away was Julia. She was stubborn, unwilling to obey, and loudly demanded that someone finally tell her which dungeon Falcon was being held in. In response, no news. Silence was her only response. As soon as the loneliness of the dungeon became an unavoidable reality for Noir and his sister, those people appeared. They came for the documents. Tears welled up on her cheeks as an unknown force tore her away from her loved one, and Noir remained only a silent witness, forced to see off his sister with powerless eyes as they were taken away. Neither Julia nor Blanca returned, and it was time for Noir. The certainty that the walls of this cell would never be seen again gripped the soul with an iron grip. The knees buckled, and the body sank helplessly to the ground. Darty was ordered to rise and stand on his feet. At a moment when the air was ringing with tension and anticipation of the inevitable, Noir was suddenly seized by a sharp fear. She instinctively closed her eyelids. Everything around her vibrated and swayed, and this unexpected jolt caused the guards to exchange anxious glances. Panic gripped them the moment they heard the strange sound, and without delay, everyone rushed out of the neon to investigate. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the girl decided to run away without looking back. Without a moment's hesitation, Noir took flight, hastily wrapping herself in the remnants of her sorceress aura to escape her pursuers. She tiptoed through the land of dragons until she finally reached the entrance to the upper levels of the dungeon. At the entrance, she was already met by a guard line. Her magical power had completely exhausted itself, so she could no longer disappear from sight. She lacked the strength to break through the ranks of soldiers, and even despair would not have given her a chance. Taking a shaky breath, Noir could barely contain her trembling, and despair gripped her soul so painfully that tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. At that very moment, a gust of wind stirred in the pitch-black silence, and her gaze caught the familiar outlines of a door, the same one they had encountered earlier on their path. It was open. There was no time to think about where this passage led. It was the only chance for salvation. Gathering her last strength, Noir resolutely rushed to climb the steep slope behind the door. Only after a while did a light shine in front of her, towards which she rushed, trying to break out. Finding herself free, despite the unbearable pain and exhaustion, Noir barely managed a weak, almost effortless smile. Finally free, the girl was beaming with happiness. However, pain pierced her entire body, and it seemed that she would end her life here. Her gaze darkened with regret. Had she really not had time to save her sister, for which she quietly, through tears, asked for forgiveness? Almost in despair, she suddenly heard voices through the fog of consciousness, and with an effort opened her eyes. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of her, whom it seemed impossible to see. A quiet sleep envelops Noir. She rests on the bed carefree. Luke admits with confusion. He does not know where to start to figure everything out. Felix immediately suggests asking the king himself for help. Surprise runs across Luke's face. He is surprised that Felix trusted him and does not consider him a threat to Noir. In response, Felix reminds, "It was Luke who saved Garnet, and this speaks for itself." Sylvia quickly approaches the company with a visibly worried face. It seems that she is looking for something. She turns to Luke, asking him to step aside with her for a minute because the matter seems really urgent. The townspeople are in despair, convinced that it is simply impossible to defeat the dragon and save their own lives. Most of them do not want to stay in a city that could be engulfed by disaster at any moment. They are worried about what will happen to their shops if all the travelers leave the city. It seems that since the dragons started their rampage here, the flow of visitors to the hot springs has noticeably decreased. This has hit business hard, and therefore the guild simply has to intervene immediately. Luke enters the hall with Sylvia and Trace, and immediately notices poor Medea surrounded by angry adventurers. Disbelieving looks and tense voices grow around her. Moretta, barely able to hold her own in the midst of this crowd of agitated people, is relieved to see Luke and turns to him for support. The girl's explanation was brief. The dragons are already here, the townspeople are panicking, and the guild leader has disappeared without a trace. Luke is being scolded by the frightened townspeople. For most of the desperate adventurers of Green Gables, whose rank does not exceed E, an encounter with a dragon is not a threat to life, but to death. He promises the townspeople the speedy arrival of reinforcements from the palace, reassuring everyone with words of imminent safety and peace. The confidence in his voice grows, to relieve the people's anxiety and restore their faith in salvation. However, the town's residents ignore his words and ask, what should they do until rescue arrives? Since the danger has not yet receded and the road will take a whole week, a proposal arises to evacuate. However, the store owners are categorically against it. If left without customers even for a few days, they risk losing all their goods. The arguments among the townspeople are getting more and more intense, and Luke quickly realizes that such a quarrel can last for hours. As a resident of Green Gulch, he does not want to see shops destroyed and hatred sown in people's hearts. The intention, which was so reluctant, eventually prevails. The man breaks the general noise with a loud call, demanding attention. The victory of many years of experience rings in his voice. 15 years behind him in the Adventurers Guild, although his rank has not changed yet. During this time, he has managed to get to know a lot of people, and now he plans to turn to them for help. Among the names of prominent heroes are Dustin, who has been through 2 prisons, Roy from the Dangerous Prairies, Travis, a warrior from the Black Blade Ridge, and Theodore Beaufort himself, the legendary Dragon Slayer. Mentioning them, he notes that, without a doubt, these names are already familiar to travelers. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, Sylvia asks Merito who they are. A confident voice answers, standing before her are elite adventurers of the highest rank, A. Over the past 15 years, Luca's path has crossed paths more than once with those who looked down on him. But it was during these years that fate also gave him true friends. Herzog notes that it is important to take care of those who have just joined their ranks. He emphasizes that this is a great opportunity for adventure seekers to meet experienced adventurers, observe their skills, and gain invaluable experience. Lucas points out to Marathi that until reinforcements arrive, it is the experienced adventurers who should guard the 5th level of the dungeon. He asks if the guildmaster has already mentioned this need. With a sly smile, Murita accepts the rules of this game and claims that the guildmaster told her all about it. Lucas adds that she was apparently also told that anyone who shows special initiative and takes on this task will be introduced to experienced, powerful adventurers. Upon hearing these words, many adventurers immediately turn their gazes to Murita, expressing their desire to join the quest. Relief is reflected on Lukov's face, and he sighs softly. Tired, he sinks into the nearest chair. Sylvia hands him a glass of water and, smiling, notices that he must be quite tired. She responds to his words of gratitude with slight anxiety, saying that she has never seen him like this before. Is everything okay? Luca takes a leisurely sip of water and asks if his anxiety is that noticeable. He admits that he would rather avoid having to ask those adventurers for help if the opportunity arises. Sylvia eagerly inquires about the reason for his reluctance. He explains that this involves relying on old acquaintances who have managed to achieve success. Their own fate is a continuous chain of defeats, so it is unlikely that for them he is anything other than a burdensome memory from the past that does not give them peace. Sylvia's gaze is full of understanding. With a slight smile, she notes that despite everything, their need for him remains undeniable. Perhaps at first glance his actions seem insignificant, but in reality they have great significance for her, and are of special value to everyone around her. That is why thinking of himself as a failure is a futile thing. Pride in himself is completely justified, because the inhabitants of the city sincerely respect and appreciate him. Thinking back, Luke feels like he's at a dead end. He remembers how he interrupted his journey to start a new business, opening a gun shop. It still seems as if the burden of the past prevents him from moving forward and regaining strength for the battle. But at the same time, the fire of adventure does not subside in his heart, calling him further. The choice between these two paths has become inevitable, but it is then that Sylvia assures him. It is not necessary to make a decision right now. The Green Hollow has long been considered a haven for those burdened by the burden of worries. However, one should remember, no miracles will happen, just get here. Locals do not solve other people's problems and do not tell you where to go next. At the same time, Sylvia notes, many people visit this place and then return home with joy. Luca points out that there is definitely some magic involved. However, Sylvia firmly denies that there is any magic involved. Instead, she says that if you can no longer move forward, it is time to pause. With a smile on his lips, he remarks, this way he will be able to look at everything from a different perspective and perhaps even find the answer. After thanking Sylvia, Luke notices that her smile brings relief and lifts his spirits. An idea appears in his mind. Sometimes it's worth allowing yourself a break. At that moment, someone's voice knocks him out of his train of thought. Several adventurers immediately approached him, expressing their sincere gratitude for his help. The shopkeeper himself, clasping his hands in excitement, admitted that he could not remain aloof, although his heart trembled with fear for his poor shop. Suddenly, a whole crowd of adventurers runs up to the hero. All of them lively bombard him with questions about the mysterious A-rank adventurers he mentioned earlier. Smiling, Sylvia chuckles softly, noticing that Luke has a lot of admirers around him. He just wants everyone to calm down a bit. The moment doesn't allow for deep thought. Right now, his whole being is focused on doing everything possible for Green Ravine and its inhabitants. Looking at the crowd that had gathered in the shop this morning, Sylvia notes with surprise. She didn't expect so many people to come, especially considering the recent events in the guild, when many willing people signed up as volunteers. And now everyone is rushing to buy weapons for themselves. Sharing the chores with Sylvia, Luke and Sakura tirelessly help out in the store. Luke, while carrying another box, apologizes to Sakura for the unnecessary trouble. However, the girl only smiles and assures her that she can handle it, so they should not hesitate to count on their support. Luke realizes that even with the combined efforts of the 3 employees, the task is impossible. A disturbing thought keeps coming to mind. If this work continues, the store could quickly find itself on the verge of bankruptcy. Just as he was about to put the box on the shelf, Luke heard a familiar voice behind him. An old friend suddenly appeared, cheerfully announcing that it seemed like Luke's new business was going great. Turning around sharply, Luke suddenly notices in front of him the person he least expected to meet here. Standing at the very entrance to the shop in full battle gear was a familiar figure, Garnet. The shining plate armor and helmet that completely hid her face only increased the mystery of this unexpected appearance. Luke notices with irritation that she is allowing herself to take a break from work. He doesn't have time to chat with her either. In response, the girl indignantly assures him that she doesn't have any more free time. It's just that Felix himself forced her to take a day off. He's too worried that something will happen to the commander's relative. So she had to come to Luke to talk it out. Striking at Garnet's elderly grace, Luke asks if she's feeling okay and has finally recovered. In response to his concern, Garnet assures him with a smile. She's definitely fully recovered a long time ago. Without wasting time, he tells her that she can help then. Suddenly, he puts a large box in her hands and asks her to spread the contents on one of the shelves. Granat, stunned and dissatisfied, mechanically accepts the burden, muttering through her teeth that the box probably weighs more than a ton. She is suddenly indignant. She is being forced to work, even though she herself did not want to. Meanwhile, Luke explains that they are short of hands right now, and that the sooner they serve the customers, the sooner they will have time to talk. Sakura does not hesitate at Luke's words. She confirms everything with seriousness. Sylvia asks Garnet to look at the long line of customers lined up at the counter. Lucas is the one serving her right now, so he never gets a break. And this is the best proof of her words. Finally, Garnet agrees to help. At this moment, Luca announces, as soon as she copes with this box, she will have to take on the next ones. Sakura enthusiastically joins the conversation, cheerfully asks the girl to help her later. Having completed the assigned task, Garnet, with an irritated chuckle, asked if there was still an opportunity for her to join the union. Relieved, Silver sincerely thanks Garnet for coming to his aid. Without another man in the store, it would have been impossible to handle such a heavy load. Confused, Luke at first doesn't understand which man he's talking about. Before he can even open his mouth, Luke gets a hard elbow in the stomach. Garnet doesn't let him blurt out anything unnecessary. Quickly understanding the hint, Luke agrees with Sylvia and assures her that she said everything absolutely correctly. Finally, when the workload has noticeably decreased, Sylvia receives an offer to take a break. She skillfully assures Luke that together with Sakura she will perfectly cope with whatever is left. Noticing her determination, Luke finally agrees. Back at Garnet, Luke tells her that he finally has a moment to talk, a moment that Garnet has come here for. Her voice is filled with relief, but there is a distinct hint of irritation at the long-expected pause. Finally, Garnet dares to remove her helmet. Her cheeks are covered with a delicate blush, and large beads of sweat run down her face. Sighing and complaining about the heat, Garnet looks exhausted, and in that moment Luke suddenly realizes that he has completely forgotten about the stifling heat. Of all the others, only Luke has a secret. Under the stern facade of military endurance, Garnet actually hides a feminine essence. It is this thought, almost lost in the whirlwind of events, that suddenly emerges in Luke's mind, making him feel confused and blush. Suddenly, the boy catches the moment when Garnet takes off the upper part of his armor, and Luke is amazed and cannot understand what is happening before his eyes. Shyly, he closes his eyelids and wonders why she didn't change before coming in. At this, Garnet smiles and assures him that he has no intention of changing his clothes, but simply asks to look at something. Having said this, he carefully grabs the thin fabric of the t-shirt and rips it open in one motion, revealing a small area on the chest, and, quite embarrassed, shows it to Luke. Luke is surprised when he looks closely at the exposed area of the body, but does not notice any changes there. He suggests that Garnet made some mistake during its restoration. However, Garnet, on the contrary, assures everything was done flawlessly, and it is precisely in this perfection that her trouble lies. Such words amaze Luke. Deeply shocked, Luke receives an unexpected request from Garnet to restore the marks on her body that he erased thanks to his ability. A moment of hesitation, and a guess flashed through his mind. Maybe she means the scars from the dragon attack. However, he quickly realizes that Garnet would definitely not want to restore such a serious wound. Garnet said that before the dragon's attack, her chest was covered with scars, but Luke's skill seemed to erase them without a trace. That's why the girl wanted to know if he could turn it all back. Luke thoughtfully replied that he would first want to find out something. From a theoretical point of view, it was possible, but he was not completely sure. Hearing a hint about the possibility of getting those scars back, Garnet quickly approaches the embarrassed boy. With firm determination and polite persistence, she asks him to try it on her. It is easy to read the unyielding seriousness of her intentions in her eyes. Deeply moved by the girl's request, Luke turns away from her and bitterly admits that there is nothing left for him. In his eyes, this moment should probably be a demonstration of courage or something similar for Garnet. At first, she cannot grasp the meaning of his words, but after a while she timidly agrees. Analyzing his friend's expression, Luke realizes that Garnet doesn't seem to want to discuss the subject. So he gently redirects the conversation, suggesting that she try the method again. Luke asks Garnet to remember the exact moment she received the wound, and to focus on that feeling. Luca shares a secret with her. His repair skills allowed him to restore things based on their original memories. So, he turns to Garnet with a request. If she can recall in her memory what caused this wound, the chances of success will increase. Luca is finally ready to begin. He carefully places his hand on the girl's chest, exactly where the mysterious mark should be. Garnet, her eyes closed in concentration, carefully follows each instruction. And suddenly, a vision flashes before Luca's eyes. Everything around is engulfed in a bright flame that blinds the eyes. Her labored breathing and panicked gaze betray her fatigue and fear as the woman rushes forward, holding the tiny girl's hand tightly. She leads the child in a hurry, weaving through the insatiable flames that are closing in on them from all sides. Suddenly, a mighty pillar collapses right in front of them, blocking the only clear path. Suddenly, a stranger appears before them. His face is drowned in fiery shadows, and only his hands stand out from the darkness, tightly gripping a sword with a shiny, sharp blade. The girl, frozen in horror, cannot take her eyes off this stranger with the weapon. A moment later, the mother bends down, holding her daughter to her chest in a protective embrace. The girl, seeing the figure of a man behind her mother, freezes in fear, and then a sharp blade pierces her mother's back. The barely perceptible touch of the man's hand makes the girl shudder. Huddled in horror, she, in tears, calls for her mother, while burgundy stains spread across her dress, mixing with hot tears. Slowly opening his eyes after what he had experienced, Luke first looks into the familiar room, and then at Garnet, who stands before him. Just under the girl's collarbone, a thin scar has appeared, like a barely noticeable mark of fate. Luke says with relief that it seems everything worked out, staring intently at her own chest. Garnet notices the familiar scar that has appeared under the rays of the smile. Smiles's face is filled with joy as she proclaims with admiration that thanks to Luke, everything was done flawlessly, because the scar looked exactly as it did before, until it disappeared completely. Luca, unlike the others, looks alarmed, not joyful. His thoughts are filled with anxiety. What kind of visions have opened before his eyes now? Perhaps this is just a strange side effect of the analysis that allowed him to access his memories. So presumably, that woman was her mother. Garnet, thinking about what she saw, quietly says that she remembered something important. Garnet tells Luke that she has news for him from Felix. She explains that a decision has been made regarding his future, and adds that Felix is waiting for Luke at the guild as soon as he closes up shop. This development leaves Luke quite stunned. With a sigh of annoyance, Luke remarks that Garnet should have started the conversation with that. Garnet snaps back that it doesn't matter, because she said it anyway. She adds that she remembered something else. Luke, barely able to contain his irritation, wonders what else she has in mind. Garnet puts on her armor, clutching her helmet in her hands, and to Luke's surprise, suddenly thanks him sincerely, beaming with an open smile. The words of gratitude pleasantly surprise the guy. He expected the girl to explode with indignation due to excessive curiosity in her affairs. However, her joy is now real and the main thing for Luke. The next day, on Garnet's advice, Luke arrived at the guild at Felix's invitation. He was met there and led to a room where Felix and his entourage were already waiting. Once inside, Luke asked why he needed his name. In response, Felix politely apologized for calling him. According to Luke, Garnet conveyed the main idea to him. The royal palace managed to make a decision in less than 3 days. Felix immediately corrects him, noting that the palace actually decided in just 1 day. Such speed makes Luke wonder, what is the meaning behind this? Silently, instead of answering, Felix carefully places a letter on the table in an envelope, sealed with a wax seal bearing the coat of arms of the royal palace. When Luca notices the royal palace coat of arms on the envelope, he is surprised and asks why there is so much attention. In response, Felix explains that the king himself will make a decision in a week, and this document is nothing more than an official letter with detailed instructions. A sudden wave of anxiety sweeps over Luke. He certainly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Of course, the rules required the king's permission to mine mithril, or create weapons and armor from it. But the idea of a mandatory audience had never even crossed his mind. It was at this moment that Felix seemed to be preparing to open up with new news. With a barely noticeable change in his face, Felix seriously informs Luke of an urgent order from His Majesty. Looking at the drawing given by Felix, Luke studies the drawing intently. A sword is drawn on the paper, firmly pressed into the stone, and behind it is another block covered with mysterious inscriptions. Carefully studying the drawings, Luke realized that the ruler wanted a sword that no one could ever snatch from its pedestal. The monarch's strange trick caused him dissatisfaction. After all, such a senseless task, in his opinion, had been entrusted to him immediately after the audience. There's an irony in the way he's tasked with something so complex and yet so meaningless. For Luke, the work becomes just a small distraction from his daily routine. Right in the yard, perched on a small stump, Lucas suddenly hears Garnet land behind him with a thud. "Wow, I almost missed," the guest jokes. There's no response, but Lucas's body gives it away. His hands tremble, and a wave of sudden fear runs through his entire body. Luca confesses to Garnet that he understands perfectly well that following him is not the most interesting thing to do. However, the boy does not lose hope and asks at least not to destroy his shops. Garnet is by his side like a shadow. For several weeks before the audience, the Knights of the Order of the Silver Wings have been taking turns closely watching Luca, not leaving him unattended. With vague displeasure, Garnet remarks, "If you just sit around doing nothing, you'll eventually get weak." Sakura apologizes to Luke, explaining that it was she who offered to help with the training. Garnet, leaning over with interest, carefully examines the drawing with the task that Luke received. The realization comes suddenly. The presence of these two does not disrupt the course of his day at all. A slight blush colors Luke's cheeks as the girl approaches very close. He agrees with her words and assures her that he will immediately begin to fulfill the order. After all, he understands perfectly well that in her presence the hustle and bustle around is gaining momentum. Curious, Garnet asks how he could pull this off. Sakura, blushing after a short training session, also listens attentively. After all, it's usually not allowed to remove a sword from its pedestal. To this, Luke declares with a smile, "It's enough to simply merge the blade with the pedestal itself." To impress the girls, the guy demonstrates the execution of the order. He takes a stone and a knife, skillfully plunges the blade into a hard surface, breaking both objects into their components, and then combines them again into a new form. Thus, a sword appears, which seems unattainable to others. Trying to pull out the sword, Sakura is forced to admit it's useless. The blade is stuck firmly. Garnet is genuinely surprised that the ability to repair can give such a result, and Luke explains, he stopped the fusion halfway, so the stone and the knife turned into an inseparable whole. Garnet notes that not everyone would dare to immediately get down to business before meeting His Majesty, and then asks if Lucas is by any chance worried. He does not hide that he is completely overwhelmed with excitement. At the same time, he admits that it is work that allows you to at least distract yourself a little and give yourself a break from the tension. Sakura turns to Luke and Garnet with an interested look, cautiously asking what kind of person their king is. After this question, Luke suddenly realizes Sakura came from far away, from the east, so perhaps she really knows little about the ruler of this country. Garnet says that over the past 20 years, King Alfred has managed to unite most of the western lands, and his power continues to grow, spreading his influence even beyond the already established borders. The people call this area the Western Lands. A few years ago, small lords united them into the Kingdom of the Western Lands, finally ending the era of endless strife and depriving the local leaders of their power. Since then, most of the lands have belonged to the king. It was then that Sakura realized the civil war ended with his victory. A satisfied smile appears on Luke's face when he shares with Sakura the unexpected news. In fact, their king was once a simple, humble ruler. Sakura is stunned by what he has said. Admiration flashes in her eyes. It is difficult to contain her surprise when you realize that only yesterday, an ordinary adventurer managed to rise to the pinnacle of power and become the ruler of an entire country. The words of a respected leader of the time came from Luke's lips. Only the one who managed to retrieve the artifact from the famous dungeon was destined to become the ruler. Adding that this difficult requirement was precisely fulfilled by Alfred, Luke emphasized that this was precisely why Alfred received the legal right to ascend to the throne. Looking at Garnet with admiration, Sakura can't help but wonder, is that really how it happened? But she only smiles slightly and confirms. The story is indeed known to many. A moment later, Garnet jokingly asks Sakura to stop calling her teacher. And although Sakura tries to deny something, the words get stuck on her lips. However, she smiles back and admits that she understood everything perfectly. Garnet notes with a slight smile that the letter E looks much better on her. Garnet's gaze slides to Luke, and there is already a hint of displeasure in her voice. She wonders why he is smiling like that. Apologizing, Luke turns away and admits, it's just something that involuntarily makes you smile. Some time has passed, and finally the day of the audience with the king comes. Luke is taken to the place where the majestic retinue of the monarch has set up camp. Approaching the very tent of the ruler, the young man feels how excitement grips his whole being. Suddenly, an unexpected sharp blow to the back makes him flinch. Hamnet warns him not to lose consciousness. Felix, with his characteristic optimism, assures him that everything will be fine, because His Majesty is known for his extraordinary kindness. After these words, Luke is escorted straight to the king's tent. A spacious hall opens before Luke. In the very center of the room stretches a long table, at which numerous nobles and distinguished officials are seated. Just opposite the entrance, at the head of the table, sits the king himself. As soon as Luke crosses the threshold, the monarch greets him with a warm, friendly smile. Squeezing into the tent, Luke finds King Alfred in front of him. As he stares at his features in surprise, he involuntarily catches himself thinking, "You can't tell that this man is a former adventurer who is already over 50. Where exactly he has..." Looking around in shock, Luke notices that only he and the monarch are left in the hall. Everyone else, including the guards, have hurried out. Barely suppressing his incomprehension, Luke wonders if these people are so well informed about him that they see no threat even without a guard. Meanwhile, the majestic ruler finally addresses him. With a friendly smile, Alfred gestures for him to sit down, allowing him to choose any free seat. He calmly assures the young man that he shouldn't worry about those who sat here before. Luca responds with sincere respect, trying to be as polite as possible. Among the many empty seats, Luke carefully looks around, wondering if he is allowed to be present in the king's company at all. In the end, he chooses the farthest corner of the table, as far away as possible from the monarch's majesty. But before Luke can take a bite, the king himself rises, casually walks around the table, and takes a seat opposite the stunned guest. The question of how a conversation is possible at such a distance makes Luke even more confused. The realization of his mistake causes a real wave of anxiety in him, because now it seems that His Majesty is really annoyed. With imperturbable calm, the king informs Luke that all suspicions against him have been completely cleared. The charges of harming the hero Falcon and illegally trading in Mithril have been officially dismissed. He says that the ordeal in court must have made his life very difficult. Although time is running out, Luca tries his best to convince His Majesty that in reality, the situation is completely different. Relief overwhelms him. All charges have been officially cleared of any suspicion. Having said this, Alfred immediately moves on to the main topic of conversation. According to the spokesperson, the hero Falcon ignored a direct order from the palace and unexpectedly led his men in an attack on the Dark Fortress. It was these reckless and unauthorized actions that led to the inevitable escalation of a full-scale conflict with the Dark Kingdom. The king shares important news with Luke. The Dark Lord's palace is now under heavy guard, with security greatly increased. The only chance to escape this trap is to organize an offensive and direct troops to subdue the Dark King's army. Clearly aware of the inevitability of military clashes in the current circumstances, Luke still feels that he remains somewhat incomprehensible. Tormented by doubts, he dares to ask His Majesty a question. Surprised, Luke asks why the king is telling him these details. The king replies that their intention is to build a military outpost in the sunlit forest. The new outpost will become not only a headquarters for adventurers exploring these lands, but also a center for the Order's activities. A slight hint in the king's gaze instantly lets Luke understand where he is headed. His Majesty asks for help. Alfred wants Luke to explore the mysterious door that leads to the lower level. It is planned to create new mechanisms to improve equipment, and in addition, the ruler is preparing to bombard Luke with a lot of questions. A generous reward for this effort is only a matter of time. Luke's face shows surprise, but there is no trace of joy in his gaze. The king, frowning thoughtfully, remarks that this is not the response he had expected, for he was convinced that an exciting task would please the young man much more than a generous material reward. A slightly embarrassed smile appears on Duke's face. It seems that this task is too much for one person. So doubts prevail. Is he capable of taking on such responsibility, even if there will be no shortage of benefits from it? In response, Alfred calmly assures, there is no coercion. The decision is left to him. Later, after picking up a few pages, Josh suggests that they at least review the plan and share their thoughts on future actions. Luke doesn't refuse. He agrees to read the plan. As Luke looks at the project, he notices that for safety reasons, the solar forest will have to be temporarily closed for 3 months during construction. It dawns on him that Green Hollow's life depends entirely on this place. If the entrance to the forest is blocked, every resident of the town will be in danger of losing their only source of income. Without wasting a moment, Luke abruptly stands up and, addressing His Majesty, openly expresses his indignation. He emphasizes that if this is done, the inhabitants of the city are simply doomed. Alfred only sighs in response. This is exactly what he expected, because he shares his fears. Alfred, remaining calm, announces that the Order of the Golden Fangs intends to garrison this base. Their confidence is unwavering. Once the fortifications are ready, they will be able to repel both the Dark King's troops and any monsters that try to break through. Despite his dissatisfaction, Luca understands well. If we leave aside the economic issues of the city, this plan is much more reliable. Observing the noticeable revival of his interlocutor, Alfred notes that he would be happy to listen to all of Luca's suggestions for improving the plan. Sensing a unique chance to speak to the king himself, Luke decides to take advantage of it. He cautiously notes that perhaps this is just his opinion, but the proposed plan will take too long. And what's the point of protecting people if they are left without a means of survival? A short pause. And Luca shares with His Majesty an unexpected idea. There is a way to change this plan. His skill as a repairman will allow you to reduce the time of building the base to a minimum if you focus only on this skill. The king's interest in Luke's proposal is obvious to the naked eye. A smile appears on Alfred's lips again. With interest in his voice, the monarch asks how Luke intends to implement his plan. Luke claims that to rebuild the structures in the Sun Forest, he must dismantle buildings in neighboring towns and settlements and transport the resulting rubble to the site. In the end, he will only need half the rubble from each building. The rest of the work will have to be done with stone and wood mined in the dungeon. It seems that Luke's idea pleased His Majesty. The monarch enthusiastically called the idea extremely interesting. According to him, only someone truly endowed with a rare talent could have achieved something like this. Luke notes that the only difficulty in his plan is the magic stone. Almost all the energy is spent on restoring one structure. But the king reassures Tom, assuring him that there is no need to worry about such trifles, because he will gladly provide the necessary amount of mana crystals. The king informs Luke that his brilliant plan is finally ready for implementation, and it is time to return to the essence of the meeting. The monarch asks Luke to attend the meeting and not hesitate to argue with the officials and nobility. Luke agrees, although uncertainty is clearly visible on his face. The idea of a manhole so captivates the officials and nobles that the prospect of reusing the materials seems to them no less valuable than completing the construction without unnecessary expenses. Interested, they discuss the possibilities of this scheme. Only one of them draws attention to the only difficulty: the difficult passage that leads to the dark fortress. A sigh of relief crossed Luke's face as it became clear that everyone was in favor of the idea. But there was one more obstacle. The king turned to Gilbert, the representative of the Order of the Golden Fangs, and asked him what he thought of the proposed plan. After some thought, Gilbert shares his vision with restraint. In his opinion, it's a pretty good idea. At the same time, he adds 2 wishes of his own. The first is to use the remains of their unit in Cranford. Having said these words, Gilbert announces, "The second wish of the Order will be the creation of another operational base in a certain location." He slowly rises from his seat, radiating confidence. Resolutely approaching the map, exactly where Luke had just performed, the hero surveys the terrain and confidently points to a certain point. He enthusiastically expresses his plan to set up a second base near the hole from which the dragon escaped, right in the lands of the Dark King. Taking a quick look at Luke, Gilbert notes that this is a truly large-scale operation. However, he adds confidently that Luke's abilities are more than enough to handle this task. The last one whose consent remained crucial for the realization of the plan was Gilbert. Luca approaches, greets him, and is once again convinced. It is his time to act. The words sound confident, although a slight tremor in his voice still betrays excitement. Having said this, Gilbert finally expresses his full support for their plan. He returns to his seat, and Luke, filled with gratitude, thanks him profusely. He then addresses everyone present to make sure that everyone shares the common decision and every voice is heard. The king happily announces that the decision has been made, and as a sign of special gratitude, Luke is promised another reward. As soon as both bases are built, he will receive an official license to process mithril. At the same time, the monarch expresses great hopes for the young man's future, and those words bring a sincere smile to Luke's face. The decision is made, and the meeting is officially over. Slowly, the dignitaries file out of the council chamber, one by one, until only Luke and His Majesty remain. Lucas rises from his chair, feeling genuinely relieved that this long meeting is finally over. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the king asks him to take his time and stay a moment longer. Luke approaches Alfred, respectfully asking how he can be of any use to His Majesty. The monarch only smiles casually in response, and, as if dismissing any seriousness, assures him that he only wanted to exchange a word. Alfred had visited his house a little earlier, and now, with a faint smile, he admitted that he hadn't heard of White Wolf Hollow in a long time. Luke was even confused. The king himself was talking to him so casually and amicably. Alfred shares with Luke memories of a time when he once visited not the White Wolf Cave itself, but the village next to it. It was there that he stopped for the night before setting off on his trials for the throne. That night, he had the opportunity to talk frankly with his fellow pack members, and these frank conversations left warm, unforgettable memories. For a brief moment, Luca is speechless, but soon he gathers the courage and asks the king a question. The boy is interested in what made Alfred end his adventures and choose the path of a ruler. Luca hastily adds that he did not want to offend him with such curiosity. But Alfred only smiles, assures that he is not offended in the least, and still asks Luca to keep this conversation a secret. Later, he confesses, the whole truth is that he fell in love. This unexpected openness surprises Luke. He asks twice, clearly not expecting to hear exactly that answer. Alfred fondly recalls how, as a young man, he once went on a journey, where he accidentally met the future queen, an avid adventurer like himself. Luke cannot hide his surprise when the king admits that both he and the queen were once adventurers. He can't believe it. He never expected that the queen would once have wandered unknown paths. Alfred recalls those times with a smile. Then he clearly lacked the intelligence to see who was really next to him. The king says that after their first meeting they spent a lot of time traveling together. Along the way, a mutual admiration gradually arose. With each journey, the bond between him and the queen grew stronger, and both realized that a spark had ignited between them. Alfred asks Luke to remind him of the exact conditions that must be met to inherit the throne of this state. Luke explains. To become the heir to the throne, the claimant must go to the dungeons and bring back an artifact. The king agrees with Luke's arguments, but unexpectedly adds another condition. Mary, the princess, must join the royal family. Luke is surprised. This is the first time he has heard such a demand. Iron will and indomitable character defined the princess. So, having decided to choose her own husband, she did not hesitate to accept the challenge of fate and set off on a journey. That is how the princess became an adventurer. Luke listens with bated breath, not believing that he will ever learn such details about the queen. The king does not stop, continuing his story. As soon as all the conditions for ascending to the throne were officially announced, the princess was forcibly forced to return to the palace. It was then that Alfred discovered her true nature. Having learned the truth, no other path seemed more appealing than the decision to become her king. Luke quickly realizes that this man chose the crown for the woman who had captured his heart. That was why, the king explained, he had taken a detachment with him and set out on a test. That night, trapped in the White Wolf's den, his nerves were strained to the limit. To relax, the ruler immersed himself in memories of the adventures with the son of the village headman. As soon as Alfred mentioned the headman's son, Luke's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as if an important realization had just dawned on him. Meanwhile, the king continued the story, recalling how the boy had always sat next to him, carefully catching his every word, and listening with an admiring gleam in his eyes. He tells how he once found himself on an island in the middle of an underground sea, which turned out to be a giant turtle. He shares memories of how he dealt with an entire flock of dragons, cutting them apart with his sword. He tries hard to remember another adventure. Suddenly, Luke notices Alfred telling the child about how he stole the magic tiara from under the nose of the dead king himself. The memory of that adventure makes the king smile. The adventure was truly legendary. But suddenly a realization pierces his mind. There is only one way Luke could have learned this story. Except for Sylvia and Sakura, no one had ever known the secret of Luke's 20 years before arriving in the Green Hollow. He preferred to keep quiet about the travelers who had visited his village and enthusiastically shared their amazing adventures. It was those stories that one day ignited in his heart the desire to become an adventurer himself. Luke asks the king what feelings his years of adventure have left him with. The king replies that some still believe that if he had immediately sought the throne, the western lands would have been united long ago, perhaps 10 years ago. But he honestly admits that such thoughts are completely absurd to him. With all the years of travel and adventure, the most difficult and most vivid tasks have opened up a whole spectrum of defeats and triumphs before him. It was these trials that shaped who he became. I am convinced that if he had not walked this path, 12 years ago in the midst of battle, his life would have faded long ago. As the conversation draws to a close, Alfred leans closer to Luke and whispers confidingly that he has another secret to share, one that should be kept between them. With unexpected candor, the king confesses that thoughts of abdicating the throne and returning to adventure are increasingly creeping into his mind. Luke is shocked to the core by this openness. Yet every time an event occurs, His Majesty is confirmed in the thought that this is where he belongs. In the end, such moments convince him to forget about his intentions. Luke only confirms he cannot do without it here. It is at this crucial moment that hopes are placed on him not only as a king, but also as a restless adventurer. He admits that fortune is on his side. This realization brings with it an understanding of his true calling. He asks Luke a question. Has anyone ever told him about a similar feeling? At that moment, the image of Sylvia flashed through Luca's mind. She gave him a warm smile, softly saying that their team still couldn't do without him. Just remembering the place where they are really waiting for him, Luca instantly imagines a cozy weapons shop. The familiar outlines of Green Hollow, Sylvia's warm smile, Sakura's gentle gaze, and the faces of those who have become his family. At the end of the conversation, Alfred, summing up what he heard, asks Luke if his doubts have now been dispelled. But in response he hears a confession. These words not only did not dispel his anxieties, but on the contrary, they only strengthened them. Finally, understanding comes. Each of the paths is capable of giving something amazing, and therefore, choosing one will become even more difficult. Alfred laughs out loud, jokes that Luca is truly spoiled by fate, and advises him not to worry about trifles. In addition, with a kind smile, he addresses, "Hey, son of a boss." After closing the store, Luke is relieved to see that the suitcases are packed, and he can leave without any worries. He is just about to head out when Sylvia suddenly runs up to him. He can't help but wonder, what is she doing here so early? It turns out that the girl heard that Luke has a special task today and hastened to come and see him off. Sylvia walks with Luke along the path that winds through the sunny forest. On the way, she does not hide her surprise. Did they really plan to build a military outpost right here, among the light-filled trees? She is sure that, if memory serves, the place will be called Gloomy Valley. Luke only shrugs, wondering why he was called for this. The vast underground space on the 5th level of the labyrinth that Noir mentioned will be the site of the outpost. A forward base will be built here to serve as a forward defense against the Dark King's army. The plan is to completely block the path Noir and Dragon have taken by surrounding it with a tight ring of checkpoints in Green Hollow and near the Dark Fortress. No outsider, except their accomplices, will be able to cross these barriers until the bastion falls. Luca assures that once the posts are installed, the safety of Zeleny Yar will be almost completely protected. He vows to do everything possible for the peace and prosperity of the city. A slight surprise flashed in Sylvia's eyes when she saw Luke smiling. A soft smile appeared on her lips, and she noticed that Luke seemed noticeably more cheerful today than usual. He suddenly seems to have an unusual energy today. In response to a reserved nod, Sylvia recalls their conversation. It was then that he talked about his decision to devote himself to adventure. Luca shares with her that he recently had the good fortune to meet one of the adventurers who once inspired him to embark on this path. He also adds that this man is now working real miracles. With a smile on his lips, Luke admits that it was his admiration for his idol that made him an adventurer, so he decided to keep his word and not swear in vain. Sylvia accepts his decision, trying to add something, but suddenly in the silence, Luke catches notes of anxiety, or maybe sadness in her voice. With a faintly sad smile, Sylvia suggests that the desire to return to adventure will soon take possession of his heart again and force him to leave the city. Perhaps this time he will go on a journey with this man? With a look full of doubts, she turns to Luke, asking if she's guessing correctly. Watching her reaction, the man adds that the adventurous life was not left behind because of fatigue or loss of interest. Everything changed when a person in need of support appeared on his path, and then it became obvious. His true place was next to her. Even though the adventures were behind them, Luca could see the genuine joy lighting up his face. She was also pleased that there was now another reason to admire him. After her friend's words, the tension on Sylvia's face disappears, and her smile regains its sincerity and warmth. She remarks with admiration that the former traveler in question must be a special person. Luca confidently picks up on this thought, completely agreeing with her. Having chosen the rule as his path, King Alfred has determined his fate. Now Luke is faced with a crossroads with two possibilities, but at the same time, he frankly admits, deep down, the desire to go on a journey has not yet died down. Hearing these words, Sylvia again feels sad and tries to answer something, but Luke does not allow her to continue. Casting a confident glance at his store, he resolutely assures, the shopping Green Grove is the place where he feels truly at home, perhaps even more so than anywhere else. He explains to Sylvia that, except for this, he cannot close the shop until he has thanked her and the town for their kindness. For the moment, he has decided to stay where he is, and he hopes to continue to rely on her. Joy flashes in Sylvia's eyes. She smiles and confidently assures him that she will do her best. Several days later, Luke and Sakura return to the location of the second base, only to find that everything around them has changed beyond recognition. Announces that the construction of the forest base is already complete. The next stage is the construction of an underground hideout, which he will begin work on today. Sakura notes that the team is confidently moving towards its goal. On the agenda is the survey and fortification of the territory near the Dark Fortress. Hearing her call it the Dark Fortress, Luke noticed that they called it the underground zone among themselves, a name that gave him goosebumps. Sakura assured him with a slight smile that he would gradually get used to it, and suggested that they finally go down. At the entrance, a guard stops them, insisting on checking their passes. Sakura is surprised. It's a bit strange that this passage is not equipped with a door mechanism at all. Luke notes that the royal entourage was unable to turn it off from the outside, so he was asked to divide the passage. He says that the king warned, "There will be no free passage here, so it's easier to destroy this place." Sakura enthusiastically calls the ruler a brave man. Luke wonders if this is Sakura's first time coming down here. Answering in the affirmative, the girl wonders, what is this mysterious place? Lucas admits that this is his first time back here since he destroyed the door, to which Sakura reacts enthusiastically, calling such an event a true miracle. Sakura and Luke walk side by side through a dark corridor until the path unexpectedly leads them into a grand cave. The vast space is lost in darkness so much that it seems that the ceiling simply does not exist here. Cracks are scattered everywhere from the bottom of the cave, and hundreds of sharp blade-like spikes stick out from under the ground. Sakura is amazed and admits that she never imagined such a huge underground vault. Luke explains that many dungeons have grottos and caves, but such spaces are extremely rare. Walking around the cave, Sakura carefully examines the surrounding space and shares her opinion. Local legends claim that dragons once lived in these parts. However, in her opinion, this emptiness does not at all resemble the usual lair of powerful creatures. Luke only mysteriously agrees and adds that this is one of the reasons. His hand stops on a massive dark crystal, which stands on a small pedestal. He calls this block a giant barrier stone. There are 4 of them in the cave, 1 in each corner of the underground base. These stones prevent the dragons from getting close, so the inhabitants of the base can feel completely safe. Sakura's gaze falls on the crystal, and she notes that magical creatures also avoid this strange thing. This is the first time she has seen such a thing. Luke explains that only the chosen ones among the strong alchemists are able to create something like this. Usually these crystals serve as nothing more than beacons to mark a place. Luca replies that this is just one of the reasons, so she asks what the other is. But at that very moment, a huge shadow looms behind the girl, rapidly approaching from above. And finally, a giant monster lands right behind her with a dull thud. A young man with long golden hair suddenly appears behind Sakura. His noble attire and charming smile clearly indicate the high status to which he belongs. Slightly bowing, he apologizes for the unexpected intervention, explaining that the dragon showed too hot a temper, and therefore he had to overdo it a bit. Sakura, however, gently assures the guest that everything is actually fine. Sakura approaches the hatch and suggests that this young man is probably the second reason for the mysterious absence of dragons in these parts. The hatch, stammering a little, confirms her guess. According to Luke, this is Theodore Beaufort, an implacable dragon slayer, an eccentric descendant of a noble family, who abandoned a life of luxury only for the sake of battles with winged monsters. A thought flashes through Sakura's mind. Standing before her is one of those A-level adventurers whom Luke called for help and mentioned in the guild. Luke himself admits that during their joint travels, their relationship was not the best. But as soon as the word dragons was uttered, he immediately rushed to the scene. With a look of slight longing, Sakura studies her blade and confesses that she deeply admires someone who was able to defeat the dragon single-handedly. Her own attempt ended in failure. A strong desire to become worthy of this weapon burns in her heart as soon as possible. Hearing about the katana, Luke suddenly remembers something important and asks Sakura if she would mind if he inspected how her blade adjusts. Sakura happily agrees, noting that she had been wanting to ask him about this herself. After activating the analysis skill, Luke thinks for a moment, then notes that katana is still far from perfect, so Sakura should give her a little more time. Luke quotes the words of a wise man from the East. He who decides to travel 100 miles must first travel 90 miles. Only then will the half of the way be revealed. He appeals to Sakura not to lose patience and to remain steadfast, both in character and in skillful possession of the katana. Sakura carefully absorbs every word of his, accepting the advice with all her heart. Smiling, the man admits that his own words are unlikely to convince anyone. However, Sakura disagrees. The confidence in her voice is beyond doubt. Now she is determined and asks him to look after her wakidashi. Luke is confused, trying to understand what the girl means. Sakura tells Luke that she wants to train exclusively with the katana today. She assures him that she won't overexert herself, and these words sound so confident that Luke agrees to her request. The girl's confidence leaves him no doubt. Luca quickly agrees to look after him and wishes him luck. Sakura thanks him sincerely, hoping it will go smoothly, and promises to pray for his good luck. Luca assures Sakura that he will be fine. He has no plans to die until the case is over. Sakura sincerely hopes that this will continue after graduation, as there are so many who are still waiting for their help. Lucas calls one of the loaders and instructs him to leave the repair materials at the specified location. The silence of the night whispers a warning. It is forbidden to use the surrounding soil and stones. Lucas realizes that such actions can destroy the fragile balance of human consciousness. Taking a deep breath and clutching the mana crystals the king had given him, Luke resolutely sets to work. He looks at everyone to stand back, for something unusual is approaching. In an instant, his abilities come to life, sparkling in the rays of magic. Right before the eyes of those present, a majestic building rises from the ground, filling the surroundings with an aura of power and wonder. The amazed knight cannot contain his admiration for what he sees. He finds it hard to believe that such a grandiose structure could be built at such a pace, using only the skill of repair. In response, Luke shrugs his shoulders, giving all the laurels to the mana crystals. But the knight, without wasting time, orders to go to the arsenal. And it is at this moment that Luke listens. Something unusual reaches his ears. The silence of the night he had heard was still ringing in Luke's memory, and as soon as he tried to pay attention to it, the sky was torn apart by a blinding flash of an explosion. All eyes immediately turned to the place where something fell. However, everything around is enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke, through which nothing can be seen. One of the guards asks his comrades what happened. Suspecting an attack by demons or an explosive device, the guards tensely guard themselves and call on each other to be vigilant. The smoke gradually clears, revealing the outline of the creature to Luke. In the darkness, a massive tail covered in black scales and long, dark wings spread out menacingly. However, after these events, the realization comes. Before us is not just a creature, but a real person. Powerful dragon wings spread behind his shoulders, and a tail covered in shiny dark scales curled behind him. Mysterious dark growths grew on certain parts of his body, and his face was hidden behind a mask. Realizing that they are dealing with an enemy attack, the knights throw all their strength to break through his magical shield. Luke's keen eye notices the glow of the protective barrier, and it quickly becomes clear to him how he survived after the fall. The knight's bows break the silence. Arrows fly at the defender in a hail. The man remained motionless as he radiated cold confidence. A sudden flap of his wings, and the arrows flying directly at him froze in midair, as if stopped by an invisible wall. Several of them even flew in different directions, as if they had lost their bearings. The knight's keen gazes leave no detail unnoticed. They are ready to reload their powerful crossbows and bows to unleash another barrage of arrows on the enemy. But at the moment when it seems that gunfire is about to be heard, the young man clenches his hand into a fist, and a spark of flame ignites inside him. A light wave of the hand, and tiny sparks instantly turn into a devastating stream of flame. The fire, completely obeying the will of the master, covers the knights in a flood, forcing them to throw down their weapons and covering their armor with countless scorch marks. Surprised, Luke carefully watches the stranger. He can't imagine who this man could be, surpassing every knight in strength and fighting skills. Even Felix or Sakura are unlikely to be able to withstand such an opponent. But suddenly, one of the knights sharply addresses Luke, ordering him to leave this place immediately. The darkness of the night urges Luke on, pointing the way and persistently trying to lead him to a safer place. All this, however, does not go unnoticed. The dragon-like stranger instantly turns his gaze to Luke. Suddenly, the young man stops attacking the knights and turns his back on them. Without hesitation, he spreads his wings, and in a moment he flies off in the opposite direction, leaving the battlefield. Meanwhile, the remaining knights give the order to the second squadron to prepare for action. Suddenly and without warning, the stranger appeared right behind his shoulders at arm's length. A wave of fear and surprise rose in Luca's chest, and he himself, as if frozen, froze completely. Lake's gaze rises, and the eerie bottom of the gorge opens before him. Realization comes suddenly. The attacker must have thrown him here. Now there is only enough strength for one thing: to restore the destroyed body at any cost. Restless thoughts gnaw at his head. Who was that mysterious stranger, and how did he immediately come upon Lake? Jumping to his feet, Luke felt with anxiety something important was missing from his belt. Only a moment, and an epiphany: the wakizashi was missing, the same one that Sakura had given him. Apparently, the weapon fell out just as he himself fell down. Without delay, Luke plunged into the search, and soon he saw the blade very close by. Leaning down, Luke raises his wakizashi, knowing full well that this weapon must not be lost under any circumstances. Sakura has entrusted him with the sword, and this responsibility weighs unbearably on his shoulders. Suddenly, a rolling roar nearby breaks the silence. Something heavy falls to the bottom of the gorge with a dull thud. Hiding behind the rocks, Luke peeks out and notices. The dragon-like pursuer is still feverishly prowling around in search of prey. The awareness of danger tightens his chest. In open combat, the chances of victory disappear like a mirage, and even an attempt to break through the trap will not save him. He will not be able to escape far. Luke's hand rested on the rough surface of one of the many high stone walls that surrounded him on all sides. Concentrating, the boy activated his analysis skill. The realization that the Dark King's forces were scattered throughout the mountain led to the obvious conclusion: a mine was hidden somewhere nearby. His palm slid along the cold surface of the wall, while the enemy tirelessly searched for him nearby. Behind the rough cobblestones, a change suddenly felt. Some section of the wall seemed different from all the others. Probably, a secret passage was hidden here. Having found the perfect spot, Luke used one of his abilities, Cleavage, to reshape the structure of the wall. Using his splitting ability, Luke cuts a wide opening in the wall. The pitch darkness hides everything that awaits him, preventing him from seeing anything. However, his maneuvers do not go unnoticed by the Dragon Man. The realization that his actions would not go unnoticed pierced Luca. Without wasting a moment, without looking back at the enemy, he jumped into the passage, tightly gripping the wakizashi entrusted to him with his left hand. Seeing this, the dragon hurriedly reaches out to the hatch, preparing to strike. But the hatch, having just slipped into the passage, instantly turns around, locks it, and activates the recovery skill to instantly heal the wall. Sighing in relief at his size, Luca miraculously escapes the trap. Finally standing up to his full height, he carefully looks around the unfamiliar surroundings, trying to figure out where fortune has taken him. The room resembles a narrow corridor with smooth walls and a flat floor, between which several columns rise. On the walls are strange lanterns, the glow of which creates a mystical atmosphere. Everything here looks more like ancient ruins than a mine, Luke thinks. Suddenly, there is an unexpected knock behind him. The knocking, loud thuds rather, was growing louder, coming from the very wall through which Luke had just emerged. The realization came suddenly. Someone was trying to get to him. The pursuer's motivation remained a mystery, and the boy's obsessive stubbornness made Luke think uneasily. In such a situation, Luke has only two options. The first is to stay here and patch the wall over and over again after each destruction, believing that Theodore and his companions will arrive before the crystal's power runs out. There is another way to freedom: to try to escape, risking moving through this mysterious passage. Clutching the crystal in his palm, Luke feels there is no time to think. Without wasting a moment, he rushes forward along the uncharted corridor. Well aware of the deadly danger of prolonging the fight, Luke decides to act immediately. The uncertainty about his opponent's capabilities forces him to choose the only right path: to quickly increase the distance between them. Having climbed the stairs and reached the very end of the corridor, Luke comes across a blank wall. A premonition tells him to turn on the analysis to detect a hidden passage behind the stone obstacle. At that moment, the silence is cut open by a sharp, loud noise coming from behind. Horror grips his chest as he turns sharply, fearing that the enemy is already on his heels. But before he can recover, a sharp blade painfully pierces his stomach. Right in front of Luke, who was squinting slyly, stood the dragon boy. With a flash of lightning, a long sword cut through his stomach. The sharp blade entered the body without much effort, and blood flowed rapidly from the wound, soaking his clothes and staining them a thick, almost black hue. Lucas doesn't even blink an eye when the boy in front of him jerks the sword from his body, then brutally, without any pity, plunges the blade back into his opponent. Blood slowly flows from Lucas's mouth. But for some unknown reason, a faint smile appears on his face. Grabbing the blade in his hands, he captures the enemy as if he were tightening a trap. Knowing full well that this is probably his only chance to strike such a powerful opponent and leave a wound, Luke grips the sharp blade in his hand with all his strength. Instantly concentrating his will, he activates the splitting skill, intent on tearing the blade apart. Without wasting a moment, Luke instantly takes the fragments of the disassembled blade along with parts of the stranger's armor, using all of this as starting material. Barely activating the repair skill, he puts all his strength into the matter. And in an instant, numerous short swords that have suddenly grown in him in different places pierce the opponent's body. Glancing at his opponent, Luke smiles broadly, sparkling with triumph, even as he endures the pain. He admits that he never expected his plan to work so well. In that moment of enlightenment, Luke remembered the absurd task he had received from His Majesty. The story of a sword firmly embedded in a stone that no one could reach. And the unusual idea of a combination he had invented for this very purpose also came to mind. This is the fate that befell this sword. Luke recreated the weapon with which he was stabbed, returned it to its former power, and then, weaving a new blade from the fragments of the enemy's armor, struck the enemy with the same blade. The boy's stubbornness only grows stronger, and he doesn't even intend to back down. Luke's gesture doesn't stop him. On the contrary, the anger burns even more brightly in his eyes. In an instant, a bright fire breaks out around him, the flames wildly spreading in all directions like a huge wave. Another moment, and the fire will burn everything around, and Luke, who is too close to the burning flame, is seized with panic and fear. It is unclear for what reason and how this stranger does this. It is difficult to even imagine the consequences. The only way out in this tense moment is to decide on a decisive step. Luke quickly grabs a short blade from his belt. A phrase from Segura about the rumors comes to mind. That red objects are able to capture flames, and also enhance their power. Suddenly, an epiphany. He too will be able to use this property of crimson things, as Segura once demonstrated. The blade's ability allows it to absorb and redirect the flames that the dragon generates. The flames seem to come to life, curling around the blade, as if enchanted by its power. Sensing the right moment, Luke does not hesitate, and rushes into the attack. The fire of determination burns in Luke's soul. Clutching a flaming blade in his hand, he swings his sword with all his might, purposefully aiming for his opponent's face, or more precisely, right at his mask. The blow fell on a part of the armor, so even such a powerful attack did not cause any damage. Only a piece of armor flew to the ground with a loud crash. In rage, Luke understands that this armor reliably protects its owner. The young man, kneeling near the hatch, cancels the merger. Luca understands. He gave it his all, did everything he could. However, the attempt was in vain, so there was no other choice. Now the most important thing is to gather his own strength and recover. Suddenly, the young man opens his mouth and, overcoming his efforts, begins to speak. Quietly, almost inaudibly, the name Luke escapes from his lips, and this moment catches everyone by surprise. It is noticeable that until now, the mask has been holding back his words, but even greater surprise seizes Luke, because an acute question arises. How does this guy know his name? Luke's gaze glides over the dragon-like youth's face. Now that the veil that hid his features has slipped down, the familiar contours emerge in complete clarity. Despite the striking changes in the stranger's appearance, Luke had no difficulty recognizing him as Falcon, his former partner and legendary hero. As soon as he says Luke's name, Falcon looks at him with a look of pain. Clutching the fresh wound from the blades, he tries in vain to stop the profuse bleeding. Red streams flow uncontrollably through his fingers. Luke's gaze is filled with disbelief. It's hard to imagine that the real hero Falcon is standing before him. Unable to hide his surprise, he asks if this is really the same Falcon he once believed in. In Luke's memory, Falcon appears as a hero, but also as the very man who doomed him to death in the eerie cave. The sarcastic smile carved in the memories appears along with the words that Falcon leisurely throws out. They say, losing a loser with mediocre repair skills is no big deal for their team. It is also known that, according to noir legend, after an unsuccessful battle, where the main character and his companions were defeated, Falcon was captured by the Dark King Gandalf. Falcon's gaze burns with rage, and suddenly a loud scream bursts from his lips, full of true hatred for Luke. In a fit of anger, he pours out insults, not finding the words. In anger and despair, he demands explanations. How did Luke manage to survive when everyone abandoned him? Indignation gains strength, and Falcon's body flares up with blinding fire. Staring intently at Falcon, around whom even more fiery flames were rising, Luke realizes that he has no idea how the hero finds him again. But at the same time, he cannot help but feel that being captured by the Dark King has radically changed Falcon. Taking a deep breath, Falcon fills his chest with fresh air. The next moment, a powerful jet of flame, similar to the breath of a real dragon, bursts from his mouth and roars into the space around him. Luke is horrified as he sees the unstoppable stream of flame rushing towards him. At that moment, the thought of needing to try out the short sword a second time for self-defense flashes through his mind. The sword is drawn from its scabbard, and Luke swings it in front of him with furious determination, deflecting the scorching streams of flame. The blade cuts through the flames, clearing a path through the deadly curtain. The realization of imminent danger weighs heavily. Falcon was already a formidable opponent, but now his power has increased even more. Luke's face and hands are covered in brutal burns, when suddenly a hand reaches out to him through the burning chaos. An instant strike, and the Falcon sharply hits Luke on the back of the head, leaving him no chance to react. The boy's body falls to the ground like a powerless shadow. A furious stream of blood gushed from the wound Falcon had just inflicted, quickly staining the floor with crimson stains. No mercy. Falcon roughly grabbed Luke by the hair, jerked him up, and stared intently into his exhausted eyes. Falcon's gaze was expectant. He was sure that he would see torment and remorse on the face of his former ally. But despite the sharp pain, Luke only smiles, and then even laughs. Smiling broadly, he confesses to Falcon. He was well aware that he had no chance of winning in close combat. Rage flares in Falcon's eyes. He explodes with a furious scream, blaming Luke for all the tragedies that have fallen on their shoulders. A heavy accusation breaks out in every word. It's all because of you. Luke just calmly listens to the explosion of emotions, and then asks him to stop for a moment. With a sly smile, Luke warns Falcon not to joke like that. Using sarcasm, he calls him a hero and echoes the words of his former savior, claiming that he himself is just a talentless, third-rate loser. Luca, winking, smiles slyly at Falcon and hints that he should understand better than anyone what is at stake. Such a tone and audacity drive Falcon mad. Irritation flares up in an instant, and almost boiling with anger, he sharply orders Luca to shut up immediately. Falcon's furious scream, filled with hatred, reached Luke. The reason for all this was only that his opponent had hidden his true power for so long. Luke was stunned by what he heard. His eyes widened in surprise. Surprise flashed in Luke's eyes as his gaze met Falcon's. The meaning of the words about hidden power remained a mystery to him. But as soon as the true meaning dawned on him, a restrained laugh escaped his lips. Soon, loud laughter breaks the silence. The boy grabs his stomach, unable to hide his amusement. In response, Falcon furiously squeezes his hair even tighter, forcing him to raise his head, and with undisguised hatred and surprise, demands an explanation from Luke. Why is he laughing at all? The smile doesn't leave Luke's face, although the laughter gradually subsides. Falcon frowns in concentration, waiting for an explanation. The thought that Falcon doesn't know anything amuses Luke. These hasty guesses seem too funny to him. Luke's hands tremble as he grips the crystal tightly, and tightens his grip on the hilt of his short sword. Without taking his eyes off Falcon, the young man admits that he's never really hidden anything from others. It's just that his abilities have turned out to be slightly superior, and nothing more. Perfectly aware that Falcon was most likely attacking on the orders of the Dark King, Luke saw the enemy during the mission, and in that moment pushed everyone but him into the background. Now that he has escaped the dungeon unharmed, Falcon only vents all his hatred on him. The unknown and misunderstanding fueled hostility and anger, which is what made Falcon chase him until the very end. Clutching the crystal in his palm, Luke confesses to Falcon that he only gained all his new abilities, healing wounds and destroying walls, after being left to die in deadly caves. Luke shares his past with the former hero. Day after day, he had to fight for his life again and again. Despite everything, he relentlessly moved forward. In the end, all these trials revealed new strengths in him, abilities that he had never suspected before. Looking straight at Falcon, he says with confidence, now he has no secrets left from his former comrades. Falcon's eyes widen in surprise. He is clearly in no hurry to believe this. In the next moment, Falcon's memory flashes back to the events of the fateful day when he was defeated by the Dark Lord. The moment when Julius, not sparing herself, rushed to protect him, appears vividly. The picture of Blanca and Noir's cruel fall on the battlefield also appears before his eyes. A drop of cold sweat runs down Falcon's face. Luke confesses. If they had all gone down into that cave together, he would probably have suffered the same fate. He would have become a slave, would have been captured along with everyone else. With this revelation, he turns to Falcon. Does he understand what he means? The former hero in response orders Luke to be quiet, and his body begins to tremble with suppressed emotions. With a confident look in his eyes, Luke tells Falcon that all their troubles are their own fault, and that he is the one who ruined himself. Such uncompromising words further inflame Falcon's rage. Unable to bear the bitter truth, he sternly orders Luke to shut up. The Falcon swings his sword, aiming straight for Luke's head. However, just before the blow, Luke clutches the crystal in his palm and instantly activates his ability. Suddenly, a network of cracks appears beneath Falcon and Luke's feet, rapidly spreading like a web across the floor. In an instant, the massive floor collapses into huge shards with a crash, sending the heroes flying into the void. While the conversation continued, Luke's attentive gaze explored the surface under his feet, and suddenly noticed a hidden cavity under the layer of stone. Without wasting time, taking advantage of the brief moment when everyone was suspended in the air, Luke instantly activated the fusion skill and drove the short blade into the stone surface. Thanks to the art of fusion, Luke resolutely drives the short blade into the stone wall, so firmly that the blade can withstand his weight. Grabbing the hilt with his last strength, he does not let himself fall, because only this desperate trick gives him hope for salvation. Gritting his teeth, he finds the strength to hold on, unlike Falcon, who is falling rapidly down. Falcon's eyes burn with rage. In his mind, he curses Luke for his vile deception. He struggles with his powerlessness, trying to flap his wings and fly away, but suddenly a sharp pain runs through his feathers. The wings are torn with blood, giving unbearable sensations. Falcon's face contorts with panic as he realizes that he can no longer stop his fall into the black abyss, his wings refusing to obey. At that moment, the image of Julia suddenly flashes in his mind, radiant, smiling, and his heart clenches even more painfully. As he sinks into the abyss, Tal finally finds the strength to call out Julia's name. This desperate cry, filled with the pain of farewell, sounds like the last hope in a moment of despair. Luke watches everything, showing no emotion. Not even a shadow of sympathy appears on his face. The last desperate cry dissolves into a deafening silence as Falcon's body falls helplessly to the ground, swallowed by darkness and tense anticipation. As Luke leans forward and peers into the darkness, somewhere deep within, he sees the glint of the surface of an underground lake. Looking down, Luke finally apologizes to his former hero, saying that now it seems his time has come to leave his comrade behind. Having exhausted the last of his strength, Luke with incredible efforts climbs out of the abyss, clinging to the edge, as if for a last hope. Smiling strangely, he falls onto his back, finally allowing himself to feel the crushing fatigue. Lightness fills his soul. Everything is behind him. Once again, almost unconscious at the bottom of the dungeon, Luke understands. This time, everything is different than before. Images of people sincerely waiting for his return flash through Luke's mind. The gentle smiles of Sylvia, Sakura, and Garnet fill his heart with sunshine. One thought swirls in his head: how much he wants to see those happy faces again. It has been several days since the attack on the underground construction site. The small shop is shrouded in silence, and after the defeat of the half-dragon hero, the Dark King seems to have become more cautious. Since then, no new attack has been heard over the city. The construction of Downford Hollow was completed without any surprises. The hero was delighted. A smile appeared on his face as he exhaled with relief. Feeling the tension dissolve in the air, he noted that now that the cleaning work was behind him, he could safely open a new place. A man approaches the shop, smiles cheerfully, and calls into the depths of the room to the retreating hero, addressing him. "Mr. Luke." He adds that they haven't seen each other in ages. Hearing a familiar voice, The hero turns and calls Felix along with the other man. The kid said that the servants of the Golden Oath had revealed all the secrets to him. The hero miraculously survived the battle with an extremely powerful enemy, didn't he? In the midst of the struggle, he turned to Garnet with an assurance that he remained unchanged. However, Felix immediately calmed Garnet down, reprimanded him for his rudeness, and raised his chin defiantly. Felix hears about the hero's significant contribution to the construction of the fortress. A feeling of sincere gratitude for this help fills his heart. With a smile on his lips, Felix demurred, adding that he should say, "Thank you." Finally, they were allowed to earn a living in peace. The news warmed his heart. In fact, he had come to share some good news about his business. Inquiring about business, Luke suddenly remembered business. Hearing about the weapons shop, Felix nodded and handed him a letter, noting that it was addressed to him. The hero opened the message with interest, impatiently asking what it was. Felix explained that he now had an official license in his hands, both for the extraction of mithril ore and for its further production and sale. Long-term underground excavations should be conducted in the dungeon of the 1,000-year-old passage to Hell. Only a hidden opening in the sun-drenched forest leads there. The volumes of mined and processed mithril per month are strictly limited by order of the royal palace. In addition, Felix emphasized, everything that is made of mithril and each customer he is obliged to report to the palace. These are the requirements. These are exactly what the hero was counting on. Fulfilling them, of course, will not be difficult at all. Felix thanked and added a few more words. The Order of the Silver Wings has a personal request for the hero, if Luke does not object. Hearing this, the hero curiously inquired what this request was. Felix, gesturing towards Garnet, expressed his desire to leave him with the hero, as a bodyguard and liaison. The hero asked in surprise if Felix really intended to leave Garnet with him. Convinced of the seriousness of the moment, Felix put his hand on his heart and confirmed. It became known that the hero Falcon had fallen into the hands of the Dark King. Garnet continued, noting that there was utter chaos in the palace and among the Golden Fang's top brass. No one could believe that their beloved pet had turned into a dangerous monster. Without a word, Felix explained that the whole point of their mission was to investigate his own disappearance. Since the hero was the only witness to the whole case, his safety became especially important. Unfortunately, due to circumstances announced by Felix himself, their squad was forced to temporarily leave the city. According to the hero, it was the Order's desire to protect him that forced them to leave Garnet nearby as a bodyguard, and Felix confirmed this. The identity of the knight will remain a secret. Felix sincerely wants Mr. Luke to hire him as an ordinary worker. Completely confused, the hero turned his head, and hesitating a little, agreed to help. However, anxiety did not leave his thoughts. Curiously, he asked if Garnet really wanted to leave that evening, and not choose another time. In response, Felix smiled and assured him that he understood everything. He pointed out to the hero that there was no need to treat him any differently just because he was the brother of their commander. Muttering under his breath, the hero tried to justify himself, assuring that he had not meant it at all. Mr. Luke was much more concerned about the question of gender. One look from Garnet was enough to understand. Just one more word from the hero, and the consequences would not be long in coming. With a note of concern in his voice, Felix asked if there was anything else bothering the hero. The hero just sighed deeply. No, absolutely nothing. At that moment, Garnet confidently approached Mr. Luke and declared that this meant everything was already decided. He would stay, even if the hero did not like it. With a defiant irony in his voice, the hero thanked him for his interest in his opinion. Garnet just shrugged his shoulders. What other options? Our superiors have set up a pointless investigation that will yield no results. The main leadership insisted that the hero be involved and checked to see if he realizes the absurdity of this situation. Putting his hands behind his head, the boy cheerfully said that there would be a cozy corner for the hero here. Even if he had to look after him, it wouldn't matter. At such words, the hero gratefully noted that he was glad to find a quiet place for himself. Garnet, in turn, noticed that he was good at physical labor, so the hero could assign him any task he saw fit. If she agrees, the hero will have no reason to refuse. Felix called it a great idea, and will probably leave them soon. Finally, a promise was made. If Garnet encountered any difficulties because of the hero, he could simply report it, and help would be immediately available. Garnet, looking intently into the face of his interlocutor, assured him that he would not cause any trouble. Someone in the crowd whispered in surprise. This was truly something incredible. Bowing in farewell, Felix politely asked if Mr. Luke needed any more help. The hero only waved his hand carelessly after him, stretching his back at the same time. Garnet finally sighed with relief. She was so tired of his daily grumbling. Catching the mood, the hero reproachfully threw that such behavior was completely unbecoming of her. Returning to the girl, the guy suggested that they take her things to her room first. But her bag is hardly light, is it? The girl smiled at this and confirmed, it is heavy, and that's okay. She wasn't going to unpack anyway, so she asked the hero to just open the door for her. The hero's unexpected question made the girl turn around in slight surprise, mirroring his words with a question of her own. Their gazes met in tense silence. Meanwhile, Luke turned to Garnet, wondering where she planned to stay during her stay here. The girl boldly pointed to his house, confidently declaring, such a mansion undoubtedly hides more than one empty room. That is why she demanded to open the door for her. In response, the guy shouted a categorical, no, and asked to wait a minute. Looking away, he said that all this would only create unnecessary difficulties. He hinted in no uncertain terms that it would be better for her things to stay in the hotel room, because his home was forbidden territory for her. He asked her not to make fun of him with absurd requests. Garnet assured her that he was not going to make her laugh. The stranger persistently repeated the question, this time pointing emphatically at himself. In response, a warning was heard. It was dangerous for him to be here. At any moment, someone could break in, kidnap the boy, or even do something worse. Living alone on the outskirts of town makes him an easy target for criminals. No one will know about the trouble. She wondered how he planned to defend himself if he were suddenly attacked and there was not a single living soul nearby to come to his aid. She asked curiously if he had any more questions. Sighing and closing his eyes, the boy only gave a curt refusal. Unfortunately, nothing more. The girl agreed, saying that this was exactly what she had expected. With a slight smile, the boy admitted that there was indeed no reason to refuse, and he also thanked her for her determination to protect him, for her willingness to stay by his side. Extending his hand to her, the hero assured her that they would come to an agreement. Smiling, he added that he looked forward to working with her grenade. After shaking hands, the girl, smiling, replied that the feelings were mutual. She gratefully thanked him for the shelter, gently calling him a white wolf. A sincere smile also appeared on the boy's lips. Suddenly, a long call sounded from the side. Someone's loudly pronounced name, Luke, made both of them look around. Two girls stood aside. One of them greeted him with a good morning. Her friend added that they had heard about the reopening of his shop and had come to offer their help. Two girls ran up to Garnet, and one of them happily said that she hadn't seen her in a while. Garnet greeted Sakura. The other girl curiously asked Sakura who she was. Sakura gasped in surprise. Her friend had only ever seen him in armor before. Garnet confirmed his identity and politely repeated his introduction, adding that from now on he would also be working at the weapons shop. Garnet's name escaped her lips again. The image of the boy in shining armor flashed in her memory, and when she asked him to wait, his eyes opened wide in surprise. The boy's new appearance made her exclaim. Her cheeks turned fiery red as she approached him, embarrassed. Her voice trembled. Before it had seemed as if he would become even more formidable without armor. But now, a surprisingly cute face stood before her. In a fit of frankness, the girl admitted that he even reminded her a little of a girl. Someone nearby whispered to Sylvia that she should choose her words more carefully. Such things were not suitable for a man under any circumstances. The hero had the same opinion. True, many men are distinguished by their refined facial features. Sighing with relief, the hero remarked to himself, "It seems that her secret will remain unsolved." The girls were curious about how he managed to work in a weapons shop, since he seemed to be a knight from the Order of the Silver Wings. The hero just smiled and promised that he would reveal all the details to them during work. It seemed that peace and quiet had returned to their lives, along with the measured and carefree flow of everyday affairs. However, in reality, the shop was bustling with life. Many visitors had gathered. One of the customers had earlier asked to leave a long sword for him, but he had to postpone this request, promising to return soon. Glancing at the document, the hero mentally counted to 3 and cursed silently. Confidence was unwavering. There must be something else here. Looking around, he called out to Garnet, asking him to bring a few more bracers to pair with the ones he had. Garnet, engrossed in a whole armful of boxes, heard a question addressed to him. It seems that as soon as he understood the situation, he immediately rushed somewhere, quickly saying, "Wait a second." He said that he would first put everything together, and then return. Meanwhile, someone present noticed that this guy had more strength than he seemed at first glance. The hero asked Sakura to deliver something to Downford Gorge for him. The girl, smiling broadly, promised that she would complete the task with lightning speed and return before he could look back. A momentary jerky movement, and she was already on her way. Sylvia appeared in the yard with a basket in her hands and a cheerful exclamation. "Luke, I brought everyone drinks." The guy hurried to apologize to her, assuring her that everything was actually fine. Smiling, Sylvia added, "She also made sandwiches, so that you could have some refreshment while you worked." The young man thanked the girl, and Garnet loudly addressed Luke, calling him the White Wolf, and informed him that he had brought everything he needed. Garnet asked where the hero kept his long swords. Luke was already immersed in memories, trying to remember the sword storage, when he was suddenly interrupted. Someone unexpectedly drew attention to himself. One of the visitors approached them and asked if they could serve him. The hero assured them with a smile that he would take care of it immediately. "They are very busy." When Luke opened this shop, he had dreamed of a quiet and comfortable job. But life had decided otherwise. In Garnet's opinion, that was much better than being in danger every day, right? According to Sylvia, there have been a lot more visitors lately. Sakura has picked up on it. While she and Sylvia are there, they are still somehow coping with the influx. But as soon as they leave, everything gets out of control. Studying the papers, Garnet noticed that at this rate it would be almost impossible to cope with the workload. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, agreed with this thought. It was time to seriously think about hiring a new employee. In this situation, the main character decided to leave a job advertisement in the guild. Turning to his comrades, he suggested combining all the cases into one, and immediately treating them to dinner on the spot. Sylvia asked if he was sure, and gratefully said thank you. Sakura, clapping her hands, happily announced that Ms. Marita had just received a luxurious beef. Garnet, spreading his arms, did not hide his admiration. It was difficult to refuse such beef when they had already invited him to enjoy the hero's gifts. In the spacious hall of the guild, a young girl who delivered orders hospitably invited the newcomers to sit down. As soon as her eyes met familiar faces, a smile bloomed on her lips. Here, it was Luke and Sylvia. With curiosity, she asked how she could help her old acquaintances. They only replied that they had decided to have dinner here today. Garnet, noticing a free table, quickly suggested that everyone move to it. According to Sakura, since Luke was the one who was treating them, they shouldn't abuse the menu. They would have to choose wisely. However, the haste and excitement on Garnet's face did not go unnoticed. Sylvia, hungry to the extreme, impatiently urged the company to order beef, because the desire to eat to her heart's content did not give her peace. The waitress briskly suggested that Luke's shop had been very busy lately. The answer was not long in coming. Indeed, there was plenty of work to do at the moment. Then Luke asked the girl if she would like to listen to him after dinner. Smiling, she agreed without hesitation. Having assured the girl that he would definitely find her as soon as everything was over, the boy turned around when he heard a voice from the hall. Someone was calling Luca. The girl and the boy's gazes were directed at the screen. The girl assumed. Looking away, Luke's eyes suddenly widened. The man across from him greeted him with a friendly smile, noting that they hadn't seen each other in ages. In surprise, Luke called out the name, "Travis?" A smile spread across the man's face as he waved vigorously and exclaimed happily that he hadn't seen Luke in ages. Surprise flared in Luke's eyes as he recognized the stranger as Travis and called out to him. With a smile on his face, the hero asked the man if he had come for reinforcements. Travis from Blacklaw Ridge was one of the experienced Class A adventurers he had invited to help. Resolutely placing a powerful hand on the hero's shoulder, he replied with a smile. Of course. How else? Help is the least that can be expected from him, because requests are so rare. To refuse a former comrade? That would not even cross his mind. Lucas noticed. The character had not changed at all. Had he? At the table, the men turned to their boss to ask who the stranger was. Travis slowly explained, Luke is an old friend. They set out on an adventure together long ago. Now, it seems, Luke runs a weapons shop. One of the people present remembered that he had heard of such a person. Luke is known as a seller of mithril swords. The men warmly invited Luke to join the company, offering to sit down for a while. Travis smiled warmly, promised a real meeting, and offered to treat everyone at his own expense. Apologizing to the men, Luke held out his hands and explained that he could not. He had arrived at this place with someone. The men cautiously asked what was the matter and advised him to call his companions. Luke was about to refuse, citing the inconvenience. But suddenly someone shouted from the side. He was already being called. Sylvia approached him and announced that they had managed to find a free table. Sakura and Garnet, full of impatience, dreamed of placing an order as soon as possible, and Travis's eyes involuntarily widened in surprise at this. Triss stepped back with a sharp movement, and Luke, without hesitation, advised Sylvia to ignore him. Women always made Triss uncomfortable. His flushed face did not betray his words when he assured her that nerves had nothing to do with it. The frightened man admitted that he had no idea how to handle them. What if they accidentally hurt him? Luke just smiled at that and explained, That's what they call being nervous. Glancing at his brothers with a careful look, Luke noticed that the squad was once again all men. Would he finally dare to overcome his fears? Travis only waved them away, assuring them a second time that there was no fear and no trace. Crossing his arms over his chest, Luke noted that they weren't supposed to have dinner together today. He suggested that Travis meet at the store, where they would discuss everything. But suddenly it dawned on Travis. He had forgotten the most important thing. Travis asked Luke if he would be willing to cover his gloves with mithril. Luke immediately replied that he would be happy to do it, because it was a regular order for him. The job was simple. You just need to cover the gloves with mithril, Travis confirmed, explaining that he wanted to slightly strengthen the magical protection. Luca admitted that he didn't have any mithril at the moment, and was even starting to worry a lot about how to replenish his supplies on his upcoming day off. However, if he didn't rush, there wouldn't be any problem. Travis replied by reassuring him that it wasn't urgent, and also thanked him sincerely. The footsteps approached, and looking back, Luke saw Dustin. He said he had received his message. Sometimes, even the most insignificant acquaintances turn out to be unexpectedly useful. Shouting after him, Travis reprimanded him, saying that it was disgusting to greet an old friend like that. Don't you think so yourself? He added with a barely perceptible smile. Dustin gave Travis an impatient look and said he had no time for muscular fools who didn't even realize their own stupidity, and advised his friend to be polite and move his bulky body out of the way. Dustin is a man with experience of prison life. In addition to Travis, among his acquaintances there was another adventurer of rank A, to whom he also turned. Travis reproached Dustin, saying that he was unrecognizable, had changed beyond recognition. However, in response he heard a completely commonplace argument. Everyone changes. Travis, on the other hand, had only miraculously survived a terrible, distorted adventure, and that was all. Looking at Luke, the man with a bright smile noted that this pleased him. Finally, the hero seemed to have listened to past advice. Once upon a time, he had already said, it was time to put an end to numerous trials. If he stubbornly continued, only inevitable death would await him ahead. After Dustin's words, that old conversation clearly comes to mind in Luke's memory. It seems like an eternity of years has passed since then. At least a dozen years have erased it from his mind. Dustin only nodded briefly, making it clear that he understood everything, and calmly walked past Luke and Travis. Having already reached the doorknob, Travis suddenly exclaimed, addressing Luke. The old comrade has completely changed. It really hurts, agreed Luke, feeling the bitterness of memories in the voice of his interlocutor. The hero looked back and said words of gratitude to Marita, who stood imperceptibly behind. In response, a warm, "This is empty, dear." Beside her, Garnet asked the hero if he thought she could hire more workers. The hero replied that shops needed new hands from time to time, so it was a possibility. He patiently told her all the details. Now all that was left was to wait. Luke's keen eye immediately noticed. Garnet was absolutely unrestrained when it came to beef, wasn't she? Her answer came confidently. He said he promised to treat her. For knights and adventurers, strength is a real treasure, so it's worth taking the opportunity to strengthen yourself when the chance arises. Memories of the past and Dustin's cherished words echoed in Luke's soul. It was time to leave the adventures in the past. After all, if he continued to rush into the whirlpool of dangers, the only way out would be inevitable death. Without hesitation, Luke recognized the truth in these words. Sometimes it is food that decides who lives and who dies. Walking down the street with Luke, the girl wondered if this city was always so crowded. In response, Luke noted that more and more adventurers had been moving here recently, which is why it had become noisier. The shops used to close for the night, but now they are open even in the dark. Garnet remarked, "If that's the case, they should open the bathhouse, shouldn't they? It would be great to freshen up and wash away the fatigue of the day while they were here." The boy immediately agreed, finding the idea simply wonderful. Unexpectedly, the boy asked her to stand up. He mumbled something under his breath in embarrassment, carefully adding that he didn't want it to sound strange, but he asked which bathhouse she wanted to visit. The girl asked the question again. The guy replied that she already knew who she really was. The situation was reminiscent of a scene in which two people stood at the door, clutching the keys to their rooms in their hands. Two entrances loomed before them, each with its own secret space. The guy was surprised when it turned out that each had a separate bathroom. The girl slowly explained that she had taken care of this in advance, having agreed with the owner of the house. The girl, smiling slyly, turned the key on her finger and asked if he dreamed of them being together. Following her words, the guy began to open his door, jokingly muttering, "What if he doesn't want to take a bath with her?" Having already entered the room, he wondered in confusion why there were such joint baths here at all. The girl assured that they only served the elite, who would not allow themselves to appear naked in front of the common people. Moreover, these baths were created specifically for relaxation and rejuvenation. Taking off her clothes, the girl admitted that among the visitors of elite establishments, it was easier for her to remain a mystery to others. There was no limit to her surprise. How could one not hear about such places, having lived twice as long as she had? The young man noted that he was quite content with cheap public baths, to which Granat, smiling, promised to repay him for the dinner with a luxurious bath. A little embarrassed, the young man added that he was actually not that much older than her. Her gaze slid to the window. The view was incredibly impressive, and her admiration burst out in the form of a sincere compliment. A thought flashed through her mind. Wasn't this spectacle too luxurious for someone like Garnet? However, the awkwardness gripped her more, since she was the one responsible for the expenses. When the girl noticed the boy, she called after him, calling him a white wolf. She shyly asked if she could share one thought with him. The answer didn't take long to come. Of course, they said, speak. In a conversation with another, she reminded him. During dinner at Ford's Tavern, you talked with other adventurers, didn't you? With that burly giant and the one who exudes anxiety. Who are they? The hero asked why she was so interested in this question. In response, the girl noted that she was there as his bodyguard. Her duty was to keep track of everyone he was dealing with, especially if these people could pose a threat to him. In addition, her gaze flashed with attentiveness. She immediately understood that the relationship between him and those two was barely keeping afloat. Such an observation surprised him quite a bit, because few people paid attention to it. Nevertheless, Travis Bruiser of Blackblade Ridge is the same one who joined the Adventurers Guild with the hero. In the minds of many, he is a true book hero. Fearless, full of energy, and never loses heart. When they first met, they were both inexperienced F-ranked newcomers, but Travis quickly gained recognition among the others. Very soon, less than a year had passed, the young man began to act independently and managed to gather his own team of adventurers around him. The hero became part of the squad led by Travis, but left him after 2 years. The girl asked what made him leave, because Travis was considered an excellent leader. To this, the hero only smiled. That was exactly the point. Travis was too skilled. His teams did not leave challenges. And the hero's soul always yearned for the most difficult tests. The hero's arsenal consisted only of repair skills, so he couldn't catch up with his comrades in the competition. Too loyal to his principles, Travis was not going to calmly watch his friends struggle with difficulties, and immediately began to develop plans for trips to easier dungeons. However, for the hero himself, such a compromise was unacceptable. The thought that his presence could restrain a comrade who had every chance of becoming an outstanding adventurer seemed unbearable. That is why the hero decided to leave the squad and set off on a lonely journey. Defeat became his companion, But defeat was worthy, with his head held high in unbreakable pride. With a deep sigh, the girl remarked, "Such a character trait is unlikely to lead to anything good." The hero in response remembered that Travis had already hinted at this to him. While performing various repair tasks, I managed to establish communication with him. It was another 2 years before fate brought me together with Travis again. It was then that I first met Dustin. Although the sarcasm of the dust was barely noticeable at the time, there was an unusual liveliness and friendliness hidden in that humor. The girl wondered in surprise. Could this be the same boy who looked as if he had just been pulled from the grave? The hero explained the reasons for such striking changes himself. When he met Dustin, he had not yet mastered both spears perfectly. Then he traveled with his partner. Together they practiced with their magic spears and performed various tasks. Before setting out on their journeys and becoming adventurers, both were hired laborers. Their fighting prowess stood out strikingly from their comrades. Dark forces mercilessly took the life of Dustin's partner right before his eyes. When he ran to her, only hope was alive in his heart. But reality turned out to be inexorable. It was too late to help. Never before had the feeling of helplessness been so painful to the soul as it was that day. The death that unfolded before his eyes made him realize that the human body cools faster than imagination can comprehend. The image of its cold, so terrible and unnatural, was forever etched in his memory. In a fit of rage after her death, Dustin grabbed his enchanted spears and mercilessly destroyed all the enemies in the dungeon. Since then, the hero's heart has known no peace. He relentlessly pursues anyone who dares to call himself the Dark King. Another memory flashed through the girl's mind. He has another name, right? Dustin is called the Dark Hunter. Over the past decade, he has managed to overthrow 3 Dark Lords and crush more dark forces than anyone else, except for the heroes hired by the Crown. To be honest, he didn't like the nickname at all. At first, Dustin struggled with outbursts of anger and despair, but over the years, the passion and storm of feelings in his heart did not subside in the slightest. Circumstances turned him into something more than a man. Now he was just a tool created for the ruthless extermination of the Dark Kings. That was all that the hero's memory had preserved. When he came to, he asked the girl if she had any more questions. She only shook her head slightly. What she had heard was quite enough. With sincere regret, she apologized for making him relive those memories. Although there were some more questions to ask, such as whether he would agree to go into the dungeons if called upon, the answer was unequivocal. As a former adventurer, no way. At the same time, the owner of the armory doesn't have much choice. It's hard to refuse a request to restore equipment, right? Some time ago, yesterday, he posted a job ad. It seemed too early to expect the first responses. Sighing, he remembered how Sakura had promised to come with help a little later. In his mind, he confidently added, "For now, the trio was quite capable of coping on their own." A stranger suddenly entered the room and immediately asked for help. With her was a girl with a child in her arms. She was the one who explained that they had been brought here by the announcement that O had left at the guild. She asked with curiosity if this was really the famous White Wolf Forge. Luki wondered if they had come here because of a job advertisement. The faces were unfamiliar. Had they probably just stepped onto the city streets? The girl thought for a moment, then confirmed, yes, they had just arrived last night. In a foreign land, and without a single coin in their pocket. So she immediately set off in search of a job that she could start without delay. A girl named Melissa introduced herself, and the boy next to her was naked. The child, meanwhile, turned to Luke with a sincere greeting. Luke, not hiding his pride, introduced himself as the owner of the store. Behind him stood Garnett, a store employee. With a friendly smile, he said a few warm words. He was glad to meet you and immediately assured that he was ready to put in his maximum effort to the common cause. The girl assured them that they could safely rely on their help. Working in a second-hand store, they knew perfectly well how to resolve such situations, so there would be no complications. Luca really liked this attitude, and he was sincerely glad that they had come here. After a while, Melissa said goodbye to the visitor with a friendly smile, inviting him to come back again. Meanwhile, our employees appeared with bags in their hands, and were confused about where to put all these things. Luke's watchful eye could not help but note their tireless hard work. Someone's voice was heard. "It's a pity that fate brought them here for a short time, isn't it?" In response, Melissa laughed, calling this opportunity a real honor for them. Then someone remarked, "Although Nagi is sharp in communication, he is smart. It is always easy to climb up with him." Garnet cautiously asked if Nagi really comes from the east. Melissa confirmed, asking in response if there was any problem with that. Garnet assured her that she wasn't. She was just curious. People from the east are a real rarity here, but she already knew a second such guest. Melissa asked if anyone else was here. Garnet nodded and said yes, their friend. Just then, a new acquaintance entered the premises and greeted everyone politely. A moment later, Sakura entered the shop, cheerfully addressing Mr. Luke with the announcement that she had come to help him again. Luke noticed that she had arrived on time. The boy from the east had not even finished his thought. Sakura was already shouting to Kirikakure, asking what he had forgotten. The confused young man called out to the Miko from Kaken. The surprised hero demanded an explanation as he walked. What had happened here? Nagi and Sakura's eyes met, intertwined in a short silent conversation. Luke approached them and asked if they had known each other for a long time. Sakura replied with a slight smile that Nagi was an old friend from her hometown of Kurega Kurenagi. It was hard to believe that Naga would dare to travel such a long way to the western lands. But the boy unexpectedly replied, "The same can be said about you, Shiranui Sakura." The realization that she would run away with Scarlet was not a surprise to him, but he had not expected to meet Sakura in such a pit. But before the boy could finish his thought, Melissa abruptly seized the initiative. She slammed her hands into his shoulder and shouted that she had had enough. With a smile on her lips, Melissa, standing behind the boy, lightly encouraged him to move on. "Things aren't over yet, are they?" Sighing and closing his eyes briefly, he agreed. Melissa was absolutely right. Luca, confused, mentally thanked the heavens for Melissa's intervention. Her presence was surprisingly calming. Melissa's face burned with indignation, and Garnet, lining up next to the hero, said ironically, "Oh well, that's what we have." Meanwhile, a dull stream of curses echoed in the hero's mind. Garnet had pointed out that it was understandable to be confused when a stranger suddenly appeared who turned out to be an old friend of the guy you liked. Luke corrected her on this. She called him an old friend, but he thought that the term sworn friend was more appropriate. Garnet hastened to assure him that he didn't mean Melissa. In response, Luke flashed a teasing smile, wondering, who would have thought that Garnet could so subtly feel all the nuances of love? A heavy sound of impact echoed through the room. Garnet, who had almost left the room, stopped because Sakura approached and hurried to apologize to Mr. Luke for worrying. At the same time, the girl could not help but ask what had happened to him. Bending over from the pain of the impact, Luke hastily waved it away and asked him not to worry about trifles. The young man told the girl that Garnet would explain everything and tell her what to do. In response, she assured him that she understood and would come to him with any questions. Luca glanced at Nagi, who was standing with his back turned, and asked why he hadn't started with the long swords in the pantry. Without responding to the question, Nagi asked with polite seriousness if he could give Luca some advice. Glancing at the hero, Nagi spoke up. If Sakura had asked to forge a crimson katana for her, it would have been a wiser decision to refuse her. The hero asked in confusion, to which Nagi added with emphasis, especially if he really considered Sakura his friend. Without wasting any time, Luke had already begun working on a sword for her. Hearing this, Nagi wondered what was so special about long swords. Only then did the hero remember them and ask if Nagi could bring 10 of them. In response, he heard a short, "Understood." Doubts crept into Luke's mind. Should he now admit that he was late with his advice? Talking about Sakura's request seemed completely inappropriate. After thinking for a moment, he heard someone call his name, politely addressing him. "Sir." It turned out that the buyer had a question for him. A slight smile lit up the hero's face, and he calmly assured her that it was wonderful. He would join immediately. Later, Luke, walking next to Garnet, sighed jokingly, wondering how it happened that the day of rest was spent mining mithril. To this, Garnet only shrugged her shoulders. What could she do? No new workers ever appeared. Melissa and Nagi set off on their journey through the dungeons again. Lucas gratefully noted how much they had helped them. At the same time, the tension between Sakura and Melissa was so sharp that it seemed like it could be cut with a knife. Keeping the story between Sakura and Nagi quiet was his silent choice. Any hint of Sakura, even a casual one, would instantly turn into Melissa's wrath. Looking at the bag clutched in his hands, Garnet only sighed and ordered Luke not to waste any time, to carry it with golden fangs and quickly return home. Meanwhile, Luke wondered how long the inspection at the palace would take. Garnet said she was very busy right now, so it would probably take a week. Luca looked away and called her name. His gaze fell on the girl surrounded by knights, and a thought immediately flashed through his mind. Could it be Noir? He remembered how recently it had seemed as if the Order of the Silver Wings had detained her for questioning. Gareth only nodded in response, admitting that it was probably so. Garnet turned sharply to the girl among the knights and rudely ordered them to stand. One of the defenders responded in the same tone, contemptuously asking what he wanted and calling Garnet petty. Smiling slightly nervously, Luke apologized and assured her that he was there. One of the riders recognized Mr. Luke and immediately called out to him, which made the girl flinch. According to Luke, this woman belongs to the heroic Falcon Squad. However, she is under the care of the Order of the Silver Wings, so the question arises, what brought her to their company? It was the night that announced that Nawar was the key figure in their plan to storm the Dark Fortress. She was tasked with leading the attack into the very heart of the enemy's domain. The plan itself received immediate approval from Commander Carmine. Commander Carmine, that's who they were talking about, Garnet's older brother. Luke didn't think he'd heard of it before. Meanwhile, Knight said that if Mr. Luke would let them leave, everyone would be very grateful, because they were in a hurry. However, Noir suddenly stopped them, asking them to wait a moment. The girl approached the hatch and quietly admitted that she understood that her apology was not enough, but she still wanted to express it. Luca, crossing his arms over his chest and turning away from her, coldly said that he was not even going to forgive her for what she had done. However, he wasn't going to put all the responsibility on her shoulders either. With a slight smile, he noted that he was too busy with work right now, and he wasn't going to waste any time or energy on it. They couldn't stay here anymore. It was time for them to go. Garnet assumed that Noir probably wanted to anger him and hear reproaches addressed to her. If he turned away from her, the guilt that was choking her inside would ease at least a little. However, his response only hurt the girl even more sharply. Luki noted that he had meant something else. A hall spread out before his eyes, lined with tables, among which night ghosts moved slowly. The hero, without hesitation, activated the splitting skill and aimed it at the stone. The knight behind the counter caught him by surprise. And here he is. The trademark art of instant splitting captivates the imagination. Lucas, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, admits, "It's quite strange to hear that someone was surprised by something like that." Putting the bag in the hands of the knight Silence, the man assured, "All this now belongs to them." Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd, addressing Luke, calling him a gunsmith. Having learned about his arrival, the man opposite barely concealed his gratitude to fate for this meeting. Curious, Luke asked if there was anything here that was truly valuable to his interlocutor. The boy seemed genuinely interested in whether Luke could help the hero who had fallen into ruins, didn't he? Perhaps some of his secrets could be revealed later. A little later, Travis congratulated Luke, noting that he had arrived much sooner than expected. At this, Luke drew Travis's attention to himself. Luca turned to Travis in surprise. What brought him here? He evasively confirmed, a mission, exploring the ruins, protecting the scientists. And there were no monsters in these parts, so now they felt more like nannies, casually glancing at Garnet. One of the faces turned out to be familiar, and Travis asked Luca if it was his brother. Luca, smiling, replied that he was his only employee. Due to the nature of the business, you always have to carry everything on your own shoulders, instead of delegating things to others. Travis laughed, and added that adventurers usually don't face such difficulties. Travis burst out laughing and admitted that, to be honest, he was always surrounded by people who wanted to join his squad. He jokingly asked Luke if he was jealous. Luke, unable to contain his irritation, suggested that Travis send his annoying fans to him. Maybe then he would feel truly alone for once. Hardnet was surprised to note that he had never heard Luke address anyone that way before. In response, Luke reminded him that they had known each other since his rookie days. Travis wondered with curiosity if Luke had told Hardnet anything about himself. Deciding that his moment had come, Travis stepped forward confidently, introducing himself as Travis of Blackblade Spur and extending his hand in greeting. He happily remarked that he was glad to meet another friend of Luke's. Garnet smiled in return, but there was a wicked irony in his eyes. Extending his hand in return, he smiled warmly and suggested calling himself Garnet. He admitted that he was also glad to meet him. Travis noted with a smile that there was no lack of courage in forcing him to demonstrate his strength. To this, Garnet assured him, "It is useless to judge him only by his height. You should not underestimate him." Travis called Luke, enthusiastically noting the kid's incredible potential. Turning to Garnet, he asked his opinion and asked if he wanted to join the team. Luke replied, reminding him, "Didn't he say he only had one person working for him?" It seemed as if Travis had only to find out that Garnet was a girl, and he would be knocked off his feet. The image of this picture made Luke laugh uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a sound came from the hatch. The Golden Fangs representative urged them to focus on the main thing, and Luke, a little embarrassed, apologized for his inattention. Looking away, he asked what exactly needed to be restored. The interlocutor nodded. "Everything is here." Surprise instantly flashed across Luke's face. The door, along with the control mechanism, turned out to be broken in half. The crack in the middle left no hope even for experienced researchers with engineering skills. The repair turned out to be too difficult a task. It was possible to fix everything manually only at a huge cost of time, and in the heat of events. Time was short. Luke assured him that he understood the problem perfectly well. It seemed that the fragments of the mithril wall could be used to repair the door. Luke's short command, and the repairability was activated, causing everyone around to freeze in surprise. The guy confidently announced that, in his opinion, everything was ready, so he suggested trying to open it and see what was inside. Hearing this, one of the participants sincerely thanked him and immediately decided to check everything himself. Touching the door, he suddenly froze in surprise. Everything around shook rapidly, and someone excitedly asked what was happening. The hero, not hiding his indignation, turned to the boy and demanded an explanation. The boy, confused and barely finding words, replied, "It was a magical mechanism that started by itself." A giant golem loomed just in front of them. Its grandeur was impressive. A cry rang out in the crowd. "Back off!" As soon as the monster's massive hand crawled up, the city trembled with fear. At that moment, the hero pondered with all his might. Should he try to dissect this stone body? Or would it be better to immediately destroy the enemy in the fastest way? What decision should he choose? Garnet struck the golem, and it fell to the ground. With a quick glance at Luke, the girl turned to him, affectionately calling him a white wolf, and asked if he was okay. At that moment, Luke's voice rang out in response, addressing Garnet. The huge golem rose again, and Garnet asked with interest, "Does he care about everything?" She immediately got to the point. She asked where such creatures usually have secret vulnerabilities, and turned to the hero for advice. Luke confidently answered, "Somewhere on the back of the head there should be magic runes glowing. That's where you need to direct the blow." The girl confidently replied that she had hit exactly where the hatch indicated. The young man confirmed that she had succeeded. Garnet warned that it was too early to relax. The danger had not receded in the slightest. Travis clenched his fists in amazement and noted that he had just witnessed a real display of courage and endurance. Finally, feeling the urge to fight, he announced that it was now his turn to play. The clay giant was inexorably approaching. Travis ordered to rush in and deliver a crushing blow, knocking the enemy to the ground. It had been a long time since he had encountered a truly worthy enemy. Garnet, solemnly encouraging, remarked that this was truly impressive, and even jokingly called him Dad. Travis ironically remarked that he wasn't anyone's dad. Hearing this, the girl's eyes widened and, surprised, announced that she and Luke were the same age. Was he serious? A golem suddenly appeared behind Garnet. She jumped back sharply from the unexpected blow. An alarmed voice was heard in the crowd. Had he overdone it? Garnet only shrugged, admitting that he had not had a real fight for a long time, and was trying to release some of the accumulated tension. Luca warned him not to waste all his energy on carefree fun. In response, he was assured that this fight would be over long before his energy reserves ran out. Clenching his fist, Travis indicated that the monster was not going to give up so quickly. Without wasting a second, he rushed at the golem again and delivered a powerful blow. A loud call went out, ordering everyone to prepare and protect the leader from the flanks. It was not immediately, but the desperate ones eventually obeyed Sarah's command. Looking back over her shoulder, Garnet jokingly remarked that Dad, or rather Travis, would probably figure it out himself. Noir noticed that the golems are located around the Dark Fortress, isn't that right? According to her, these creatures may be part of the Dark King's arsenal. According to the hero, it is likely that either they are truly the weapons of the Shadow Lord, or his warriors simply came across the golems and decided to use them for their own purposes. Thinking, Garnet remembered Noir's words about the dwarves being forced to work in the mines. Perhaps it was not just about ore mining. There was probably something more behind it. In any case, the Golden Claws should find out about these events. The hero confirmed her suspicions. Everything is exactly as it is. Sometime later, at home, the hero was exhausted. But even in spite of his extreme exhaustion, he had to finish the job. Garnet asked what was for dinner. Without much enthusiasm, the hero replied that he didn't feel like going out today. So he asked her to cook something simple and quick. Taking up cutting vegetables, the girl confidently replied that, of course, she agreed. But she warned him not to complain about the consequences later, and asked if he understood everything. Like, let's see what he can come up with now. Luke, with a smile, assured him that he wouldn't even dare break the rule, and thanked the pomegranate. He was quite interested in what exactly these documents were hiding. But a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. When he opened it, he noticed the late hour on the clock, so he immediately asked if everything was okay. Sakura stood in front of the door, worried and apologizing for her visit in the middle of the night. She had come in precisely because of the last request, and Lucy did not hesitate to joke. "Is it about the crimson katana?" Smiling embarrassedly, the girl asked, "Is it really that noticeable?" As she handed over the weapon, the girl said she had no intention of rushing him. However, deep down, she hoped that everything would be completed as quickly as possible. Lucas confidently replied that the final stage would not take long. Her eyes lit up with joy. She found this answer excellent. First, Luke decided to ask her a question. From his words, it became known that Negi had advised her to refrain from creating a katana from scarlet. This greatly surprised the girl. She did not hide her surprise. Luke immediately hastened to assure her that he would not cancel his promise, but nevertheless sincerely wanted to know the reason for such a warning from Negi. Sakura asked Mr. Luke if he believed in gods. He was curious, so he asked her the same question again. There was excitement in her voice as she assured him that she had meant nothing of the sort. It was just as it sounded. However, Luke did not back down and asked her to clarify exactly how it sounded. According to her, if you call those who grant people abilities gods, then to some extent they really do exist. After all, it is in the temple dedicated to the protection of the class that special powers are granted. However, he did not think about this question any further. The woman's words left Luke in a slight confusion. He still did not fully understand her hints. Sakura asked if he had ever thought about the idea that gods could have their own selves and self-awareness. Does he believe in the existence of such beings? Luke replied that many people are convinced of the presence of higher powers, but he himself has never met a god and cannot assert anything. The girl calmly replied that everything was obvious to her. Western philosophy in this matter was not much different from Eastern. The boy, crossing his arms over his chest, asked what this had to do with the words spoken by Nagi. Sakura is sure that their talents are bestowed by an invisible higher power, which can be called divine. Nagi, on the other hand, holds a different opinion. The abilities were sent to them by a race of beings, majestic and self-sufficient, possessing their own individuality. At Luke's request, the girl stood up, which was why Negi was looking at her with such hostility. However, she admitted that there was another reason, a much more mundane one, but still quite significant. Her clan believes that divine power cannot be achieved by austerities or prayers alone. To do this, a special ritual must be performed that can channel the energy of the so-called gods into one's own body. However, the Naga clan perceives this ritual as blasphemy, which will bring severe punishment on the human race. Luke looked up at me and asked me to guess what exactly he needed. His guess was correct. He absolutely needed a scarlet katana. The girl just nodded in response. Yes, only a sword made of pure scarlet can endow the one performing the ritual with divine power. Only once was it possible to create such a katana, but all information about it was lost due to an accident. A light movement of the hand on the head, and the hero finally gets to the heart of the matter. doubts are dispelled. Now it becomes clear why Nagi warned him so insistently. Even when the blade is forged, the ritual will not be carried out immediately. There are many complex preparations and subtle manipulations ahead. Sakura swears by the honor of her name. This country will not be in danger because of her actions. That is why she advised Luca not to worry unnecessarily. Luca confidently declared that he had long been ready to finish what he had started. As soon as the sword was finally finished, he urged her to accept the weapon without the slightest hesitation. In case of danger, he promised to share the responsibility. At that moment, the girl turned to Mr. Luca. Garnet called Sakura, offering to join them for dinner. The girl exclaimed in surprise, thanked her sincerely, but politely declined. The meeting with Sylvia had already been scheduled for a long time. Apologizing again for the inconvenience, she hastened to add that she was leaving. I thanked Mr. Luke again, to which he only waved it away, assuring me that it was worthless. Soon the armory was bustling with activity, with horsemen diligently loading crates onto carts, while Travis proudly displayed his new gauntlet to Garnet and his companions like a prized trophy. Travis and the Golden Fang's order had been carried out. There was only one last thing left to do. When Sakura appeared in the room, Luke, with a faint smile, admitted that he had been thinking about her appearance. Handing the weapon to the girl, he announced that the katana was completely ready. Taking a deep breath, Sakura thanked him sincerely, and then, with excitement, slowly began to bare the blade of her katana. Holding the weapon in her hand, the girl exclaimed with delight, "This is what a real red katana looks like." Her beauty blossomed especially brightly at this moment. Barely touching the blade of her finger, she felt a strange contradiction. It seemed that the blade should burn the skin, but in fact, it was ice cold. A smile lit up her face, and she sincerely thanked Mr. Luke, adding that she still owed him. Luke cautiously remarked, even if she understood this in theory, there were no guarantees of success in a real duel. As for this material, it was difficult to say whether it was suitable for creating real weapons. The girl, holding her breath, assured, "Yes, there are blades forged entirely from scarlet, from the tip to the hilt." Asking a pertinent question, Luke wondered what she was going to fight now that her sword was only a ceremonial attribute. Smiling, the girl admitted that it was indeed a problem. It seemed that now she would have to master the Western style and arm herself with appropriate weapons. Reaching into the box, the boy noticed that she didn't seem to have a spare weapon. It was good that he had guessed that. By handing the girl, who hadn't expected such a thing, a new weapon, he surprised her. She immediately asked what it was. The boy replied that he had a feeling that without a sword she might be in danger. Therefore, he made this weapon from the steel of her katana and the remains of a crimson thread. The girl's cheeks turned red as she embarrassedly said how much she had done for her friend. She couldn't find the words to thank him, but the guy just gently reassured her. There was no need for tears. She had already thanked him in full, so everything was fine now. The stranger apologized to Luke, addressing him respectfully, and said that a woman had come to see him on business. Luke, apologizing politely, informed him that the establishment was already closed, and asked if he could ask her to come tomorrow. The man hesitated a little in response to this offer. The boy replied that she had not come as a buyer at all, and told her about the conversation with Mr. Luke. Meanwhile, Luke, noticing Noir, called out to her with obvious surprise. Noir and the hero were already sitting at the table opposite each other, while Sakura and Garnet watched them with displeased faces. Finally, Luke's gaze fell on Noir. He asked what had brought her here so late. The girl did not hesitate to answer. She said that she had heard from the order that they were short of workers. Luke agreed. Indeed, help would not hurt. Then Noir cautiously asked if she would be allowed to stay here and work. The boy's surprise was noticeable. He asked again if she really wanted it. Luca remarked, "Didn't she support the Order of the Golden Fangs during the investigation?" He only asked not to report that she was forced to work for free. Garnet gave Luke a light kick on the head, trying to knock the nonsense out of him. Noir is trying with all her might to atone for her guilt by helping him. The desire to repay is a way to relieve her soul for a moment and stop scolding herself, isn't it? Sighing, Garnet added, "Noir's mind cannot find peace because of the insult she caused that boy, and now she is constantly thinking about his experiences. Clutching her dress in her hands, Noir agreed with his words, but emphasized that she absolutely had to make amends for what had happened. The very thought of continuing to live, allowing the guilt to slowly fade, was unbearable. This girl doesn't need any pay. For her, the very opportunity to help is already a great joy. Taking the opportunity, Sakura called Mr. Luke and asked for permission to speak. From the words of the others, it was clear. This girl was also captured. Moreover, the Dark King still has her own blood in his hands. It is likely that she was forced to flatter her enemies and charm them with her magic. Noir strongly objected to these words, while Luke did not immediately agree. The hero in response reassured everyone, saying that there was no need to worry about this. Surprise flashed in Sakura and Noir's eyes as he crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, concentrating. Obviously, the Golden Fangs should have checked her more carefully for any spells or curses. They wouldn't have backed down once they found something, would they? Garnet assured her that was exactly what happened. Even under the Dark King's control, her goal remained different. Before the Dark King could intervene, she had already disappeared. Sakura, pressing her fist to her lips thoughtfully, agreed. That was exactly what happened. Events had happened in reverse order. Looking back at her, the hero demanded to hear the truth. At the same time, Noir stood attentively under the watchful eye of the Golden Fangs. Sakura calmly agreed. It seems so. If Luke is sure that she has nothing to fear, she has no objections. Curious, Luke asked Noir if it was true that the Order still relied on her as its leader. The girl quietly confirmed that yes, it did happen, but they only asked for help a few times a month. From now on, it all depends on his decision whether to accept it or not. As before, he does not feel any open antipathy towards her. His real interest was not in her, but rather in her sister, for whose sake the girl had approached Falcon. Frankly, she has only two choices. Either to leave him, eating herself with remorse day after day, or to stay by his side, seeking atonement for everything these four have done. The only one whose forgiveness the hero really needs is Falcon. She doesn't. The hero had little time to think, so evaluating the girl was far from a priority. He simply confirmed her words and allowed her to act at her own discretion. As soon as Noir was about to add something, she was interrupted. There was still something important left. But fear closes his heart. He simply cannot agree to this proposal. It contradicts his moral convictions too much. Noah, with a slight sigh, silently agreed. Well, so be it. The guy, not believing what he heard, asked again. Working without any reward, is this a joke, or is it really intended that way? He added that he would be in danger if it were revealed that someone was being forced to work for free, because he cares about his reputation. Everyone who works for him is guaranteed decent pay. The girl asked in surprise, and Sakura explained with a slight smile and a hidden sigh that their mentor Luke was standing in front of them. Garnet, slightly ironically, noted that he, as always, lacked rigidity. Noir turned to the hero with a direct question, whether he really supported this decision, asked if he really agreed to her working here. According to him, she applied perfectly for the position. He has so much money that only a fool would give away even a few hands. Now all she has to do is prepare. Jumping up from her chair, the girl thanked Mr. Luke awkwardly, barely finding the words. A question flashed through the young man's mind. How did he always end up in such trouble? The store was sorely lacking in hands, and the only one who came to help did so only out of guilt. After some time in the weapons store, the hero put his hand on the boxes. Luke noticed that it was worth checking what it was capable of first. Stammering awkwardly, Noah replied that everything was fine. The box remained unliftable for her. The hero silently watched the girl and finally asked if it was really that difficult for her. Noah turned to him, again awkwardly repeating that there was no problem. If she limited herself to a small amount, she would be fine. Luke agreed. Now was the time to test her as a saleswoman. She wouldn't have to lift heavy things or suffer from anxiety. With a smile, her eyes barely lowered, the girl cautiously asked the client how she could be useful. After a short thought, the guy said that overall everything was not bad, but the girl could use a little more smiling during the conversation. Hearing this, she asked, what kind of smile was he talking about? A smile appeared on her face, more like a sinister grimace, and she wondered if everything really looked like that. The guy shifted restlessly on the spot, not knowing how to react to such a lofty request. The girl stammered, saying that no, she should apologize. In the center of the room stood a desk, and she wondered in surprise what kind of object it was. To this the hero calmly replied, "This is his office. Organizational matters and accounting of orders and profits fell on his shoulders. Travelers who stayed here for a short time sometimes came to help, but he did not dare to entrust them with such responsibility." The girl, with her arms crossed behind her back, looked intently at the hero and asked if he would really trust her with such a task. In response, he remarked that he would still leave the final tally to himself. Noir remembered the grenade she had with her. Perhaps that would be a better choice? The hero's answer was short. No, he didn't do that. Garnet has a lot of worries and responsibilities on her shoulders. There is no desire to start all over again. Suddenly the enthusiastic girl caught her breath, sharply pointing her palm at the table. Stammering, the guy still suggested that she try. The girl calmly replied that everything was fine with her. The ballpoint pen rustled on the blank sheet of paper as I began to write. A little time passed, and suddenly the girl spoke up. She said, "It seems she is ready." The guy was sincerely surprised. So quickly, it's incredible. He could not imagine that she would manage so quickly. Embarrassed, the girl whispered that she did not need any special skills for this. With a smile on her lips, she assured, "True magic is hidden in knowledge. For a sorcerer, it is important to possess not only skill, but also what goes beyond it." She has read ancient grimoires to the last page, and she builds entire books on her own research. She pointed out that now they would not only have to read at lightning speed, but perhaps soon they would also have to write just as quickly. The boy nodded in understanding, saying that he had always imagined wizards among endless piles of papers. He asked with curiosity if grimoires were really written by hand. They said, "Don't wizards use printing presses?" He heard that big cities have had them for a long time. The girl, embarrassed, muttered that it wasn't appropriate, and the boy, looking up from his papers, suddenly became wary and asked again. Her words sounded like a warning. To write a gloomy book of war without pouring magical power into it is a futile endeavor. Simply applying ink to paper will not protect the spell from distortion, as they are easily subject to change. In this case, only dry information will remain, and important, deepest layers of wisdom will disappear between the lines. Without magical energy, the most valuable knowledge will melt away like a shadow at dawn. Smiling, the hero remarked that keeping records would be a real service to her. In the future, he would ask for help much more often. The girl held her breath from surprise and immediately agreed, without a moment's hesitation. In their memories, the girls see how they once handed her documents, asking if she was capable of solving this. Nodding slowly, she answered with confidence, and those around her enthusiastically joked about her poise and called her sister. For this, stammering awkwardly, Noir replied that no, that wasn't true. It was just her sister saying so, even though she had no other choice. Since she was little, her sister had led her around, and she had only trailed behind. She liked being so accommodating. Comforted, she listened as Luke enthusiastically said it was incredible, and assured her that from now on, he would turn to her for advice and support more often. It was a week before Noir's face first cracked with a smile. In the midst of their usual conversation, someone had remarked that Noir had been unusually late today. Garnet, with a faint hint of humor, suggested that she had probably just overslept. Whatever the case, it didn't really matter to him, but it had caught his attention. Noah rushed into the store, apologizing and asking if she was late. Surprise appeared on Garnet's face. Luke calmly noted that she had made it on time. He asked if everything was okay. The girl assured him that there was no reason to worry. She was just finishing up some things at night. On the table were scrolls, bracelets, and many other trinkets. Luke wondered if she had created these things herself. Garnet asked in surprise if these objects were magical. The girl confirmed with a smile. Yes, it was her special talent. It's been a while since she's done something like this, but it seems to have worked out well. Now she's wondering if she could put these things up for sale here. The hero assumed that she meant selling these things to travelers. Isn't that right? Garnet only approved of this idea. The idea was really great, because there was no store with magical items in Green Hollow. The art of enchantment is one of the simplest skills of black magicians, so only a few choose this path as the basis of their skill. Most prefer to create enchanted items from time to time, except for an additional fee, so the market for enchanted items is always in short supply compared to demand. At the moment when Luke was carefully examining the object in his hands, someone asked him his opinion. When asked if he planned to sell these things, Luke replied with a smile that he would be happy to try. To begin with, they would start with these specimens, and then they would see. Hearing this answer, the girl could not contain her joy and asked if all this was real. The admiration in her voice was sincere. Approaching her, he noticed that insomnia and exhaustion were unlikely to benefit her. She shouldn't sacrifice sleep for work. The pallor of her face eloquently testified to her fatigue. On the next shift, he promised he would definitely find time. The girl suddenly gasped in surprise, her cheeks flushed, but she hastened to assure me that she understood everything. Luke, intervening in the conversation, remarked that in this weather they were unlikely to have a large influx of visitors. So I advised her to rest a little in the spare room. However, the girl assured me that she was all right. Noticing something disturbing Garnet, Luke asked what was the matter. She turned away, calmly answering that everything was fine. At that moment, Sylvia entered the store. She waved her hand in a friendly manner, announcing her arrival. In the girl's hands was the promised food for lunch, which everyone was waiting for. She was thanked sincerely. Seeing these magical artifacts, Sylvia wondered in surprise how long the local shop had been selling such things. The answer was an explanation. Noir had created all these items thanks to her talents in casting spells. Taking one of the items in her hands, Sylvia admired their exquisite beauty and immediately asked the name of these oddities. Talismans are called these little things that attract luck and happy opportunities into life. Sylvia wondered what about the others. She heard the answer. These are called amulets, because they protect against misfortunes and dark forces, protecting against evil and failure. Inquiring about the scrolls, the girl asked if they were magical in nature. She was told, yes, these are so-called spell scrolls. They give the opportunity to use a certain spell, even if there are no special skills for this. Sylvia was amazed. She couldn't even imagine what magical things were capable of. Luke explained. All these items were disposable. They couldn't be used a second time. However, the very fact that there were people who were capable of creating such things was amazing to the core. Sylvia asked where Noir was now, and the boy replied that she was fast asleep. He was just about to wake her up, because it was dinner time. As he pulled back the curtain, he wondered if she had managed to find an empty room. Opening the door, he quietly announced his arrival to Noir. The girl's unexpected absence stunned him. A nervous foreboding gripped him tighter and tighter inside. If only no one had told him anything. He cautiously peered through the crack between the doors, peering intently, as if convincing himself that she had simply mistaken his room for an empty one. The call to dinner was made, addressed to Noir. The girl muttered something discontentedly, addressing him as if he were Blanca, and begged for another 5 minutes of peace. The spoken name of Noir sounded with a note of surprise. In response, the girl opened her eyes and hastened to apologize. After a sweet night's sleep, with new strength, she was ready to get down to business. Luca replied with a smile that he was glad to hear that. However, he emphasized that this room was already reserved for him for the future. The empty one was next. The girl's cheeks flushed, and the boy, overcome with doubts, trembled and mentally regretted having opened his mouth at all. Stretching his arms forward, he announced that Sylvia had brought lunch. So, why not rest and get some refreshment? The voice of a white wolf came from the side. Garnet spoke up. The boy from Golden Fangs had urgent business with him. Barely controlling his excitement, Luke hastily replied that everything was fine, and he would be there in a moment. Appearing shortly, he immediately apologized for the delay and asked how he could be of any use. At that moment the knight addressed him by name, insistently asking to accompany him to the dark fortress. Without his skill, they could not cope now. Help was needed urgently. Rumor had it that this was their destination. A broken suspension bridge loomed before Luke's eyes. It looked as if the ropes had been deliberately cut. Fortunately, she had taken care of the mana crystal in advance. Thanks to this find, the malfunction could now be fixed immediately. Having instructed the team to be on standby, he received a clear response. His subordinates, addressing him as a respected leader, immediately began to carry out the order. Having activated the ability, the hero breathed new life into the bridge. The structure quickly began to recover. As soon as the repair was completed, the knights could not hold back their emotions and shouted their joy. While the next stage of strengthening the base was underway, the hero ordered them to move forward. The warriors were already asking to restore the suspension bridge as well. A deep chasm separated the high mountains of the cramped fortress. A rope bridge was stretched across the chasm, and a modest camp was set up on the opposite side. Luke insisted that the enemy take this position, didn't he? Then he asked if they had succeeded in subduing the mind. Knight replied that that was the plan, but the interference delayed them, and the bridge collapsed. The distant group found themselves cut off and defenseless. Luca had noticed that if the dark forces attacked, this remote camp would be in danger. The knights confirmed his fears. An A-class seeker was called in for support, but access to the other side was currently impossible for him. They added to the conversation that 2 A-rank Eastern adventurers had gone to help. This name was about to be mentioned, and Garnet and Luke couldn't hide their surprise. The question about the East was raised again, obviously referring to Sakura and Nagi. Garnet asked with interest if they had been released unaccompanied. The knight replied that only these two had the necessary skills for rapid travel. Besides, there were always those willing to help. There was a sense of alarm on Garnet's side. They couldn't be left here alone. Luca agreed. It really wasn't right. It was time to close up shop. Noir, who appeared outside, categorically declared, if they were leaving, then she would go with them. Meanwhile, someone asked to stay a little longer. As soon as the battle was over, a request was made to help rebuild the camp and its fortifications. Luke assured that he would certainly do so. Returning to Noir, Garnet asked with concern if everything was okay. She suggested they leave. The girl, barely catching her breath, assured her that everything was fine. She was reminded. Her true power lay in black magic, not in physical endurance, so there was no need to exhaust herself. Without thinking for long, Noir reached for her bag, noticing that she had remembered something important. Having handed them the magical artifacts, the woman emphasized that they were one-time items and insisted that they take them with them. They thanked them for the gift. In fact, Luca had no intention of getting involved in the fight. His thoughts were unexpectedly interrupted by a knight who was riding towards them at full speed. Without slowing down, he loudly announced a new disaster. It turned out that reinforcements from the Dark Army were already moving in their direction, and the enemies had a terrible advantage in both strength and numbers. If the dark forces broke through, the Green Ravine would be in real danger. Even Noir, suppressing a shiver, tried to deny it. She wondered if the Dark King's servants would really destroy all the reinforcements. Luke glanced at them, wondering how many lives they were willing to give for it. Garnet called out loudly to the White Wolf. Turning to the hero, she gave him a choice: to stand still like a fool, biting his nails, or to doze off the battlefield without looking back. Luca wondered incredulously what exactly she was talking about. Their gazes met, and tension flared between them. Luca smiled, apologized, but immediately added, it was neither him nor her. The city was in danger, and Sakura was now in the very center of these events. Smiling, Garnet repeated the question again, as if he had guessed the answer in advance. Suddenly, he decisively seized the reins of the knight. This amazed the interlocutor. Having put Luke on the horse, Garnet noted that he was only borrowing the animal for a while. After a moment, a curious look slipped towards his interlocutor. What will you do if the walls of the camp suddenly collapse? Luke replied with a slight smile that in fact he had only fulfilled the assignment to rebuild the fortifications. He had just started a little earlier than planned. Then, approaching the gate, they called out loudly for the knight to open the way for them. Garnet announced that he was leading Luke out of the White Wolf Grove. A loud cry rang out. The golems must be kept at bay at all costs. The soldier immediately objected. It was useless. Destroying these creatures took too long. The enemy would have time to strike. Garnet turned to the White Wolf, and in response he heard a confident, "I understand," after which the beast deftly jumped to the ground. A wave of shouts rose from all sides. Everyone had to prepare for the attack and beware of the debris flying from above. Activating the repair skill, Luke completely repaired the wall, and at that moment, the golem flew into it. The power of the new skills grew with every minute. Just one blow was enough to throw the golem back. The White Wolf received well-deserved praise. Garnet exclaimed with enthusiasm that this huge monster was trying to climb over the wall. and its weak spot was carefully hidden under its shell. The knight next to Luke said that the only way out was to let the monster climb over the fence. Luke resolutely objected, asking me to stop because he had an idea. There was a request to hold him back as long as possible, at least until he disappeared down the stairs. The knight obediently responded to the order. The golem's vulnerable spot is the magic runes on his head, but skillful camouflage saves them from prying eyes. Reaching out to the golem, he activated the skill, and the moment the runes flashed before his eyes, he exclaimed that they were right there. Slapping the golem's body, he couldn't help but declare what he was getting. A caustic curse escaped his lips. The walls around him were in terrible condition, too badly damaged. Dustin assured him that he remained the same, didn't he? It was he who the hero was addressing, so Dustin was among those mentioned in the conversation. Without thinking twice, Dustin ordered the hero to get off his spear. The remark sounded like a warning. The hero is now too easy a target. To this came the answer, hoping that Dustin would not take advantage of such an opportunity. However, the objection sounded confident and firm. The hero quickly glided downwards until he suddenly found himself in Garnet's hands. The latter, suppressing his indignation, demanded an explanation. "Why do you say you throw people off roofs?" The hero called Garnet by name. Garnet, raising his voice, reproached the Dark Hunter. If he continued to do stupid things, his own eggs would end up on the plate, not those intended for the Dark Army. Dustin threw in response. That way the hero would fall much faster, and Garnet, in the end, did exactly what he had hoped for. In response to Garnet's remark that without his fraud there would be no problems, Dustin only snapped angrily that it was an insult. In the original, he said, there were 4 golems. He defeated 2 of them alone, while the cunning man was doing his tricks. The rudeness Garnet was throwing was tearing the air apart, but Luke only smiled faintly, assuring him that everything was fine. For Dustin, breakdowns were a common occurrence. What's more, Luke even expressed his gratitude. He said it was good that he had managed to stop him. However, beneath the humor, displeasure was visible. Garnet had never dared to let him go. Realizing this, Garnet held his breath and quietly apologized. Someone spoke up, noting that the blow was simply insane, and asked if the hand was unharmed. Luca assured her that everything was fine, and for that we should thank Noir's magical artifact. Garnet, surprised, added that despite her own insecurity, Noir is a true master of magic, and her creations are not inferior in quality to the best examples. When she met Noir, Luca immediately brought up the topic. She was the one they had just been talking about. Voices were heard nearby, sometimes addressing Sakura. In response, she smiled warmly at Mr. Luke and Garnet, genuinely surprised by their presence. Garnet immediately asked if she was okay. Without hesitation, Sakura assured her that she was. Katana had managed to give her the power of 1,000 people. Luke, with moved relief, thanked God for the fact that this power was with her at that moment. Surprise gripped him at the sight of the 2 of them together. Sakura explained that she had met Noir on her way back from the battle. Noir only confirmed her words, adding that they had decided to stay together, waiting for him. Laughing happily, he asked when they became friends. Nua replied that she had asked Sakura to go with her and help her choose the parts for the magical artifacts. Sakura laughed, thinking back to the moment when she had confessed that she wanted to be useful to Mr. Luke. Noir was instantly embarrassed. She quickly began to deny it, saying that she didn't want to help at all. However, Luke convinced her that she really had a lot of support. The girl asked incredulously if this was really the case. Sincerely grateful to the Almighty, the girl was happy to be of use. The silence that hung around seemed eerie. Too calm, it gave her goosebumps. The enemy had quieted down, but they had hardly abandoned their intentions. Most likely they were hiding, waiting for reinforcements. Mr. Luke was approached. With a cry, he hastened to assure Nagi that he was glad to see him unharmed. However, Nagi abruptly interrupted the conversation, reprimanding that Luke did not seem to be listening to his words at all. The main question remained. Was Shiranui's katana really forged from a ladle? To this, Luke asked for a moment. Meanwhile, Sakura turned to Kirigakure. She explained that it was just her and Mr. Luke, and she would never let him interfere. Nagi pointed out that he had tried to warn her that substituting God's power was extremely dangerous, and she should know that better than anyone. But was she too eager to follow her father's path? Sakura, unable to contain her indignation, asked how he dared to say such a thing. Her father had been the victim of an imperfect instrument. Despite all the distortions, justice could still prevail. Nagi asked what made her think so. At that moment, someone rushed into the room, shouting that they had found the very person they were looking for. Joy fills her. The boy has returned unharmed. As soon as the girl raised the alarm, she called out to Niga, and he shouted Melissa's name in response. She rushed towards him and hugged him, not holding back her emotions. Minutes of anxiety for him. Everything came out in the words that you can't just disappear like that without a trace. Nagi, with a grimace, complained that he couldn't breathe and reminded him that there were people around. Luke, nodding, agreed that it was probably best to leave them alone for now. Sakura, determined, decided to join the defenders of the main gate. Before leaving, she turned hopefully to Mr. Luke, asking him to take care of herself. Noir's question of whether he should say anything hung in the air. Garnet only shook his head. There was no need to interfere. It was Sakura's business. Now his anxiety was well understood. It was time to leave and begin preparing to meet the enemy. Long, piercing screams came from the opposite side, foreshadowing disturbing events. Garnet hurriedly turned to the White Wolf, urging him to hurry. In response, a short confirmation sounded. He understood everything. A sudden uproar arose around. Someone shouted about an ambush, calling for cover for their comrades. How was it that no one noticed the approach of the enemies? All this was the antics of clay dummies, clay warriors, and there are a lot of them here. Dustin ordered not to interfere. He gathered all his determination to cope alone. The blades of his sword instantly cut through 3 opponents at once. He boldly asked if anyone else was left. According to those who watched, there were no more enemies. Dustin's strength was once again impressive. It's not for nothing that he is considered invincible. Luke's voice was filled with curiosity, wanting to know what these things were and why no one had noticed them. Dustin responded by asking indignantly how he knew and why he allowed himself to ask questions of others. At that moment, someone called out, "Mr. Luke!" The night brought alarming news. The enemy has surrounded the distant walls. Here you can't do without his skill. The hero nodded briefly, assuring that he would immediately go to the place. Luke asked to trust him, and Garnet warned, "Let them not waste time on mischief until they are gone." To this came the answer, and no unnecessary words are needed. The enemy forces of the Dark Army were pouring in from all sides, not giving her a moment's rest. Granat called out to the White Wolf to get up, and Sakura bolted through the wall. Granat and Luke hurriedly turned to her. But the girl only sighed and said that she was sorry. He was genuinely surprised that such a formidable rival remained among his enemies. He examined with interest the unique sword in her hands. He had never seen such metal before. What a wonderful trophy it would be to decorate his collection as soon as this weapon reached him from her still warm hand. Luke admitted that he was behind the attacks. Garnet wondered in surprise what kind of unfinished mountain of muscles was in front of her. Noir was on the ground, and trembling, called out loudly for Norsi. Turning around, he coldly remarked, "If there was a fugitive here, he would hardly have had the opportunity to meet her again." A question came from him. Was it really her who brought the knights, wasn't it? What thoughts would be swarming in the head of an abandoned sister? The girl gasped in surprise. At that moment, Garnet called out to the White Wolf, ordering him to take the opportunity and fix everything while the enemy was busy. With a powerful leap, Garnet flew into the air. Sakura rushed towards him with a drawn katana, skillful as a Scandinavian warrior. This whole name immediately pops up in Luke's memories. Noir had already mentioned him, telling about the tragedy with the Falcon Squadron. Sakura was not just a servant of the Dark Lord Gandalf. On his conscience he also had a part in the defeat of the Falcon. With a mighty swing of his sword, Norse scattered the girls, and his gaze settled on the hatch, noting the skill of the repair. In that moment, while everyone hesitated, he managed to restore an entire wall, without being distracted from the task. Swinging his sword at Luke, the enemy muttered through his teeth that it was his mistake. A thought crept into Luke's head. The speed of his opponent was amazing. Garnet loudly addressed the White Wolf, warning that there was no time left to dodge. Meanwhile, Sakura, like lightning, burst into a rapid dash. The Norwegian sword cut Sakura in half. The hero grabbed her hand with a scream, not suppressing the anxiety in his voice. A strange light lit up at the wound site. The young man begged in despair if she was okay. Sakura called out weakly for Mr. Luke. Behind him, the confused Garnet and his comrades, stunned by what they saw, could only guess what he had just done. Sakura remained cut open, although it was difficult for him to realize it. The question Norse voiced sounded contemptuous. He did not hide his mockery, throwing a challenge in the hero's face. Is he capable of anything more? Can a pitiful trick stop him even for a moment? Garnet exploded with a cry, ordering to tear out the ruse and launch him with a glow into the sky. Crashing into the wall from the acceleration, Norse pushed back sharply, without any barriers, naked and resolute, leaving deep cracks in the stone. The stones completely covered his body. A huge block flew over Garnet's head. The next moment, the stone fell directly on the girl, pinning her to the ground. A stream of blood gushed from Garnet's mouth. The hero screamed in despair, calling her name. Lu rushed to Norsi, crowned. He only smiled predatorily. Norse's heavy boot dug into Garnet's stomach, pressing her to the cold ground. The girl writhed in pain, moaning softly. The evil hero showered him with silent insults, but this only amused Norse. A mocking laugh rang out from his lips. He loves watching the hero's face contort. Perhaps after that, he will break his legs. Suddenly, Nagi jumped out from behind the villain and mercilessly plunged a dagger into his eye. Norse's furious scream was like an explosion in the silence. Nagi called out to Mr. Luke, declaring that his time had come. Meanwhile, while Norse writhed on the ground in pain, Luke found himself next to Garnet and spoke to her by name. But Norse, barely getting up from the ground, hissed menacingly, "Not so fast!" Touching the ground with his palms, the hero instantly activated his skill, releasing healing energy. Garnet carefully watched to see if he was using some unusual ability, peering intently into his actions. Meanwhile, Luke gently hugged the girl and softly said her name. He advised her not to give up and promised to soon return her to her usual state. But isn't it ironic that now she is the one holding her in her arms? Retaliating in this way was not at all part of his plans. At that moment, Norse, with a slight sneer, called the hero petty. The palm extended forward made it clear. There would be no escape. Sakura's call to Mr. Luke cut through the tension in the air. Nagi instantly stopped Shiranui. At that moment, the hero opened his eyes, surprised to notice the unexpected winter cold around him. The reasons for such cold remained a mystery to him. Icy rocks quietly grew in the surrounding darkness, surrounding them. Nagi was filled with surprise when she asked about the ice stone. At the same time, an accusation was made. It was the hero who was to blame for the fact that the fortress of the people was built so quickly, and because of him, their plan was defeated. All the troubles were on his conscience. A loud cry rang out in the darkness. Their path is wrong. There is no need to worry about others. Everyone should have been destroyed at the very beginning. He proudly announced, the hero is defeated, and the head of the enemy will be taken to his king as a gift. The hero's gaze stopped for a moment on the enemy. A calm voice answered. And that is interesting, because his thoughts completely coincide about this enemy.